The narrative begins by showing three boys. They are told that an adventurer needs three things, namely energy to do any job, the ability to stick to their intentions, and a heart that sympathizes with their friends. A little boy with orange hair addresses his aunt, saying that when he gets a skillet, he will definitely become an adventurer. The boy turns to his friends with a suggestion to look for scraps, and they have a fight because he starts telling them what to do. What's a skillet? We're about to find out. In short, there is a blessing ceremony in this world. After turning 14, even orphans like these guys can receive it. A grown-up guy saying something about this characteristic of humans. It was the only chance the four of them had to escape a horrible life. We are shown the kingdom of Centakillion, which was 5 years ago. Someone says that this year's ceremony is very rich in gifts. The first boy is given his skillet. That child was Creedrod. The boy was destined for a skillet of the highest grade, suitable for the magic of the great sage. The girl, Zeta, was given the dual skill of holy water and healing water. The third child, Liber, was given the brave skill. When used skillfully, it's also unique. It is a great favor. The power given to them, the wretched humans, to fight terrible monsters and demons, a certain grandfather said. Creedrod says he is sure to become the best magician in the world. The girl motivates him. The grandfather tells the girl to go back to the church, for her powers are inherent to the holy maiden. She will do just that. Liber reports that he grew up in the slums, but now he is brave. He is ready to accept his fate. To use the favors bestowed by God is the duty of those who have received them. The old man informs the children. The children rejoice and notice the fourth man in their company. That person was Ryuya, who had no skill. Because of this, the kids don't pay attention to him. The kid is sad. He doesn't understand why he's the only one who doesn't have a skill. Someone comforts Ryu because there are many who didn't get the skill. This year at the ceremony along with him, there were 4 people present, but there was an exceptional situation. It's simply unheard of for 3 people to become top-ranked skill holders at once like this. But Ryuya doesn't understand why he's the only one who's been given these abilities. He thinks it's God's will. Grandpa says not to fall into despondency. He should go back to his old life, because that's how ordinary people live, and if he understood him, then let him do what he said. Suddenly the boy was called out by someone. One of his friends calms him down, saying that they care about him. They are only children, and they only managed to live to this day because they helped each other. Ryuya believed them, but they said that things were different now. The children began to mock him, saying that the boys would quickly become great, and the boy should go on a scavenger hunt alone. As they walked away from him, they never stopped joking about it. The child fell into even greater despair. The boy began to be driven from the place. The apostle gives him one last piece of advice. Many mediocrities often have this story, and doesn't he think it's worth it to level up if you don't have the skill? Ryuya thinks it's just a fantasy, but his grandfather says that fighting monsters, killing and gaining experience from them without a skill is a completely stupid idea. After saying that it's not a sin to be unusual, he kicks the boy to the side. However, it's reckless to go to the forest to level up and end up being devoured by demons. Only fools do that. But it's his will. People won't care if he dies. After all, the world won't lose anything from it. Ryuya lost. Any pathetic orphan will have his life changed if he manages to get the skill here at the blessing ceremony. Ryuya thinks he lost a bet that was only made once in his life. Liber, Zeta, and Creedrod apparently got a big cush. The protagonist is happy for his so-called friends, but he can't say it to himself. He can't be happy after today. The boy does not hold back his tears. He is very hurt. It's all terrible for him. Too many bad thoughts are in the boy's mind. He doesn't understand why fate has dealt him this way. At one point he comes out of his tantrum and begins to reason out his future with a cool head. The guy is tormented by the question, how should he live his life now? If he leads the same life as before, alone, he will someday die under the fence. He wonders what he needs to do to prevent that from happening. He will have to make the bet again. In other words, level. He'll raise the level. No matter how many hundreds of thousands of people with no skilling had challenged and failed, the probability of that happening in his current position was extremely low. That said, his level after growing up in the city is the first level, but that probably doesn't matter either. From this point on, in order to survive and look a little triumphant, the boy realizes that there is no other way. Family, fortune, friends. He who has nothing to lose, no matter what, can become strong. A few days passed. He killed his first monster. Ryuya thinks it's completely unrealistic and he will die. Even the weakest hair that seemed weak to him was able to beat him. The child is bleeding again and he's scared. Anyway, he ran around every single day and only got more injuries. There were no serious injuries, but the boy was scratched and bitten, and if it continued like this it would be very bad. Was it pointless after all? That's what the kid's asking himself. People without skill try to level up, and it all ends sadly, namely they get mauled to death. Leading a normal life is in his best interest. A dream appears in a man who doesn't realize his situation, and when he faces reality, this is what he sees. At the end of the journey, a level 1 with no skill and no fellow fighters will die. If you go back now, it's realistic to survive. But since he was going to die anyway, no matter which way he went, the boy moved forward with confidence. And then, deep in the forest, he met a blue dragon. He was unaware of the terror that came from this creature. There are rumors and legends that it killed the best adventurers and destroyed countless towns and villages in the blink of an eye. Ryuya doesn't know what to do now. He has accepted the fact that he will soon be a dead man. The boy heard a voice from somewhere. A dragon was standing right in front of him. The boy assumes he is hearing the voice of this mythical creature. The dragon spoke of daring to come down to earth by the will of heaven and not thinking that he would face such a strange doom. The dragon says that boy is wrong and he is not just a dragon but a dragon serpent. After telling the human boy that his doom has managed to change his fate, influence the will of the heavens and bring the two of them together, he asks what he wishes for in the future. The boy doesn't know what he's talking about. The dragon says that whatever the boy wishes, in order to grasp this wish, he must do everything with his own hands, namely, until he wishes something from the bottom of his heart and stretches out his hands to it. Neither the heavens, nor people, nor the gods will give him anything. He repeats his question about what this child wishes for. Ryuya is puzzled by what is happening. He does not believe this creature with wings, but he dares to speak of what he wishes. The boy wished for strength. The dragon laughed when he heard the answer, but said it could be arranged, but there was one but. Such a great power with which even without the skill that God had to grant me, personally, he wouldn't have absolutely no problem with it. The boy asks if he can give it to him. As he said, neither heaven nor earth will give him anything. The lad must grasp his desire himself and nurture it. All he can do is help the child and he can get what he wants and doesn't want. The boy asks if this is true. Isn't it also the will of heaven? But how can it be? The dragon says he will tell it briefly. The blue serpent dragon Khan Umonasi will become the boy's diabolical trainer and train him through brutal beatings. The boy will be exhausted, but that doesn't scare him. 5 years of training have passed. Ryuya has matured. They ran out of time between training. The boy approaches the teacher, offering to repeat, but he replies to him that he has had enough and should check his status. We are shown Rui's characterization. He has the highest data, but the guy keeps thinking that he's a no talent with no skills and he should practice some more. The dragon has something to say to him. Normal people don't have a level higher than 99. Ryuya doesn't believe him. He asks him, is it all because he trained with him? But the dragon can only say one thing. The dragon serpent has a level limit of 10 million, and since he became stronger when paired with him, it's the best time to stop in that area. The guy hadn't fully realized it yet. He wanted to become strong enough to be able to interrupt the lack of skill. Perhaps he could get closer to his ideal. His teacher taunts him that he's about to cry from the memories, but the guy says he's just remembering his hellish days. He says thank you to the dragon serpent, for it's all thanks to him. The guy bows to the dragon and he gives him a parting gift. The power that the lad had received, he himself had nurtured and grasped, for he had said that they gave nothing. But as for the gift, let that remain between them. Teacher and student say goodbye on a good note. His rock had reached the next level and now he had better go and act as the lad wished, the dragon said. As the teacher flew away, the boy asked if they would meet again. The dragon snake reported that if your fate so predestines, such a thing will happen. The sky became empty and calm. Ryuya thinks that these 5 years were like a dream and he in every way almost actually died. Someone comes up behind him and he notices a crowd of monsters. They were goblins, and angry at their tactlessness, he swung round to hit them, for they were preventing him from indulging in his memories. His blow left the goblin lifeless. Once again he failed to hold back. When the goblins split into small pieces and there are no corpses left, they don't run away. Somewhere around level 10,000 everything gets shredded. After killing the goblins, he ponders, what should he do now? Not only has he become physically stronger over his training, this seems to be a story also about the work of cleansing his soul of a little resentment and hostility. Before the training, the guy thought that once he got the power and ascended, he would laugh at his friends who betrayed him. But those feelings were washed away somewhere. He had risked his life so much that it was no good, but now things couldn't go on like this. Ryuya remembered himself as the little boy he had been 5 years ago. Maybe he should put his plan into action again. Even without a skill, he could still make ends meet with the help of passable quests. He decides to become an adventurer. As he walked between the mountains humming a song, he noticed something. It was the men who told him that it was dangerous to wander here alone. The lad thought they were mountain brigands and they were offering to walk with him to safety. If they are not forcibly taking away personal belongings, then they want the boy himself. Ryuya is directly asked if they are kidnapping people. They inform him that he dishonors them with these words, and the men are ordinary people, friendly and a little wild. They ask if he has any good skills. After a glance around, the brigands reckon the slave trader would pay a lot for the lad. They threaten to kill him if Ryuya doesn't go with them. They promise to sell him for a good price. However, the boy says he has no skills and they won't get much money. They don't care, even if he is lying, the brigands just want the money. The protagonist says there's nothing they can do and they think he's resigned to calling him a source of income. With a light blow, their bearded man flies off, left without a face. They're shocked he killed him with his bare hands and think the guy has a skill. The brigands think that skillet is applicable for surprise strikes and it's a superior thing. The men want to kill him because he won't be a commodity anymore. Ryuya thinks about the fact that even after their comrade is killed, the bandits still have higher joy of high-quality booty, and it comes out that they are mental freaks. The bandits begin their attack. In a few seconds, the bandits are gone. The whole neighborhood is filled with corpses. The last bandit begs the protagonist to spare him, but he is not going to do it, because just let them go, they will continue to kill and sell because they have already done enough. He doesn't feel like a callous man who doesn't give a damn about the killers, but rather than drag him for days out of this backwoods and turn him into the proper people, it's better to kill him. Suddenly someone starts calling him. Another bandit says that while he went to the loo, the bloke killed everyone. He calls his skill powerful, not knowing it's missing. The bandit assumes he has a pure enhancement skillet, but the protagonist replies that he doesn't have one. The man is delighted by the encounter. Bandit was the bearer of a 10% gain to strength, and he wishes to compete. The protagonist is surprised from the fact that he, having the skillet, was still outlawing in the mountains. The guy thinks he's the chosen one, but the man doesn't care. Ryuya lectures him that the point of power is to use it for others, but the man, having the skill, only used it for himself. On top of that, he tries to hurt others. The brigand insults the guy, but the protagonist accepts his offer of a measure of strength. Gripping the ground, the lad pulls it out. The size of the earth is 5 times the size of the guy, but he holds it with one hand. The robber is shocked, and the guy launches his attack. He buries him alive without burying him in the ground. The boy notices someone. He saw a mustachioed little man, and he ran towards him. The boy asks if this man is the slave trader who taught those brigands, and were they his bodyguards. The man denies it, saying he just met them on the road while transporting goods. As of today, his shop is closing. The man says that he's really strong, and since it's like this, maybe under his command he can find a use for our protagonist's skills. As a reward, he'll pay him 3 times what he owes those bums. As he assesses Rui's strength, he offers to be the boy's accomplice. The laborer went on to tell him what a fine business he has, and that he was once even ranked 16th in desirable occupations. If not interested in money, he offered to pay wages with people. The protagonist kills him, leaving him nothing but a wet spot. Of course, this is for the world and for the people. The guy starts knocking on the carriage and saying if there's anyone here, they'd better run away. The boy notices a little girl. Was she a victim of kidnapping too? The Kingdom of Centakillion, Shimanura Fashion Center. We are shown a girl whose level is about to go up too. The girl is asked about her wishes. The seemingly kind people pretend to want to help her with her clothing choices today, and she has a nice outfit, just like pajamas. But they were pajamas. The girl is in a panic. She doesn't know what to do because she was allowed to choose whatever she wanted. It is the first time she is in such a fancy store. She asks the protagonist to help her. Ryuya was sitting on the bench unhappily. He didn't have any enthusiasm, rather he was annoyed. This was to be expected from the towns. Back to the present, the girl said that she would do anything for him to take her with him. He clarifies if she will definitely do anything he says. The guy suggests going back to her native place for example. The girl is surprised. The kid confesses to her that there was a blessing ceremony the other day, and there she was able to get a skillet, but it was somehow amazing. From that day on, some strange atmosphere began to hang in the village, and one night she was suddenly attacked while she was sleeping. Ryuya realizes that she has been kidnapped by slave traders. They said there would be plenty of buyers for a young girl with such a skill. For them, a rare skill is priceless. The protagonist wondered how the slave traders knew about the existence of this girl. It turned out that there were whispers about her in the village, and it was logical that the rumors reached the brigands as well. The child didn't want to go home or back to the village. The boy took her in his arms and said they would go together. But now he had plans to become an adventurer. Anyway, by this course of circumstances they came here, but is it really a good thing? He began to be offered all sorts of goods that would be useful for any long journey. The dragon snake teacher's gift turned out to be golden coarse sand. He wondered about its use. He was thanked by the girl, but he does not understand why she gives herself so fiercely. They were now in the Centakillion capital. The child asked him what that large building was on the floating island, and he replied that it was a castle. The girl assumes that the king lives there. After 5 years, our protagonist returned home. The Adventurers Guild hasn't changed its favor. Skills mean everything in it, so there are not a few rude people. The girl was scared, but they dared to go inside. After opening the door, Ryuya asked permission to enter. The woman asked if they wanted to check in, but the little girl was frightened by the sight of her. She was frightened, saying that she knew so and so knew that the Adventurers Guild was a scary place. It was the master of the Adventurers Guild. Her name was Londite. She says that the girl is unfit because she is afraid, but the young man beside her had strong nerves. Ruya says that 5 years ago he was completely numb in front of you. The girl began to remember him. The protagonist called the girl names like Auntie, but didn't call her ugly like the others did. He asked how the others were doing. She told him that people with rare skills were being recruited early. The guy said that was normal for the church and they were still a bunch without any morals. He tells me that this was the reason he trained alone, so that even without a skill you could become adventurous. In addition to helping and getting into trouble, the protagonist leaned in and began to ask her to register him as an adventurer. The little girl also began to ask this. She said that Mr. Ryu was a precarious man. He had saved her when the girl was kidnapped by bad people. He was a wonderful man and will definitely be a good adventurer. That's what this child thinks. The boy wonders why the girl is acting hotter and more desperate than he is. The childhood friend laughs off the situation, calling the boy a fool. She suggests that he repeat what an adventurer needs to do. The energy to get any job done, the ability to stick to his intentions, and a heart that sympathizes with his friends. After his words, Londite accepted him into the Adventurers Guild. He was surprised that there was no skillet item among the items, the girl joking that she kept him company in training an infinite number of times. She continued to praise him, and said that Mrs. Londite was good, albeit formidable in appearance. The girl laughed after hearing this. What happened to the child was entirely a court case, but she had been through a lot. The girl agreed with this. Regarding the incident when the protagonist met her, the slave trader and his henchmen who attacked him, he killed on the spot, said the guy. Londite praised him, for outside the city with killing with bare hands is essentially non-existent. At that slave trader's place, among the items was something that might come in handy. The protagonist gave it to the girl. Londite was shocked at what she saw. They were account books of the slave trade, duplicate contracts, and even notes of customers' habits. The girl thought him admirable, even though he had killed many. Then Londite hands the lad a small item, saying he knows how to handle it. It was a guild card, showing the information needed to register. He had to smear his blood on a special piece of paper. The screen showed Ryu's characterization. He was confused since he only had level 17. Saying that the guy would be right back, he left the room. The boy checked his stats and calmed down. They are also now showing on your screen, but he wonders why the level is so low. He learns from Londite that indeed in some book it was said that a person could have a maximum level of 99, but she has never met such a person in her life. Even an adventurer could get on a rank when they reach level 50, but for someone to get past level 60, it's already a legend. In other words, the map is not designed to show levels above 99, so it shows the last 2 digits available for display. The main character had level 8,347,917. Registration complete. Londite is interrupted. It was that little girl. She asks to take her too. She really wants to work here. Since she has gone through the ceremony, she is already a fine and mature person, and there is no reason to refuse even out of guild principles. But she wants her to go through the registration with the skill. The child is wary. Londite asks her if, as a capable adventurer, she is willing to call upon her skill that has brought her so much grief. Ruya asks if it is okay not to show it, but the girl replies that it is mandatory. She realizes that this is very hard for the girl, but at that moment the child screams that she is willing to do it. Since she will be an adventurer along with Ryu-san, she doesn't have a shadow of a doubt. Londite appreciated her answer and handed her a map, showing her where the knife lay. The girl cut herself trying to open the envelope. The screen shows a characterization of the girl. We learn that her name is Noam. Ruya didn't understand what the Alchemy King's skillet meant. Londite panicked and started looking for a list of skills. It turned out to be the highest level of alchemy, the SSS qualification. But Noam didn't understand it. It was a top-grade crafting skillet that included a blender, a blacksmith, and a mechanic. With only one alchemist, the price of a city would skyrocket. Londite was happy about this news. The girl thought the skillet was extraordinary, but they already knew that from her reaction. It turns out that everyone in Noam's homeland went into a frenzy. She thinks she's a golden egg because if such a skillet appears, everyone will lose their heads. Ruya realizes that's exactly what happened to her. The girl screams that she only wants to be with Ruya-san and trusts only him. He too has learned the feeling of distrusting others. The human relationship built so far has collapsed because of the skill he received. If a guy can help her, he will definitely do it. At that moment, someone turned to know him. It was a man named Mashao, a wielder of the Ghost Hand's skill. He offered the girl to be friends with her so they would be rank B friends. The man called her a cutie and said that it would be possible to create phantoms day and night. Supposedly you couldn't wish for a better one. Ruya chased the insolent man away, saying that Noam wanted to be in the company of only him. The bandit became angry and, calling the protagonist trash, began an attempt to kill him. Knight declares legitimate self-defense. Before he could praise his ghostly hands, something happened to the man. 40 minutes later, Rue and Gnome were walking southeast of the city on the Corinth Plain. She praised him, saying that he beat that man well, and also that she had fallen in love with him again. The protagonist was surprised to hear this. The guy worries that he had wronged that man, but Knight reassures him, saying that he was rotten, he would be finished off soon enough as it was. Gnome meanwhile continued to admire the protagonist. The girl shouted and announced the start of the recruits' training to collect medicinal plants. Commanding, she asked if her chickens wanted to pick herbs, and they said they did. Knight called them pink babies that had just been born. Now she would furiously hammer into them all the various intricacies of adventurer work, and no respite. If they weakened, Knight would shove black seaweed into them. And so began their training. A few minutes later, when the girl was talking about how even those who had their hand in gathering could make mistakes and put the wrong plants in the basket. At that time, Ryu had already finished collecting. He collected everything correctly. Knight was very surprised. The protagonist said that he was practicing in the mountains and she called him a wild child. Gnome reported that she had done all the work that way. She gathered a high-grade medicinal herb that did not grow here. Most likely Gnome used her skill, but she wouldn't admit it, for them they just caught her eye. The girl respects the main character. She called him awesome because he collected all the plants without a skill. Since they finished the task early, the boys hoped to go home early, but Knight said they would be exploring the area. There is an area on this plane that you can't set foot on. The place they were going to now, during their training period, Knight planned to explore with them once. And since the boys would be adventurers, they should remember something. The protagonist noticed that the storyteller was starting to shiver, plus there was a faint fog here. There was definitely something extraordinary ahead of them. Knight continued, saying that if they got lost by mistake, they would have to say goodbye to their lives. The Adventurers Guild of the Centakillian Kingdom had defined forbidden territory that should never be set foot in, and it is called the Evil Spirit Zone. What's the name of the one waiting for the boys? The clergy are also putting up a barrier and defending themselves as best they can. Half of the territory has been taken over by evil spirits. If one carelessly walks in here, it will end up with them just chasing you to death. Knight said this. A team of adventurers has begun to invade a forbidden territory that should never be stepped on. They wondered if they were really outside the barrier now. The girl says that now is the perfect opportunity to show them her skill. She uses sound amplification. With this power, even whispers in the distance can be clearly made out. Even with a disembodied spirit that doesn't create any sounds, something will come out. Surprisingly to the boys, this ability is passive. The girl wonders why such a formidable woman has non-aggressive magic skills. Knight is not happy that they say that about her skill. She has used it more than once to save herself from imminent doom. Adventurers know how to escape danger. Gnome said that's why she's the guild master. At that moment, the girl heard something. Probably an approaching monster. Everyone got scared and the master said to run. It was a member of the most sinister class. According to the information, it is not affected by any physical attacks. Ryu moved to attack, and the girls were scared for him, for they didn't know the guy's real strength. The protagonist told Knight that he trusted her with Gnome for the duration of the fight. The monster started to approach the guy. The girls squealed, and at that moment there was a powerful shockwave. Ryu stood very still, looking at the remains of the monster. Gnome and Knight were panicked by his calmness. Evil spirits sucked the life force out of a person, just as the guy thought. He had succeeded in wiping him out when he let his unbelievable at a time. Physics doesn't work on him, Gnome said. Knight thinks he still has some sort of skill, but it's more likely to be technique. But more importantly, it seems the real situation is more dangerous than imagined. The protagonist decided to go ahead. The girl was negative about this venture. If the guy continues to exorcise evil spirits at the same pace, there won't be any left on this plane. But it will take 3 whole days to cross this plane. The girls proposed to go back. 35 minutes later, something happened in the center of the miasms. The adventurers spotted a castle in the fog. They didn't understand how this was even possible. Ryu was angry why they followed him, but such was the guildmaster's temper. Gnome didn't want to part with the boy. After all, she always wants to be by his side. Saying this, the girl was shaking with fear. Suddenly another monsters appeared to meet them. They were called legions. After reaching supposedly the inside of the castle, they were on the top floor. It was called the throne room. The unfamiliar girl told the boys that she didn't get many visitors. Well, that's understandable. She lived in a dangerous place. Ryu asks the girl if she is the boss of the evil spirits that filled the plane. Gnome says the girl is very pale. The fact that she was put in one next to those spirits, like legions, she thought it was inconsiderate and rude. She turned out to be one of the higher beings that rule this world. One of the 18 devil spirits. Her name was Abinion. Then Ruya suggested that she disappear from this place. The Deviless was shocked by such a statement. The protagonist asked if it was true that the local spirits appeared because of her. Abinion replied that she did not know why the monsters were with her. The girl assumes that they reached for her miasmas. That is why it is an inconvenience to the whole neighborhood. If the Deviless finds refuge somewhere else, as far away from the city as possible, that would be the best option. Noam agrees with the guy. Since she is a supreme being, it seems to him that it would be within her capability. But the girl replies that no, she liked it here, that's why she settled here, because humans do the same thing. Maybe so, but they don't live as long as she did and they don't have as much power. If she is wise, can she quiet her divine arrogance and give in to the humans? These were the words of Ryuo. Since it was a question of arrogance, the Deviless said what the rule, which has not been broken by anyone since ancient times, means that the weak must obey the strong. The weak surrender with a shout, fall to the bottom in a flash, and beg for supreme mercy, otherwise death awaits them. That is the only way it should be, thinks the Deviless. But the protagonist has a proposition for her. He says that if he is stronger than she is, she will obey him. Abinion gets angry, saying he doesn't realize the predicament he's in. Ignorance, and such vanity, in her opinion, deserves a certain death. She's going to kill him slowly so he can feel the agony of hell. Ryuya wants to fight the boss of the evil spirits. It was a completely different level in Londite's opinion, as her intuition of an adventurer with over a decade of experience told her so. She was supported by Noam. Deviless turns to the girls who were looking on. She tells them not to worry, for she will spare them and let them return to the city. They do not understand the reason for her mercy. In return, she demands that they spread the word around the neighborhood about the tragic death of this fellow. Abinion wants them to be singers warning others. The main character didn't have an ounce of doubt that she would leave no one alive. He liked it and thought she was kind. The Deviless calls it a ratio problem and that he doesn't know what he's gotten himself into. And yet she leaves two alive, and there is good feelings in her judgment. The Deviless even takes a bit of a liking to the guy. He's looking at her sweetly at the moment. Abinion became embarrassed when she heard what he said. But immediately anger came over her, for she thinks the boy is flattering her. So he said he would not take her life until her complete surrender. No one had ever said such a thing to her before. Before the boy died, she decided to give her a lecture on the structure of the world. It was important to her that the girls also listen to her story. Abinion began her story by saying that there are 3 kinds of higher beings on Earth. In truth, she belonged to the top species. The girl was a devil spirit. There were only 18 of them in the world. Scratching her head, the protagonist informed her that she had told them that when she introduced herself. Abinion said that a person could have a maximum of level 99. On that basis, she asked how they were doing with this case. To make them even more desperate, she dares them to peel off the leaves one by one. The screen shows the maximum levels of the creatures. She was at level 59,845. The girls panicked at what they heard because it was over 10,000. They think there's no way a human could compete with such a thing. They think that their city has come to an end. Abinion expected to see such a reaction. The Deviless turned to the protagonist, asking if he realized his dwarven power. The guy answered her that he had not. The girl was enraged. Rua hit her and there was a huge explosion. The Deviless was overwhelmed by his vitality. She sees that her devil spirit body began to vaporize. Abinion turned pale. The guy thought she was no different from evil spirits and would be neutralized if hit with her life force. The Deviless can't believe it. She can't see the guy's level information. The protagonist confesses to her, saying that he has 8,347,917 level. She was completely shocked. The girls interjected about what he had just said. Abinion began to furiously surrender to him. Kneeling down, she says what she was stupid and didn't know what she had gotten herself into. The Deviless begs for the guy to spare at least her life. He was surprised that she believed him. She called him Her Majesty, saying that his power penetrated her to the bone. The girl begrudgingly apologizes to him for disturbing her, but she wonders if our protagonist is familiar with something like a huge snake or some natural phenomenon. He said he was familiar with a dragon serpent. The devil woman starts telling him that they are carelessly breaking the rules of the universe and walking away. The guy doesn't understand what that means. She recently said that there are 3 kinds of higher beings on Earth, but beyond that, beyond this world, beings called the 8 dragon snakes, the 4 dimensions and the 2 poles, dwell in unreachable space. Once every few hundred years, they come unexpectedly and have such an impact that the world is turned upside down. The protagonist thinks he understands what she means. In other words, the guy has been chosen by the dragon serpent. Abinion humbly apologizes for her rudeness and she'll do anything. Then he orders her to die. She starts to beat herself, but the guy says he was just kidding. Just like that, peace came to the plane, and on the way back, a wave of questions hit the boy. For example, about his level, Noam asked that it was not really level 17 and the Sword Master said that the map just did not show the real value of his level because it was too high. Londite, saying that she had seen things and in her mind she was thinking about something, but she would have to believe it and accept it. Noam said that she always thought our protagonist was a striking man. He doesn't think he is, because for strong personalities like them, skill doesn't matter, unlike the guy, because he gets screwed over. He was also bothered a lot by the despair and inferiority complex of a person who doesn't have a skill, and he'd been tormented for 5 years by going to the bathroom in the wilderness. Even now, the guy thinks he's a mediocrity, because in his opinion, he's only gotten stronger and his abilities are probably limited. So now the protagonist will often rely on those who have gotten a find like Noam had. He asks her if she will help him at a time like this. The happy girl says she would gladly help him. Someone behind them says the guy has exceptional personality. It was Abinian. The boy wondered what she was doing here, for he had given her orders to leave the area. She said that she had even put the lock away already. Turning around, the adventurer master said that he had indeed disappeared as well. The Deviless said that the castle was actually ghostly, for it was made of her. Lastly, the fellow advised her not to give her any more trouble. Looking off into the distance, Abinian wanted to say something, namely that she intended to be with Her Majesty everywhere. The girls' faces were full of shock and bewilderment. Londite said that evil spirits would come to them because of it, but Abinian said that if they closed the faucet, everything would be solved. What faucet she was referring to no one understood, but she said to look further. Due to her miasma customization, she can be in free flight, ranging from white to transparent. Well, everyone together began to return home in triumph. The boys think the source of their problems is talking too much. At this point there was an unexpected twist. This was confirmed by our protagonists. Abinian remembered, since there was an oath between master and servant, the Deviless has something to give. The guy didn't understand what she meant. Abonian kissed Ruya. Londite disliked it very much. The protagonist decided to use his tongue in the kiss. The girl liked it. But how does he manage to touch the ghost? After finishing their passions, Abonian said that they were now spiritually connected and could share a part of each other's sensations. You should look at the girls. She passed on the ability to see the characteristics of other people. A guy won't be able to see the characteristics of someone who is stronger than him, but those don't exist at the moment. Now that's a really good gift. We are shown what our protagonist sees when he looks at the girls. Ruya is shocked because he really does see all the parameters. It was her humble help. Such a thing can't be accomplished with his fists alone. After all, he only told those girls. Without any doubt or regret, she shared this gift. Puzzled, she asked him about the fact that he might not be able to accept it from one who brings trouble. The boy looked at the girl. In his mind he was thinking that could a devil spirit have such a pretty face. At the same time, she tells him that it's been a long time since a man called her beautiful. That's how, from the first day of adventurers' registration, they have worked heroically. They returned to the city in triumph. They were met by a full of ugly man with a man who had been beaten by the protagonist. The master adventurer recognized him as Degrizu. That was his name. Dogwoodza was surprised that the guy was realistically without a skillet or weapon. Ruya familiarized himself with his characteristics. They are displayed on the screen. The guy was surprised by his skill, specifically the degree of liking and disliking 10. This information is not displayed on the map. He asked him who this guy even was. Dogwoodza began to tell him that he had been affectionate with his younger brother Bari, and he would answer for it. His brother's entire faction is going to take phantom revenge on him. Calling his brother scum, he sends him flying into the clouds with one punch. The first thing he does is point his finger at our hero, calling him a man who lives without skill. Dogwoodza is about to break his arms and legs, and then he turns to Lundeda, saying that she will now be his mistress and he a master adventurer, for she has long been a nuisance to him, and Noam he would find good use for. Too loud were the plans voiced. It was with such triumph that they returned to the city. At one point something began to happen to his body. It was an energy jolt. It was Abonian who intervened. She asked permission from the protagonist to punish them, but he told her it was his personal struggle. Before the torture, Dejizu only cared about the body of the Deviless. These were not the best last thoughts before the torment, and then they cleaned the Adventurers Guild of the Troublemakers. The case was closed. We are shown the next day of the Adventurers Guild. Londite begins her speech with an apology. She wants them to take the dungeon quest. The team is in a predicament. Was this the birth of two legends? First of all, Londite wants to thank them, for they freed up the plains for herb harvesting and cleaned up after Dogwoodza and his cohorts. Ruya doesn't see it as a big deal. The girl raised the guy to the second rank called D. Noam has stayed at rank 1 for now, but with her skill, she will easily rise to rank C or B. The girl realizes that it's okay because the main character has contributed more than her. Abinian thinks she is very nice and humble. The guildmaster says that they are overstepping their bounds, for they are rapidly rising in rank, and she is helping them to do so. The guys don't understand what the problem is, but the Deviless said that there's even a bigger problem than a small problem. she started saying something about their powers. Blondite says the powers that be won't leave them alone. Either they will want to take the boys in or crush them. The guild can't protect ranks from F to D. Church, Royal Palace, Magic Academy, and other organizations. This is a list of those who will want to use them. The list could go on forever. If they don't want to be used, they'll have to show character. Ryu looks at his hands and realizes that even without a skill, he could start a war if he used them seriously. Enormous power is not evil in itself, but he cannot use it just for his own benefit. He can use it to bring peace. The protagonist has realized something. He needs to complete as many quests as possible so he can raise the team's ranks. Just in case, the master adventurer writes them a letter of recommendation on his behalf. The screen shows the details of the quest. 43 minutes later, they arrived at the gates of the dungeon in the Centakillion Kingdom. The boys were surprised by their size. A dungeon guide named Kama Denchiski chases the protagonists away. Kama scolds the guy for trying to enter the dungeon with level 17 and no skill. The guy says they have a letter of recommendation. Noam and Abinion overhear them being behind the wall. The guide can't believe his eyes because his sister wrote that these two are strong and everything is fine. The team enters the dungeon. Noam turned to Ryuya. Just as he thought, the girl is only level 3 and the dungeon scares her. The guy says to stay close to him. But it turns out that's not the case. Noam was just thinking about the material in the query. The tour guide scolded, telling her to stop filtering them, because this wasn't an attraction for couples in love. The girl asked if it is true that people with strong skills are given more opportunities in the dungeon. Kama replied that yes, it's not fair, but no matter how hard a person tries, a strong skill decides everything. Those who have a good skill, they live a much richer life than others because it's easier to level up. Rua thinks she's right, because he's sure there are many people who are unlucky who would agree with her. They have reached their first goal, namely the root of the miscanthus. Noam said it was strange and it only grew a little further. The girl wanted to go there, but the guide tried to stop her, saying it was a trap. The root was the body of a monster, and when a living creature enters its territory, it entangles the victim and sucks all the blood out of it. An effective way would be an ability that can strike and penetrate through the lands and strike, or setting everything on fire with a fire skill. Plucking out a root? Ruya asked, is this what they are looking for? The guide is puzzled. After all, having sensed danger, he should try to run away. The protagonist replied, that's why he pulled him out quickly. Kama doesn't understand something. The fact that this miscanthus root is bigger than usual. This is dragon miscanthus root. The chance of getting it was less than 1%. Ruya asks Noam if she knows anything about it. The girl started to evaluate the item. It was one of the features of the Alchemy Lord's skill. Since she went with it, the quality of the items found improves. The same thing happened on the training quest. They found their second target. It was the Horn of Kiki. It was a huge monster that resembled a horse. This monster pierces through steel armor as if it were a piece of paper. In 1 second, Ryu was victorious. This is also something amazing. The guide has never seen such a thing. The boy wonders to know what it even is. According to the girl, it is the best material not only for making armor, but also as an alchemical ingredient. It was a Kiki blade. Kama was surprised that once again they had a rare drop. Long live the Lord of Alchemy. It turns out that this ingredient is rarer than what the team was looking for. They have one more item left to find. Rua asks the girl if it's hard for her to carry Kiki's blade. The dungeon guide started talking about the last ingredient, asking them not to burrow in. The red sand remained. It was much more dangerous than the ones they had encountered. The team requests that she guide them to it. Red sand is a soft, high-quality mineral that can be used to make medicine. But when it comes in contact with air, it will disintegrate into different compounds and mercury. To defend itself, it will attack any living thing that comes near it. It's also called the mercury slug. They reach the place where it is found. Rua asks if it's liquid, can they sneak it into the guild? The third target appeared before their eyes. There was a lot of red sand piled up. The boy wondered how to defeat it, but the guide has no idea. It can't take physical attacks and it's poisonous. Perhaps it can be defeated by some skill. No matter how strong the poison is, it won't affect the protagonist. Rua tells Noam that he's going to dive. Leaping pike-like, he was rapidly approaching the substance in question. Kama is shocked at what's happening. She thinks the guy's going to die. 2 minutes later, the mercury stopped moving. The boy floated up from the bottom of the liquid. In his hands he held his nucleus. The girl doesn't understand how the boy was able to survive at all. While Rua was floating in the mercury, Noam made an antidote, for its poison accumulates in the body. The protagonist tries to refuse, saying he's fine, but the girl insists. The guy didn't realize what was wrong with the guy. Suddenly someone told them that they shouldn't just stand there. It was Abinion. She began to explain that if nothing was done, the core would melt and disappear. The Deviless asked her to give it to her. The fact is that her body is separated from the outside world. It has no air or even oxygen. The team was about to head back, discussing what had happened. The dungeon guide realized that she had underestimated the guy, because even though he doesn't have powers, he is very strong. She is sure that he will be very happy to get 3 rare materials, but maybe she found one good person after all. A week later, the guild master was furious at the speed of the task. She wondered what could be done about them. She decided to introduce them to the head of the craftsmen's guild, a man called Senjui. Ryuya doesn't understand what the artisans guild is, he asks Londite about it. The man was surprised because they had completed the very tricky quest. Senjui knows that even for adventurers of great rank, it takes a few years to collect everything. But the quest wasn't finished yet, and the guy was asked to sit down. The protagonist wonders what the artisan representative forgot here, so they have something to make with these materials. Noam talked about the 3 main ingredients, namely anesthetic, tonic, and red sand. They are needed to create the X potion. This is a very powerful version of the regular potion. It is even capable of restoring lost limbs and blood. The customer for this quest was the royal palace along with the artisans. One had to gather materials, make and deliver at least 10 bottles to the royal palace. Even the best doctors and alchemists can't fulfill such an absurd order. It seems that the war with the demons in the northeast is not going well. Such a potion could be created by someone with high alchemy skill, but there are no such people in his guild. If there was such a person in the kingdom, he would be worth his weight in gold. Therefore, when someone receives such a rank at the blessing ceremony, they are hunted. The man thinks he will have to call off this assignment. He feels sorry for the multitude of money they will lose. Noam tells him to wait. She agrees to make X potions. Senjui is shocked. He asks her who she is and what she's carrying. The girl confesses that she has the skill of an alchemy lord. She knows how to make them, and he should rely on it. Senjui wonders to Londite why she, having such a man in the guild, never said a word to him about it. The girl informs him that he can rely on her. It seems that she decided to use her skill of her own free will, maybe because of our protagonist. After a week, she finished. She made 300 bottles of X potion instead of the specified 10. The adventurers are shocked by the number of them. The next day, Senjui asks the girl to join the craftsmen's guild. He tells her that this place is not suitable for her. Alchemist is a very honorable profession, especially if she is a lord of alchemy. He promises her better conditions and untold riches. But without listening to the man, our gnome refuses the offer. But if there's any order, she's ready to fulfill it. Ryuya notices that the girl seems to have grown in confidence, and if the quest helped her grow up, then it wasn't useless. Senjui is not going to give up. And by the way, he has one more request. It was no secret that the number of potions was much higher than what the royal palace had ordered. For a job well done, she definitely deserves praise. It turns out that the king himself is waiting for them at the royal palace. They arrive to see the king. His name was Leonard Friedrich Centikilian Elric Sol 13. He tells them that they have done an excellent job and their potions will surely save their country. He realizes how difficult this task was and Leonardo did not think anyone could do it. It was a great feat for such young adventurers. The king would like to reward them with a worthy honor. Noam trembles, but says they did their best. Ryuya thinks about the fact that the king understood and issued this quest anyway. Are there really circumstances that make it necessary to issue such quests? First of all, he is going to give them the Green Spirit Order, and appoints Noam as the royal alchemist with full pay. Of course, they won't be able to accept requests from other kingdoms, but they'll pay as much as the guys want and give whatever they want. The girl asks that he listen to her. She wants the king to understand the fact that these potions required very rare materials, and she wishes him to reward the one who gathered them alone. She points at our protagonist. Ryuya did not expect this turn of events. Leonardo asks if it's true. Noam replies that yes. The protagonist begins to tell the story of how they met, saying that he is sort of her guardian. The conversation continued for some time. The king now knew the whole story of the slave traders and the girl's rescue, and believed that he had single-handedly collected all the rare materials. And the king asks the question, what skill does our protagonist have? And Ryuya calmly replies that he doesn't have any skill. The king thinks he's lying to him, but the guy denies the fact. Leonardo was furious, saying that there are people in the world who hide their skills in order to get hurt, but after all, he has a king in front of him, and he must utilize all the human resources of the kingdom. It is a sin to hide your skill from the king, the man continued to say. Ryuya said maybe he should show him the guild map. He agreed to it. The king can't believe it, for this is the first time he's met someone without a skill. At this point, their conversation is interrupted by someone. It was the king's minister. His name was Husaid Camille. The man says that surely the fellow must be lying, for he could not have achieved all this without having the skill. The minister thinks he is trying to gain the king's trust. Since he doesn't have the skill, he's useless. The king should better pay attention only to the girl with the alchemy skill. If they chase Rui away, Noam is also going to leave. Hussein began to tell the girl that they were only doing this for her sake, for such a chosen young girl should not stand next to useless rubbish with no skill. Scum like him are worthless, said the minister. The girl started shouting that Ruya-san is her savior and she doesn't want to hear anything from someone who says nasty things about him. Abinion appeared and reported that it was perfectly well said. Becoming of enormous size, the devil is ordered to start reciting tirades of praise to her lord or else they might all suffer. At first she wanted to destroy the whole kingdom, but now she will confine herself to this palace. The king and his minister were frightened by this pale woman. Gritting her teeth, Abinion asks permission to carry out her plans, but the lad forbids her. The minister orders the guards to attack the ghost. The protagonist says they don't want to fight, but Abinion got into a tizzy calling all the servants small fish and that hundreds of thousands of them would be no match for her. Well, it was true. The king asked the fellow about having a servant. Ruya says he met her, and Abinion interrupts him, saying she just fell in love. The Deviless informs him that she is the mistress of all the evil spirits that live on earth, and people call her the Kurant. And they should wonder, for she is the servant of our protagonist. Everyone around him was shocked because he had subdued a walking disaster. The king thinks if it's true, his achievements are even greater. But the minister insists, saying it's a lie. This ghost woman is just trying to deceive him. She is in cahoots with a scum without skill. Hussein says the king should think for himself. Is a guy capable of defeating such a monster? Abinion asks the minister after calling him bald, is his head completely empty? Ruya is surprised at her straightforwardness. Unlike them, she is able to see the might of her majesty. He was trained from a great dragon and has a level above 8 million. Ruya was embarrassed but upset that she blabbed everything. The king believes and wonders at this, and the minister thinks it's a common child's fantasy. The king, slapping his minister on the forehead, says he's an idiot who thinks only within the bounds of human knowledge, and the man really is pathetic. The guy got his power from a great dragon whose level has reached 10 million. The Deviless is glad that she enlightened these people. The guy praised her, but she wishes he would do it some more. The king has summoned a certain Lesledza. He says that if he really has such a high level, the lad interests him even more. He wants to see his power with his own eyes. Lesledza is from a noble family who wants to serve his country faithfully and will soon become a general. The king asks if Ruya would like to fight him one-on-one. The lad gives the go-ahead to fight. A knight of the Centakilian kingdom is angry at being called to fight an adventurer. Ruya decides to look at the characteristics of his opponent. The screen shows the characteristics of the warrior. He was surprised that the man is just over 20 years old and already has level 31. But what surprised him even more was that it was a woman. Lesledza says that she doesn't use her skill in combat because it's too dangerous. The guy calls her skill, saying it's strong. Lesledza thinks he owns the skill score, but the guy replies to her that he doesn't have a skill at all. She thinks it's nonsense, but it's obvious to her that he's not that simple. Knight reports that the guy was right, because her skill gets stronger as my subordinates increase. She currently has about 100 people under her command and they count even when they aren't in battle with me. In other words, her attack is now strengthened 20 times. The protagonist is pretty damn impressed. In the knight's opinion, he must now realize that it's foolishness to use him in normal sparring, because she thinks she'll just chop him up with a single blow of monstrous power. But Ruya says it's okay and she can use her skill. The king wants to see his power, and if she doesn't hit him with all her might, he'll be disappointed. Lesledza starts to think he's trying to insult her, but she accepts his offer and tells the guy to try not to die. With a swing, a powerful battle aura appeared in the air. She delivered her most powerful blow, but Ruya simply stopped her sword with one right hand. The entire audience cheered and were shocked, for without a strong defense skill according to them this was impossible. Lesledza didn't understand how this could even happen. The protagonist explains that he simply shifted his body weight. She doesn't understand why the guy didn't counterattack and win. But Ruya reports that he couldn't have hit the girl. The knight is surprised and says she's not a girl, but the protagonist repeatedly denies that she's a member of the male species. The king announces the end of the duel. The lad has proved his strength, and Leonardo accepts all that is said is true. Abinion exults, calling his lord the strongest. Therefore, the king has made his decision. The man asks if Ruya is ready to do the impossible again. He asks him to travel with Lesledza to the northeast and join the war, for their enemies are demons. The kingdom needs his power to save mankind. Countless demons threaten humanity and only by uniting can they fight back. Ruya will challenge the demons in a decisive battle. All he needs to win is a fist. He has no skill, but he is not at all inferior to the others in strength. A few hours later, they arrived at the front line of the northeastern part of Centakilian. The knight was surprised by something. It was sheer carnage, it was horrible. It was said that there were 6,000 men on the front line plus 1,000 on the defense line, but things didn't seem to be going well at all. X potion was supposed to have been delivered by now. We are shown a senior commander and his assistant. It turns out that all the potions have already been used up. Lvl couldn't believe it. The demon offensive had suddenly become much fiercer and the warrior's strength wasn't enough, so all the potions had to be used up. For that, the senior commander apologized. Ruya sees that things are still in such a deplorable state. The knight is going to stop such a bloodbath. She is personally going to cut off that demon's hand. Ageru tells her that the creature will easily grow it back. Noam tells everyone to disperse, for she is beginning to treat the wounded. The girl tells the Deviless to get the necessary materials so she can start making new X potions. This place is very full of all sorts of tools that Noam got from the king. The man asks the girl if she can really do it. The child will succeed, for she has the skill of an alchemy lord. The warriors on the front lines were shocked to hear this. Everyone began to thank her. The fighters started giving potions to the most injured people first. Despair was replaced by hope and light shone in the eyes of the wounded. And she, a brave girl, since she had the audacity to use Ageru as a repository of items. It reminded her of something. Ruya says that Londite talked about it too. Noam is fiercely willing to help everyone in some way. The protagonist asks the spirit lord a question. He wonders, since she can draw energy, is there any way to do the opposite? After that, a mist appeared on the battlefield. The wounded are feeling much better. Was it really healing? Ageru releases the main character's life force. Therefore, regeneration should be increasing. The Deviless assures the guy that it's absolutely necessary to hold him in her arms. But really, she just wants to. Their first task turns out to be to heal everyone, so Ian will be able to minimize the number of deaths. After an hour, they managed to cure over 1,000 people. It was an amazing feat, and Lvl ensures that this word of mouth reaches the king. The girl removes her helmet, her comrades not sure it was worth it. Ageru thought they never ever took it off because it didn't look good, but the knight was a beauty. Lvl says it's a sign of respect because it's rude to thank them without taking off the helmet. The strategists began to discuss what was happening. They concluded that by retreating, the demons were toying with them but would surely attack again. The girl was handed an order from the king. When she opened it, she learned that she was now commander-in-chief of the army. Lvl hopes Ruya remembers what skill she has. He remembers that her power increases by 20% with each subordinate. Besides, he doesn't have a strength limit. Trump in this war was that all 7,000 soldiers would become her strength. The warrior is worried that her body will not be able to withstand it, because if there are 7,000 soldiers, her strength will increase 14 times. It may happen that her body will not be able to withstand the moment she strikes, but she is ready for it. The thing is, she's a knight, and they dedicate themselves to the defense of the kingdom. If there is an opportunity to dispel the threat facing the kingdom, it would not be a pity to give one's life. The final decision still rests with Lvl, and she can only use it in a critical situation. Besides, Ruya and Noam have saved so many people. The knight won't let them die here, and so she wants to endanger herself, said Ruya. When the battle starts, they should start a safe place to avoid being hit by Lvl's skill. They will only have one try. The man is amazed at her determination, for she is willing to do such a thing for the kingdom. At this point they are interrupted by our protagonist, though something to say. He certainly has nothing against their strategy, but can he also participate? Such was the question Rui had. But Lvl said that having saved so many lives, that would be enough. But the hero is still going to go to the battlefield. We moved to the battlefield, and Rui had some idea. He hugged the girl from behind, but Lvl wasn't sure it would work. When she could use her skill, he would take the full brunt of it, so the protagonist was sure. From the outside, their posture looked very strange, but the soldiers realized that they weren't just standing there. Knight wondered what would happen if it was too much for the protagonist's body. But Ruya says that in his opinion it is not a bad idea to give his life to save a beautiful girl. She didn't realize what it meant. But Ruya said to ignore it and she listened to him. The thing is, the guy just wanted to support her, and he wasn't the only one, because her sword has the determination of 7,000 girl soldiers. Skill Lvl trusted him and her with their lives. This is the only way they can make the girl stronger. The boy is confident that they will suffer no casualties in this battle, and her skill will give them victory. She was to play the lead role, for that is what King Leonardo had asked him to do. But it was a secret between the lad and the king, but he blabbed. Lvl was surprised at what she heard. At that moment the demons began their attack. The ground shook with their stomping. The screen showed the number of these monsters wanting to kill everyone. The number of demons was about 30,000, Ageru reported. The monster flying on his wings laughed and said that while people were dying like flies, he was amassing a gigantic army. The demon asks to be shown how they will die. So this is what demons are really like. The hero sees them for the first time. But he was tormented by the question, why did he have such an annoying voice? It was a viscount of demons named Benyon. Ageru was disappointed, for he was too weak for her, but for humans he was a really strong opponent. Ruya says they have a new target and should attack the leader. She asks if the guy is sure of what he's saying. Abinion says it's a wise decision by her master. The plan is to take him out at once, and afterward the others will scatter. Lesledza says they will only have one chance, and she is worried about herself, but she will definitely make it through. After all, next to her is Ruya with an 8 million level. The couple began their attack. A powerful wave strike struck. The demon was shocked and most likely defeated. We continue to be shown the aftermath of this attack. It was so powerful it was as if there had been an atomic explosion. The soldiers were surprised, but they expected such a level from their mistress. Ruya checks to see if Lesledza survived. She was shocked at such a recoil, but they had snagged the bulk of their army. Her whole body ached. The girl thinks she won't have enough strength for a second time, but Ruya says it's alright. The guy calls Noam, and she comes running to him the second. She brought the X potion and the girl started drinking it down. Her wounds healed immediately. She finally tried out the potion on herself. Noam said she had many more of them. Ruya says it's time to prepare for the second strike. Even if all the girl's bones heal and the wounds heal, it will still hurt her to use the skill time after time, Lesledza said. But completely ignored, the guy told her to stand up and take a stance to strike. There was a second explosion from their attack. The girl was in a lot of pain. She drank a second X potion and they prepared to strike again for the third attack. They did it. The next round of drinking the potion and preparing for the next blow. And once again, everything repeats itself. She is already being forced to drink by force. The girl is already vomiting from the pain. Abinion says she could wipe out those 30,000 demons in one fell swoop, and why go to all that trouble? But Ruya says it's a human battle, not hers. It was the kingdom's army that had to rally and repel the demonic threat, and her skill allowed them to do so. They had finally finished. One of the surviving demons wondered what skill these pathetic humans used. These abilities really annoyed the demon. Ruya asks him why he doesn't run away, but the demon ignores the question and notices that the guy is in a good mood. The monster is going to have fun because killing people is the best fun for him. Benyon says he's going to be our protagonist's opponent, and Ruya responds by telling him that he can entertain him to the fullest. What our readers have been waiting for is about to happen. The demon thinks he can easily handle Ruya, but the protagonist says that Benyon's death will be miserable. The demon thinks he'll be easier to deal with than 30,000 demons. He thinks he's stupid. The monster will take great pleasure in killing them. In his opinion, inferior beings, they will supposedly die experiencing the torments of hell. On the screen we see Benjamin's characterization. The true power of the titular demons is revealed. Not only did he have a high level, but he also had a multitude of skills. Benyon was very talkative. Ruya wouldn't even listen to him. The demon is about to attack the protagonist. He's activating the acid mist ability, but Ruya didn't budge. He is told to retreat, for the mist was deadly. This is it. The true power of demons, namely the multitude of abilities. The protagonist can't see anything in the fog. This is the huge difference in power between humans and demons. Benyon said this. He wondered why the guy is not going to give up. If he doesn't get rid of the fog, the soldiers might get hurt. Then he would have to do something. The guy winked at someone. Benyon understood her master and carried out his order. There was an explosion. The demon was shocked. Benyon doesn't understand what this white mist is, for his acid mist is just blocked. He doesn't believe it. The demon says his powers are stronger than the devil spirit, but Benyon refutes that. She calls him a demon and looks at him. Benyon doesn't realize what the devil is forgetting here. But the devil spirit's abilities surpass even the strongest demons. He cannot understand why she has allied herself with humans. Benyon is stunned by the amount of his words, but she won't deny everything. The deviless informs him that she is merely submitting to someone stronger than she is. Benyon cannot believe that man is capable of being stronger than the devil spirit, but he soon becomes convinced of it himself. At last our protagonist is out of the fog. Ruya is a little surprised when he starts to see through the eyes of the deviless. Benyon begins to snicker, asking about how he probably wanted her to make sure all the soldiers were safe, but she already did. The protagonist strokes the deviless on the head, thanking her for honoring his request. It was a wonderful feeling for her. Benyon thinks it's impossible, because the acid mist is 500 times stronger than ordinary acid. You can't survive in it, much less stay unharmed. The protagonist says he just has a very high survivability and defense. The demon didn't understand anything. He asks the guy if he's human. Ruya says that's right, just an ordinary human. The main character doesn't like killing, but the demon looks down on people and doesn't see anything wrong with killing them, so he'll feel bad. Less than a second later, the guy was right in front of Benyon's face. He tells him that the boy will have to kill him. After hitting him once, half of the demon's head flew off, literally. He flew very far away. His desire to kill the guy didn't go away, though his brain got smaller. He activated high regeneration, and the demon thinks Ruya won't do anything to him. But the protagonist starts throwing a hail of blows at him. Benyon was in a lot of pain. He didn't have time to regenerate, and at this rate the boy will kill him soon. He accepts his death as it happens to ordinary people killed by his hands. The sky was very calm and the moon was visible. Abinion praises his master. It was indeed a good job. But Ryuya says it's all just because of the Devilis. The soldiers also notice the fact that the sky has brightened again, and everyone realizes what has happened. The son tells his father to look over there because that's where our heroes were walking. They've won. The soldiers are rejoicing, happy that their mistress has returned. Lvl turns to the protagonist. She says that she can already stand on her own feet and asks him to let her go as she is embarrassed. Noam says that if she was carried like this by our protagonist she would be happy, and Abinion says she would be over the moon too. The guys joke about it. A few hours later, they arrive at the triumphant street of the Centakillian kingdom. Ryuya thinks the violent reaction of the townspeople is too much, but Lvl says it's foolishness, for they easily defeated the demon army. Naturally, the townspeople will be overjoyed. The people consider it a great victory. The boys return to the king, who had already received the report. But blushing, he had something else to say. The king would like to hear everything personally from the participants in the battle, and he tells them to start telling. Leonardo listened intently to everything and marveled at every little detail. His eyes seemed to sparkle. The king wondered what was wrong with Lvl's skill, for it might harm her. The girl says that she has survived thanks to Noma and Rui. Above all, the main credit for defeating the demons goes to Ryuya. She would like him to receive the highest honor. The boy looked at his new friend in surprise. He was pleased to hear that. The king assumes that Raya was sent to them by God himself. But this victory would not have been possible without all of the king's subjects. He is going to make them all aristocrats. Is Leonardo sure of his intentions? But the king's aide was displeased as usual, for in his opinion, whereas it had been seen that commoners become the new aristocrats, much less rubbish without skill. The king is angry, and he is fed up with this man. Just his gratitude will be enough for such commoners. In truth, it will even be plenty. The minister won't stop babbling. The king tells him that these are loud words. The man stands up and says that the king's job is to run the state and help his subjects. And it has been saved this time by Rua, meaning he has fulfilled the duty of a king, and the title of nobleman is just the least reward that lies ahead. The minister almost weeps at hearing this. The king asks if Rui is ready to become an aristocrat at all and continue to serve him. Leonardo and Lvl almost beg him to agree. The minister tells him to take his time. The boys ask what now this time. But he has just learnt that an important guest has arrived, and that he must first respect the guest and then decide. Who did the minister mean? The hero has arrived. Ryuya asks Lvl who he is, and she is surprised that he doesn't know. A hero is someone chosen by the church. The church determines people's skills and takes the strongest to serve. These are the chosen elite and the best fighters. Heroes faithfully serve the church. In the protagonist's opinion, they were just another pawns of the church, for Londite had already reminded him of them. It is written on Lvl's face how much she hates them, but it is not yet known why. Bursting in, the hero shouting addresses the king, talking about arriving and saving the kingdom. It was a desperate hero, the brave Liber. The minister thinks this appearance is cool and starts clapping his hands. The king asks what is the kingdom to be saved from, but he replies that isn't it suffering from constant demon attacks. So he has arrived, and now the people can be calm, for a strong hero like him will have no trouble stopping the demon invasion. He offers to open a feast in honor of his arrival. Ryuya remembers in him someone who was always waving his arms and being noisy, but he can't remember the name. But at that moment he remembered Libra as someone who got a strong skill and then abandoned it. He can't stop praising himself that even the king can't get a word in. In his opinion, ballads will be written about his victory. And as a reward, he wants a beautiful princess. Noam looked at Lvl. There was something wrong with her. Ryuya started to call out to Libra, but he doesn't understand why the guy thought he had the right to address him by his first name. The protagonist says it's him, his former friend. But then Libra starts to remember. He remembers Ryu and him. What will their reunion bring us? The king was interested in this. Rui is asked if he knows this guy. He replies that they used to be friends with him. The hero denies. He thinks, how would a hero like him have a friend without a skill, because it's a disgrace in his opinion. But the guy knows our protagonist. Libra asks what the guy is doing here, and why isn't he in the dumpster, for he's trash. There was a very strong contempt in Libra's eyes. Ryuya says he'd better leave. The arrogant guy, not paying attention to the protagonist, turns to the king, wondering if they should finally get to the urgent business. Leonardo doesn't understand what Libra is saying. The hero is puzzled. He reports that their kingdom is under attack by an army of demons, and the church has sent him, the brave Liber. The king remembered that he had asked for priests and jurors with the most powerful skills to fight demons, and whom he had asked for help. The lad confirms this. The man says he sent requests for help a bunch of times, but the church continued to ignore. The guy got embarrassed and put his head down. Ryuya asked if it was true. Lvl confirmed what was said. The sacred magic of the church is very effective against demons. The priests are just able to handle it, and she doesn't say anything about the hero's skills. The church has monopolized all means of fighting demons, so a request is sent to the church with a pay-for-performance fee. They are literally throwing money out of kingdoms on a global level. The king considers them a shop of greedy crooks. Liber says he eventually arrived, and the church helps multiple kingdoms so they can't immediately respond to their request. The king is angry because they still have priorities. A moment's delay could result in loss of life. His kingdom donates a huge amount of gold to the church every year. Apparently, he should think 3 times next time before sending a donation. Liber says that the king is not the only one who donates, and as for his words, he would hate to be deprived of donations, but he asks the king to think. Proudly proclaiming himself a hero, he says he can marry Princess Lesledza. Rua is surprised that a knight was called a princess. The king asks him a rhetorical question about having to give up the princess for the defense of the kingdom. Liber says that the patronage of the church will be good for them, and a king's duty means defending his kingdom. Leonardo asks if that was a threat. The hero smiles evilly. Rua wants to intervene, but is stopped. Liber waits for an answer. He orders that the princess be given to him and even more than peace will come to the kingdom. The king screamed for nothing. Liber was shocked. Better to be at the mercy of demons than people like him, says the king. He refuses. Liber asks the king to come to his senses, for this is no joke. The man asks the boy if he noticed the mood everyone was in. The warriors report that the demons have been defeated and the kingdom saved. They didn't need him anymore. Liber thought it was a welcome parade in honor of his arrival. He even waved at them. People think he's a fool. Even the king says he has an inflated ego. The man orders the guy to get out. He's not going to talk to a lowlife like him anymore. So he also tells him to tell the church that his kingdom is seceding and they won't get another dime. Even the boys noticed that the king was very angry. Liber asks to know the name of the one who handled the demons. The minister asks the guy to calm down. The man says that even he finds it hard to believe, but a man with no skill handled the demons. The hero is completely bewildered. He can't believe that this man was Ryuya. Liber pounced on the protagonist, demanding that he tell the truth, for in his opinion he is deceiving. But Ryuya says he is not lying. Liber calls the guy useless trash with no skill. He thinks the boy is just trash, and the demons should have been dealt with by him. Without letting him finish, Noam doesn't hold back and punches Libera. The girl was angry. She tells the guy to shut up, because she won't let a coward like him talk about her master Ryu like that. Almost everyone present had personally seen him defeat the demons. Even the commander of the knights named Zizbok swore knightly honor. Noam calls Liber a real coward because he humiliates someone who fought while he relaxed and hid. The girl tells him to get out of here. He calls little Noam a pig and a pathetic girl, but her blow made this character's face hurt. He shouted and insulted him. Liber is going to finish off the girl, for insulting a hero is punishable by death, but no one is afraid of him. Suddenly there is a white mist and a voice that says that only Liber himself is rude. The hero is frightened. Abinion says that Noam did well and everything was perfectly said. The girl is pleased to hear it. Liber wonders where the ghost came from and the Devilis calls him a real clown. Even though he's funny, it's time for him to go. Abinion began to use her skill. She threw the guy with all her might and he flew away. Ryuya says he could have done it himself, but the Devilis says why should he bother and waste his strength on such trash. The king turns to the minister. Now the festive atmosphere is spoiled. After all, the minister usually negotiates with the church. This was all too suspicious. He asks if the minister has been bribed. The minister refuses, but the king will check anyway. In the meantime, he will think about his next appointment, and in the meantime he should wait and prepare. The king offers to come down because he had something he wanted to discuss with Ryuya. The boys listen attentively, but the thing is, the king only called for Ryuya, but the girls aren't going to leave. They are interrupted by Leslids. She apologizes for hiding behind their backs while the hero insulted him. The guy tells her to forget about the situation. Libera's target was Leslids, so he doesn't think the king wanted her to interfere. Ryuya wonders to the king if it was true. The man starts to tell him that just like the idiot hero said, Lesledza is a princess and his fourth daughter. The guy notes that the king was scared. He says it is important to continue the royal lineage, but something is bothering him. There were girls standing behind Rui, and they didn't understand what the two were even talking about. Lesledza was special, for she was born of a woman the king loved with all his heart. Guy realizes that if it's not a political marriage but for love, then it's serious business. But ironically, her mother has a low position and no one will support Lesledza, so she cannot inherit the throne. So the king decides to make her his knight. He tried to distance her from the problems of the royal family, and he wanted her to find her happiness. That at least was his wish as a father. But then the church showed up. The king doesn't know how they knew she was a princess. Most likely, by marrying her, the church wants to interfere with their politics. Judging by Libra's character, he is unlikely to just give up. Is that why the king was so eager to defeat the demons himself? Guy asks if the man is going to agree. He answers that he is not, for the king will not allow Lvl to be used as a political tool. That's why he wants to make Ryu an aristocrat, so the guy will become the girl's ally. He should think about it. Leaving the royal palace while he was given time, he pondered over what he should do in the end. Suddenly he was called to him by Lvl standing by the fence. He suggests that they talk to each other in private. Noam says that the hero must be up to something dastardly. The girl stands up for her guardian. Ryu tells Abinion to keep an eye on Noam. The boy goes with his former friend to go behind the western tower located in the Centikilian kingdom. The protagonist says he misses their measured life, but Lvl doesn't want to remember that miserable life in his opinion. Also, he goes on to say that he was lucky because he learned a valuable skill at the ceremony, as he also talked about how Ryu was like an abandoned dog at that moment. He asks Libra how Creedrod and Zeta are doing, but the selfish boy has no idea because he was sent straight to hero training. They're trained to fight demons. If a person turns out to be weak, they are immediately discarded. Lvl was able to survive the selection process. He also talks about how an ordinary kid like him has become a hero because he can do anything thanks to his skill. After all, the best deserves the best. That's what Lvl asked him. He asks Ryu to talk to Princess Lvl. He's on good terms with the king after all, it's just that Lvl doesn't even know what the princess looks like yet, and if she's even ugly, he's willing to put up with it. Now Ryu understood why Lvl behaved like that in front of her. He had met people who took pride in their skills before, but his former friend was another matter because he hadn't been like this before. Lvl wonders if his regular trash with no skill will help him a fine hero. But here the boy asks why the hero treats people like things. The egoist answers that he is trying to give his life some meaning. He thinks it is a plus for the princess too, because after he marries her and gets rid of the king's other children, the goal will be accomplished. Also, he wants to take Noam back to his place, namely to the church, for such people are rare there and she will be useful. The protagonist scratches the back of his head and asks what Lvl is talking about. The egoist continues his attempts at humiliation, saying that even someone like our hero can be useful to someone else and supposedly he should be happy that he's helping the hero. In just 5 years, Lvl has changed so much. Ryu doesn't know if the training center was the reason. Can a person really change that much? The main character calls Lvl a rotten person, and he was absolutely right. Ryu starts to tell him about the past, where he was poor but still remained decent. Once he got a strong skill and his eyes blurred, how come? Lvl was stunned at what he heard. Not knowing what to answer, the egoist brings up the main character's lack of skill again. He starts calling him names. Non-stop insults came out of his mouth. Ryu stared at him silently as he continued to listen to his cheap attempts at humiliation. Lvl tells Ryu not to look down on him and begins his attack on the boy. Egoist punches the boy, but can't even cut him. Ryu realizes that he was seriously planning to kill him, for he was aiming for the neck. Lvl's blade broke, and he began to charge the protagonist for it. But it was only Ryu who should have sued, for he had attacked him unexpectedly. But now the egoist thinks he's realized what's wrong, because Ryu is too bold. Does our hero really understand? Like everyone else, he said that the boy just had some powerful skill, but he didn't guess. Egoist thinks that apparently skills can be obtained without the church ceremony, and apparently he has a skill that dramatically increases defense. Lvl recognizes him as his opponent, and he wants to show him how he was able to become a hero since he has the strongest and most versatile skill. Lvl is going to prove that the guy's skill is just a joke. While he is chatting, Ryu looks at the characteristics of the selfie. The screen shows Lvl's characteristics. The protagonist is surprised that the church gives out sneaky skills like stealing. Lvl asks if he's interested in knowing what skill he has, but Ryu says he's not particularly interested. Lvl reveals that he can steal the skills of others and use them as his own. Will he be able to take the power from the protagonist? Like a true egoist, he thinks he is the strongest. After all, in his opinion, no matter how strong his opponent is, with his skill, he will always be stronger. Besides, Ryu won't be able to use his skill as long as he has it. His opponents were cognizant of despair, at least until the duel with Ryuya. The protagonist says that it's probably the skill of a sneaky thief rather than a hero. Lvl gags the boy, saying that only the winner is always right. Egoist activates his skill. He thinks he stole the skill from the boy. As the theft and Lvl's possession of the non-existent skill is complete, he launches an attack. After the first punch, Lvl flies very far away. He continues to fly and tumble through the air. Egoist doesn't realize what has happened, because he has also become stronger. He realizes that his skill was not strengthening. Ryu tells Lvl to see for himself. He doesn't believe it. His skill didn't work, he's on standby. Well, he can't just appear out of thin air, can he? Ryu takes him by the shoulder as the selfie lies. The protagonist says that Lvl understands it all perfectly well himself. Without skill, our protagonist tosses the selfish boy aside. He doesn't realize what this power is. Lvl assumes that he not only has a strong body and physical strength, but also tremendous speed. Turning around, Ruya hit the rock and a hole was formed in it. The egoist was very much surprised. He thinks it's impossible. The boy imagines how much the skill enhances his physical abilities. The boy replies that there is no skill. He says he understands it all now, but it wasn't so. Lvl has heard of such a thing, that some of the best skills can have effects that can drown out the effects of other skills, and that is why his theft didn't work. He doesn't listen to Ryu, who tries to prove to him that he has no skill. Egoist thinks our protagonist has gotten a decent skill. He wants to get his hands on that skill. Lvl is going to use his ace up his sleeve. Ryu wonders which ace we're even talking about. A selfish person can sacrifice his own skill to gain someone else's forever. It's a top-level operation that can only be used once in a lifetime. He's going to take the main character's non-existent skill forever. It's called Total Deprivation. Lvl can finally gain the strongest skill he's been waiting for. Is such a strong skill right in front of his nose. Ryu thinks it's funny. The activation of the higher skill is taking place. Total Deprivation has been activated. But it turns out that nothing happened. It seems that way at first. The egoist wishes he'd realized the guy's value sooner. His plan is to kill him, but he gets counter-punched in the stomach. Lvl was in a very bad way. The egomaniac doesn't realize what's going on. The protagonist tells him to look at his parameters. We are shown Lvl's characteristics. As we can see, he has a missing skill. Lvl was devastated. He doesn't understand why his skill is missing and tries to cancel the steal. It turns out that Ruya has won. Lvl is hysterical. He hopes it was a dream. He's crying his eyes out. It was strange. A friend turned out to be a foe. The next day it turned out that the hero Lvl was without skills and ended up being kicked out of the church. The king starts saying something about compensation for the wall. Ruya got scared and asked about whether he had to pay it. The man said that he shouldn't worry about it. As the conversation continues, Leonardo says that self-righteous fool was so confident in his powers, but ended up losing them. The protagonist felt a little sorry for Lvl, but he realized that the guy deserved it. The girls started defending Ryu, saying that he attacked him first and the protagonist was just defending himself. The king calls Lvl a mere idiot who didn't know his place. Abinion said she laughed heartily at the time, but the protagonist remembered that he had sent them home. Why did they see everything then? The Deviless said that she and Noam had been watching from afar. Abinion thinks the boy is the strongest, but she still feels uneasy in her heart. Such is the way of a girl's heart and Noam is no exception. The Deviless started to tell, since they had already seen everything. She had to tell the details to the king, calling him a pompous old man. She managed to explain to him that it wasn't their fault. The man asked her not to call him a pompous old man. Ruya asks for forgiveness for the Deviless woman. When it comes to self-defense, mere evidence of loved ones may not be proven and the church will clearly point that out, King said. It should not be forgotten that they grew up by going over the heads of others. Abinion says there's no need to worry because if they challenge the protagonist, he'll easily end them. But Ruya wants everything to go peacefully. Of course, he's not going to make any strong concessions, not to mention that they're probably trying to slander him. And the guy's sure he's clearly caught their attention. The church are the only ones who can stand up to the demons, and by defeating one of their heroes, Ruya has clearly shaken their authority. But he doesn't want to get involved and he doesn't want to get along with the church either. Of course, the kingdom will do everything it can to support him, and the king will do everything in his power to thank the boy. Abinion asks if he will just help out of the goodness of his heart. The king agrees to this. She also wonders if there are no ulterior motives. The man replies that there are no motives, but the king informs her that he will not be able to speak in his defense if he is a mere adventurer. The boys did not understand him, but the Deviless smiled for some reason. The king asks again if Ruya would like to become a nobleman of his kingdom, and again they are back at it. The protagonist thinks that there are clearly ulterior motives in this and he thinks that he would be comfortable getting so many privileges. But it doesn't look like the guy will accept the king's offer. Ruya apologizes. The man isn't going to force the lad, but if left to his own devices, the church will kick in. Abinion says not to worry, because if it comes to that, all her master will do is wipe the church off the face of the earth. Ruya is a little angry at what he hears. The girls start spoiling themselves and saying they are the strongest on earth. But the king is worried about his daughter, because you never know when exactly the next hero will come along and say the same thing. The girl raised her hand, saying she had a great idea. She started to tell that her life is much longer than a short human life, and so her wisdom allows her to come up with great ideas. Ruya is amazed at the Deviless modesty. Abinion proposes marriage to Lesledza to the protagonist. After all, the meaning of a wedding is to make a vow before God and become a married couple. The girl thinks this is the perfect plan that solves all problems. But the boy doesn't think so. The king says it might work. He begins to explain that the church's goal is to marry the princess and all to get a man in the royal family. This is possible as long as she is unmarried. This is true, for a person can only bind his life forever to one partner. This is the rule of the church. And then the gentleman will come on the scene, adds the Devilish. To withstand the church's attacks, the support of the kingdom is needed, and only the one who is supported by the people can marry the princess. By nature, the protagonist is a pacifist, and if it helps avoid problems, it's better to do so. But for all that, he doesn't quite want to become an aristocrat. Aristocrats aren't just the king's relatives. Just think about it. Ruya would be directly related to the king, and why wouldn't he become the king's son-in-law? The king jumped up and realized what if Ruya married the princess, he would become his son-in-law and could use his power to the fullest. But he wonders if he will still become an aristocrat. But it is explained to him that this is how he will become a member of the royal family. This is different from the usual bestowal of the title of aristocrat. The protagonist will take a position above any aristocrat. Here they were right, for kinship with the king is a powerful aid. The king began to praise Abinion for her idea, and they seem to be getting along. At this rate, the boys will get the upper hand over Rua. The girls ask why the main character asked to stop. He doesn't want to have everything decided for him. As fortunate as this option is, they still can't pull the job off without the most important one. The friends don't understand what Ruya is talking about. First of all, marriage implies two people who love each other planning a future together, says the protagonist. Abinion asks the guy about whether he is not interested in Lesledza. The Devilish gets very close to Rui, and he explains that he doesn't mean it. The knight is very sweet and attractive, as well as she is dear to him. The thing is that everyone is trying to marry her. To prevent this, he is not going to just marry her for the sake of it. The king, after all, said himself that he would want her to marry someone she would like. The man says it's not a political marriage and he'll be cool with having our protagonist with her. But her feelings are more important, says the boy. Whatever they come up with, there can't be a marriage unless Ryu likes the girl. The boy is glad he spoke up to the king, for in marriage it is important that the couple love each other. Abinion says it's not a problem. Now they're going to find out because they're going to call Lesledza. And she's right, because it's strange to talk about a wedding without the person you're going to marry. The guys came to the girl's house and she was happy to see the main character. She tells them that Mr. Ryu did a lot in that battle and one should repay him at least with courtesy. The Devilish tells the guy to look up information about her. On the screen you see Lesledza's characterization. Ruya notices that the girl's level has gone up. She must have gained experience in that battle. No wonder 30,000 demons were crushed by 7,000 soldiers. But he noticed something else. Guy saw a sympathy degree that had 5 hearts. He had long wondered what a sympathy degree even was. This parameter was not on the guild card. It was probably a feature of Abinion. Devilish explains that this parameter expresses the degree of sympathy and shows what the other person feels for the protagonist. What does it mean? It was a proof of love, for the feelings of the opposite sex are indicated by the symbol of the heart. Ruya ponders since when did the girl have love feelings for him. Abinion thinks that the events on the battlefield played a role. Plus, the guy beat up the idiot who was lashing out at Lesledza. That's enough to make one fall in love. The king turns to his daughter. He begins to recount their conversation with the team. He wonders if the girl is ready to marry. Guy was surprised that the father asked his daughter directly this question. Lesledza thought that the king had decided to give her into the hands of the church, but the father replies that he would not do that. Besides, the church will not leave until the knight is married, so her father decides to give her in marriage to a man they know. Lesledza asks to wait. She asks him not to worry about her, for the girl is ready to devote herself to chivalry for the rest of her life. Continuing to set up the drama, the king asks her if she doesn't want to know first what kind of groom we're talking about, but she does not want to hear it. The king still said her groom would be Ruya. The girl was shocked. She blushed all over. The father ponderingly said that this way Ruya could always be on hand, but the boy took it and got angry. The girl didn't understand the last sentence. As he continued talking, he told it like it was, namely that Ruya said he wouldn't continue the conversation without the bride herself, which is why they called the girl. She again did not understand anything, but suddenly it dawned on her. But since she's against it, we'll have to give up the idea. Hearing this, Lesledza asks her to stop. The girl asks to wait a little longer. Abinion flies up to Ruya and congratulates the boy on the fact that the girl has indeed fallen in love. Lesledza continues the conversation. She apologizes, but she can't do that. Everyone was shocked by what they heard. She says that the problem is not with the guy, because he is a real hero and if he becomes her husband, the girl will be the happiest. The king asks what is the problem then. Lesledza turned toward the boy and the girl and said that Rui already had a bride and that she was known. The girl begins to explain that the girl also loves Mr. Ruya. The knight can't do that to know him. But Gnome says that what matters to her first and foremost is that her lord be happy. After all, she's only here because of Mr. Rai's efforts. Therefore, she must thank him in some way. The girl will not stand in the way of him building a happy life. Lvl tells her that this is wrong, because just letting go is not the only way to give thanks. Light continues to explain to her the fact that she can't just take him and have him for herself. The endless squabbles begin, at which point even Abinion jokes that she will take the lord. The king wants to speak his mind. He says that Ruya will take them both. Everyone was shocked. The protagonist asks how he can do that. The man says that it is common for strong and powerful people. He gives himself as an example because he has 4 wives and has made a child with all of them. Well, most likely the king just can't make up his mind. In addition, he thinks he has no problem trusting Lvl to someone like Ruya. And he also doesn't want to offend the young lady Noma because we shouldn't forget about her ability as a great alchemist. Abinion says that a worthy lord should have many wives, and should he turn down such a chance? The king asks the protagonist if he will accept this marriage for the sake of the country's future. The guy thinks that if he refuses, he will be the devil in their eyes. Ruya realizes that everything has been decided for him. He is about to say his word, and the hero accepts the offer. He is willing to bear the responsibility and take the 2 of them as his wife. All of a sudden, everyone is abruptly silent. The girls began to rejoice when they heard the news. Ruya was surprised that they really didn't mind. Besides, he had a feeling that he and Gnome would end up like this. The king hugged the boy, saying he was now his son. The man hopes that Ruya will continue to do good for their state. He wants to have a feast in honor of this. Abinion says that the king is very cheerful. The Deviless realizes that she hasn't had this much fun in a long time. Ruya now has 2 wives. In addition, all the people of the kingdom became aware of what was happening on the field and began to believe that they had a real hero in their state. But he was just another adventurer from the Adventurers Guild. He also didn't have the skill. His name was Ruya. It was signed in someone's notebook. In the background, one could hear someone opening the gate. The guy says he's going to walk from here. Looking at the notebook, a certain girl says that the guy had the face of a real redneck. She's going to get off here too, for she hasn't been to the castle for a long time. Another boy in their company said he was going out here too. The guards called the girl a princess, but she ran away. However, these were the king's children. Lvl's brothers and sister have returned. What will happen? Chapter 9 begins with the protagonist's new wife greeting him on his arrival home. Ruya got a mansion from the royal palace. He is very happy. It is said that the family of Minister Hussein's family lived here until recently. Guy looked at his wife very strangely, for she never dressed in ordinary clothes. Lvl has never acted like a girl, for she has been training to become a knight. She doesn't know if she can make a good wife for such a great man. Ruya undervalues himself by saying that he is not so great. But the girl thinks the guy is the strongest man and hero on earth. Her father asked to be with him representing their country, so she will do whatever the protagonist wants. The guy doesn't understand what the king has told her. The wife offers to eat, take a bath, or work out. At this time, Gnome was in the lab with Abinion. The girl, who had also become a wife, moved here. She took up the study of alchemy in earnest. Gnome uses one of the rooms in the mansion as a laboratory, and now she is like an obsessive, mixing different materials, trying out new recipes. The Craftsman's Guild buys up everything she comes up with. Lvl delivers a letter from the king. It says something that the boy should definitely come to the castle tomorrow. Once Ruya became the king's son-in-law, he completely stopped being shy about calling him. The girl assumes that since attendance is mandatory, there's obviously something wrong. The next day came. Now it was time for the meeting. Apparently she realized that her relatives had come home. We are shown the first prince of the Centakilian kingdom, whose name was Zemnanto. He turned to the boy, asking him if he was the hero. The first princess Isabella praises Ru for his feat. A second prince named Rauselch, who considers himself a future king, similarly praises the lad, with the hope that he will continue to serve his kingdom. The pair of lovers watched and listened to them. At this point, Zemnanto says not to powder the commoner's brains, for the next ruler in his opinion will be him, the eldest son of King Leonhard. Isabella tells him that if the lad wants to swear allegiance to someone, he should only go to her for it. Ruya doesn't understand what's even going on. The first prince says that sons have priority in the succession to the throne. The successor in his opinion should be the eldest son. The princess informs him that there have already been queens in their kingdom, and the throne should belong to the wisest one. As the showdown continues, the protagonist still doesn't understand what's going on. The king arrived and told them to stop. The children immediately listened to him. Lvl called for her husband, and Rauselch laughed with them. His wife began to tell him that all three were the real children of King Centakilian and each was entitled to inherit the throne. But in the end, only one of them would be responsible for the future of this country. Zemnanto turned to her, asking what had not been explained to her clearly. Since your father's noble blood runs in you, there's nothing you can do about it. He heard that she worked hard this time. Sarcastically, the guy asks if it might be worth praising her as queen already. However, he doesn't think that with her background, she can take the throne. The fact is that half of the blood that flows in her is that of a homeless woman who doesn't even know who she is. So a daughter born of a dog is also a dog. What is the difference? Lvl begins to explain that she was born of a man of inferior rank and was not treated well. Even when the girl was given a knighthood, Lvl is willing to serve this country to the fullest in order to reward them with an honorable title. Her brother tells her that it is a good idea, and with that mindset she will continue to work for her life. Just like a hunting dog that everyone can use even if it is useless, so thinks Zemnanto. At that moment, Ruya approaches him with a very angry expression on her face. He grabbed the first prince and held him above him. Zemnanto asks him to let him go. The protagonist asks what kind of education is he getting if he acts like the last piece of shit. After all, people with whom you share blood are not called dogs. Lvl asks her husband to stop. After all, they are different blood anyway because they have a mother who is the wife of a king. But Ruya continues her conversation with the prince, saying that people should be regardless of their background. To ignore this and compare people is like losing the qualifications of a person. The country's only trouble is that such people become kings. But still, he insults his precious woman, and for that he will make her kneel before him. Lvl blushed at her husband's act. The first prince asks the guards to help him and kill the protagonist, but then the king intervenes. He turns to Ru, saying that the disrespect caused by this foolish nonsense would be deeply offensive to the king. The man asks that the lad suppress his anger. Ruya replies to him that he is the one who disrespected him, and there is no point in the king apologizing. The head of the kingdom puts this conversation aside for later. Ruya tosses the scoundrel aside. On his knees, Zemnanto asks that the guy be executed because he has harmed the royal family. The king tells his son to shut up. He started to explain that Ruya is the hero of the kingdom, and if the protagonist had not defeated the demons, this country was destroyed long ago. Therefore, he would not even consider executing him. The prince is disappointed. Zemnanto is going to deal with whoever registers such werewolves, and wants to make sure Ruya serves him faithfully, like a dog. The king has told him to do what he wants, but he has more to say. But he is interrupted by his son, beginning to introduce himself and tell him about himself. The king's daughter spoke of never leaving him again. The youngest son announces that he too has returned. The king laughs with them, saying that all the children have come home. Ruya asks his wife, did they ever leave at all? A father has something to say to his children who have returned from their mother's parental home. They eagerly await his words. The head of the kingdom is about to deprive his children of their right to the throne. All the people in the room were shocked. The children think it's some kind of mistake. The king wants to tell them why he decided that. If he can't convince them, the married couple will. After all, they deserve to be future kings, but his children do not. But the eldest son began to explain that because of his skills and background, as well as his diligent training, he is rightfully considered the most deserving heir. This is unfair to him. The king sarcastically began to mock his son's words of injustice. Lvl whispers in her husband's ear that this unnatural laughter is a signal of bad things to come. The father wants to hear why they decided to go back. The older son says that this is his homeland. The daughter reports that this is the country she was born and raised in. Eno says that he supposedly loves it with all his heart. The king asks them the question, if they love and care so much about their country, why? Then why did they abandon her and run away? The son and daughter began to deny it. The king says that yes, they left the country when it faced a national crisis. What else can you call it but a treasonable escape? Lvl says the trigger of everything was a demonic invasion. They were defeating everyone they could, and everyone wondered why it was like that. But at the very beginning of the attack, no one expected Lord Ruya, the savior and hero, to appear. Before his arrival, no one had even hoped for fate. The king took command to provide countermeasures against the demons, and he withheld all incoming information from the inhabitants of the kingdom's capital so as not to cause them to panic. They gathered all their soldiers and medical supplies and also asked for help from the church. Since she is a knight, she also tried to help her father as much as she could. Ruya began to realize that this old man was indeed a capable king. Lvl continues her story by saying that at the same time her 3 brothers and sister ran away. Yes, they fled, for they thought this country would be destroyed by demons, and Zemnanto took that for granted and fled the country. Each of them still has their mother's family home. If they decided to return to that very house, they would live quite a luxurious life. Thus, each of them lived in their parents' home until the news reached them that the demons had been defeated. And they're pretty so brave, or dumb, since they decided to go back after such a thing. Now Ruya understood why the king had decided to do that. The father explains to the children that the king is the country. It's a laugh if the country dies and the king stays alive. But still, the candidates for king have all run away, and the man finds this outrageous. The children apologize to their father. A father looked his daughter over. The girl says that the man said about the king being the country. The princess believes that if all the people of the kingdom die, but if any member of the royal family remains alive, then the restoration of the country is a likely process. Even if the entire kingdom is overrun by demons and they burn it to the ground, all it takes is one member of the royal family to return to the scorched earth and rebuild their nation. The king asks her, is that why she ran away? She answered him that yes, because she was ready to be branded a disgraceful woman who abandoned her country for the survival of the nation. The couple believes that the king's daughter got off pretty well. The man says that's the point, but the minimum behavioral requirement says that you have to give a minimum of notice that you are leaving the country, not do it in secret. And yet they all fled without notifying the king. It was like rats fleeing, trying to be the first to escape from a sinking ship. What they did can only be called a serious act of treachery. Cowards can't be kings. The children ask him to wait with his decision. They wonder who the next king will be. It would be nice, channeling all that energy into a useful endeavor rather than running away when the demons invade. They don't realize the seriousness of their act and insist on changing the king's decision. The children are not bad at showing cohesion. If only they had shown it when the demons invaded. Father tells the children not to worry. After all, he has another child and he's much better than they are. Ryuya thought the speech was about him, but it was about his wife Lvl. Since her mother was a commoner, she could not be considered a candidate for the throne. But this time, the king took special measures. Namely, he disqualified all the heirs from inheriting the throne. But this time, the king took special measures. He deprived all the heirs of the right of succession to the throne. The girl was dumbfounded. Suddenly she screamed. She tries to refuse, saying that all her life she has only been trained as a knight, not a ruler, and she doesn't know how to rule a country. The man says that she can learn it right now because she is a knight, so she has the title. And that's a lot like a royal title. You could say the foundation is ready. Lvl begins to ask Rui if he's thinking about anything at all. The girl says she has to discuss it with her husband. Speaking of which, if you think about it, Mr. Raya is also, the king was interrupted by his children. They were shocked at the news of their sister's marriage to the hero who saved the country. Well, if Lvl agrees to become queen, will Ryu be king? After all, the protagonist is now the king's son-in-law, in other words, and he has every chance of becoming king. The man is interrupted again. Which one of them has the urge to shout? Zemnanto shouted his sister's name. The first prince calls Lvl names again, calling her a loon, born a commoner, and now she thinks she can trick her way to the throne. The son asks his father to come to his senses, for he, Zemnanto, who inherited blood from his and his mother's blood, the ruler of the great southern power of the south, Rubrum. The king says there is no way he will come to his senses. Zemnanto still has not learned his lesson. He doesn't realize that aristocrats don't allow themselves to call members of their own kind loonies. He no longer speaks of kings, they obviously don't allow themselves to do so. Father says that his children have half the blood of members of other royal lands in them. That means they're only half noble, the other half noble foreigners. And the boys have proven it by their own actions. So Ryu will defend this country in their stead as the true king of Centakillion, for the people have already been notified of his bravery. Lvl will be the king's successor and he commands that no one else be brought up. Trinity was angry except for the youngest son. The boy asked permission to say a few words. The king gives him permission to say a word or two, for he has been silent until now. Rauselch flatters the king by saying that he is completely right and the lad will follow him to the end. Isabella and Zemnanto were shocked at what they heard. The boy explains that he, as the second prince, had a low chance of inheriting the throne from the beginning. The boys realize that he initially thought he was a loser. About the queen, Rauselch agrees, except that he is interested in something else. What is Rua? Everyone started to look at each other. The chapter begins with Rauselch addressing Ru, saying that rumors about him have spread throughout the kingdom. They say that he is so strong that there is no one in the whole world who can surpass the protagonist. As soon as the youngest son returned to the country, immediately began to hear many different things about him, Rua immediately shook the boy. What lies behind its smile? And there was also a girl adventurer guild master. She was handing out brochures to everyone with pictures of the main character and the girl. I think we can guess who the author is. But there was something else that Rauselch couldn't believe. He talks about how the boy has no skills. And again Ryu begins to discuss the subject, but with his youngest son. The king's son-in-law agrees with the guy across the hall. The second prince explains that it should not be so. Lvl's husband, who was chosen first to inherit the throne because of ability and achievement, doesn't actually have the skills. The girl asks to be given the floor. She says that it is absolutely true that Ryu became famous throughout the country because he almost single-handedly defeated the demons. The girl is really proud to be married to Lord Ryuya. People tend to stick to the most colorful behaviors while turning a blind eye to other things. A queen who chose a man with no skill as her husband. If this news reaches the rulers of other countries, He fears that nothing good will come of it. The second prince is probably right, Ruya ponders. After all, skills are the most valuable thing in this world. If a person has a skill, he can already qualify for any high position, so he can't hold the position of a king without having any skills behind him. Lvl gets angry and asks him that if she becomes queen, she has to cancel her marriage to Lord Rua. Is that what he means? Lvl replies that not at all. Rather, it is quite the opposite. When the girl becomes queen, then the worry factor of the population will be removed, and he is kind enough to contribute to it to the fullest extent. The protagonist has a bad attitude towards people who unashamedly say they are kind, and he still doesn't understand the true intentions of the second prince. Lvl informs that he just wants to take the opportunity to help dear people. Ruya doesn't understand what he means by this. The boy asks what rank of adventurer he is. The hero replies that D rank. Lvl is surprised, for he has D rank too. Isn't that the rank of a freshly minted adventurer? He thought he wanted to hide his true abilities somehow, but all he has is no skills. The king asks why the adventurer guild gave Ryu such a low rank. Frankly speaking, it wouldn't be comical if the husband of the princess herself was only a D rank holder. In terms of status, he should possess at least or S rank. Ruya thinks that there was nothing he could do about it, for the protagonist was so strong that Ranfight-san, due to his lack of authority, could not issue him such a high rank so quickly. In that case, the king wants to issue a new decree. He wants to do it now, but the youngest son says he can't do it. Adventurers have their own rules. Even if they are ordered by the king, they will not obey his edicts and issue a higher rank. That's why the rank given by the guild to an adventurer is of great importance. Adventurers have rules because of which even the royal family can't do whatever they want. If Ruya can follow those rules to get the highest S rank, or at least a stronger rank, it would clearly say that his abilities are really strong. And even if the guy has no skills, a high rank will cover the shame with a shadow of his greatness. The king realizes that this is a good idea because someone who has enough skill can easily get S rank. Lvl thinks that a rank will be enough. What does Ruya think about it? Does he want to increase his rank? As an adventurer, he really wants to increase his rank. Ruya says that he will do his best and as long as he has the opportunity to increase rank. That way, after getting a high rank, announcing to the whole country about their marriage will not create confusion and distrust. Ruya doesn't realize what it is at all. Friendly advice or a clever deception. Now he can't marry Lvl until he's at least a rank. If that doesn't happen, she will refuse to inherit the throne. This means the children have stolen more time for themselves, and the whole situation is only convenient for both of them. The king reports that he is pleased with Lvl's attitude toward him, for he has said so many good words to him, and the man thought he would get angry and lose his temper when he denied him the right to inherit the throne. The guy says it's just funny, because he's always thinking about this country. The couple looks at him. We are shown the next day, the guys were already at the Adventurers Guild. Ruya tells them that he has to go up as a highly advanced adventurer as soon as possible. He has a great desire to succeed in this for a number of reasons. First, it wouldn't be bad if he could walk around with a rank in his 20 seconds. Second, he was interested in marrying Lvl. But the girl is so confident in her fiancé that she has already started to think of something with the wedding dress. Ruya asks Noam what's up with her dress. She replies that they have decided that they will make it together in the future. Abinion doesn't realize if Ruya is listening to her. The adventurer master says that the main character has reached B rank. So suddenly and quickly, the special request from the royal palace to exterminate demons was approved by the adventurer council and they decided to raise his rank. Noam-chan was also given a B rank. They saved 200 soldiers. Ruya asks if it's normal for him to take a jump from one rank to another. Normally you can only increase rank by completing a number of quests and increasing your own strength. No. Londite is shocked at his words. The guild master starts yelling, well, whose fault is it that his achievements are so abnormal? Killing demons is an act that only gods are capable of. After that, he expects more hugs. Ruya apologizes. Noam says that why did they only raise him to B rank, since that's a bit low. Even among S rank bearers, there isn't someone who can handle an army of demons alone. Londite says that only hard-headed old men sit on the council, so he was only given a B rank. Ruya is glad she's angry and trying for his sake, but still, Abinion feels that they are somehow treating him unfairly. She offers to destroy the entire council. The protagonist thinks that she just showed up, but says things that piss him off. But even so, it is not a fact that there was any reason for it. After all, there is a special exam for becoming an orang adventurer. For them, obtaining a rang is a significant success. But legendary feats like killing a wyvern require the rank of S rank, and that's a whole other level. So before that, in order to realize how special the A rank is, a variety of different evaluation systems were needed to see what the candidate was capable of. And in this exam, every few years, hundreds of outstanding B rank candidates are gathered and an exam is held to promote them to a rank. Fewer than 10 pass the exam. Also, sometimes candidates die. Noam asks when the next exam will now take place. Londite informs him that next month, which is about 5 days from now. If they missed this chance, the next one would not be until 2 or 3 years later. They had no choice. Rua realizes that he needs to pass it the first time. The guy wonders how ruthless this exam will be. Noam also plans to take the exam. Such a calm and awe-inspiring girl. She has become adventurous with the guy and is advancing at the same pace with him. There's a reason why she has the skill of an alchemist king. Londite is counting on the boy, and she will write a letter of recommendation again. Rua realizes that if the local guild master wasn't a girl, his path definitely wouldn't be so easy. He thanks her for the delicious food. The adventurer guild master says that she actually waits for them to come every day. She asks them to climb even higher and show her even more interesting things. Oh, and the guy's progress is incredibly fast. Londite will take care of all the arrangements. The boys should just show up at the rendezvous point on the right day. Abinion asks what kind of place is this. Londite says it changes every time. This time it's in the south, in the kingdom of Rubrum. Rua tries to remember where he heard the name. The girls are eagerly ready to move out. The protagonist says that this isn't just going to be a walk around the neighborhood. He is going to inform Lesledze of his plans and afterward prepare well. After a few days, they reach the kingdom of Rubrum. This kingdom has a warm climate. It is centered around several port cities and is prosperous due to sea trade. The blue of the blue sea is incredibly bright. Noam is very happy, for it is the first time she sees the sea. To be honest, this is also the first time Rua is by the sea. Even the wind smells different here. Born in a nook of the center of Kyrian, he had mostly only seen forests. But now finally, with his own eyes, the boys are happy to see the sea. Abinion looks at them like they're hillbillies. The protagonist asks the Deviless if she has been to the sea before. She asks him a counter question about how many thousands of years he thinks she has been alive. In fact, he has already explored the entire sea floor. Rua asks that she has plenty of free time, but she replies that she also has personal things to do. Magical spirits live in the sea as well, so she has visited them a few times for various matters. Looking at Abinion's appearance, Rua sometimes thinks that she is a spirit, after all, and can cause a natural disaster and kill tens of thousands of people in an instant, and some like her live at the bottom of the sea. Noam asks if the Deviless is friends with magical spirits. She replies that there are those who are truly suited to her spirit, but there are also those who, for no particular reason, start fighting to the death and involve all living beings in the vicinity. Sounds like she could be no small amount of trouble, and the guy is glad to be friends with her. The boy reminds her to move around in the usual way. The head of the Adventurers Guild of the Kingdom of Rubrum Gamo just tells Rue that he's screwed. The guys looked at him in surprise. The man thinks that without the ability for a ring, such a thing is unheard of. This can't be. Is it really, as the second prince said, and when moving from country to country, all the accumulated successes are reset. But here he can't back down. God tells the guy that the basic principle of adventurers is the more able, the higher. In other words, people without ability have no business being here. He doesn't know what trick the boy used to get the recommendation, but this time he's the one doing the exam, so he's out of luck because he won't allow any lawlessness. The boy says he didn't do anything illegal. Ga learns that the head of the guild of the Centakilian Kingdom is a young girl, and he starts insulting her, saying she is stupid. Ga can still tolerate insults toward himself, but not toward Londite. The results he achieved in his home country, the man calls raw. They were purposely written in simple language. It should prove that the guy is a capable man. Ga considers the things written about the boy to be complete lies. Monsters can single-handedly destroy an entire country. He is the natural enemies of mankind. Even if he didn't believe it right away, why treat him so rudely and unfairly? The man says that the guy forged an official document and is facing jail time for such a thing. Now he's going to find out how strictly criminals are treated in this country, and at the same time he's going to take down the head of the guild for making such an absurd document. Noam pours what potion she has on the man and tells him to apologize to Rua. Ga asks the girl what she's doing since he's the head of the guild. In response, she tells him that no matter what position a man holds, if he doesn't know etiquette, there's no point in answering him politely. The guild leader asks her who she is. Thanks to Noam, the guy doesn't crush that Mojas. The girl informs the man that she wants to take the rank exam too. If he had looked at the papers, he would have realized where his eyes were looking. The man was surprised at what he heard. He read that the girl had the ability of an alchemy king. It was an SSS rank. Indeed, she was fit for the exam. He was going to start preparing the papers. Noam asks if she will participate with Ruya-san. The man replies that she should leave that brat behind, and talented geniuses like the girl are good for a ring. She says that it doesn't matter that Ruya-san has no ability. Noam saw with her own eyes the ease with which he destroyed monsters, demons, and heroes. If Ruya can't pass the exam, the girl says she will quit. Mojis says that only units without abilities were recognized, and Ryuya was surprised at what he said. The man is about to start the formal procedure. If in the future, the fame of having a rank-capable people appear in the exam for which he was responsible, he would agree. But no, for he could not recognize a person with legendary rank abilities. And in the future, in this world, his name will be remembered as a great idiot. A little too much, of course, girl. He doesn't want to recognize Ryuya's power, then she'll give him a chance and let him see everything with his own eyes. What does Noam mean by that? The neighborhood is full of monsters, and if Ryuya-san tackles them alone, the man will recognize Ryuya's danger. Mojis thinks that he is simply not capable of such a thing. But if he succeeds, then the man recognizes the guy. Ryuya is glad the man said so himself. With a mad look, Noam tells Mojis to suck back the drool he spit out. After all, she won't let him pretend like he slept through the whole thing. Somewhere, Ryuya had heard those words before. Noam said that she had made a deal and they could go show that brainless brute the power of a guy. Ryuya apologizes to Noam that she had to do that for him. The girl says it's natural because he saved her life. She has yet to get back even a % of what Ryuya did for her. If she hadn't stopped him and he had continued to insult Londide-san, then the guy would have beaten him up and disaster would have struck. Still, dousing him with water was already unnecessary, said Ryuya. Noam reports that everything is fine and she didn't douse him with water. The protagonist is shocked. Wasn't it just plain water? What then? It's a potion Noam developed, just in case something like this happens. It's a good thing it came in handy so quickly. The boy wonders if Mojis is going to get some stains and die a painful death in a couple days. The boy wonders what the effect is. Noam decides to call it a hair loss potion. The boys keep walking. Ryuya is glad that the man's life is not in danger. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a plain in the vicinity of Rubrum Kingdom. It's so spacious and flat here, a perfect battlefield, Noam said. Ryuya began to remember what the girl had said about destroying all the monsters in the vicinity of this city. Suddenly, he noticed something wrong with the girl. Noam tells the boy not to worry. Suddenly, a Binion appears and gives a potion to the girl. The Devilist tells Noam not to be shy and to take it. The protagonist watches them bewildered. He is in anticipation. The girls were discussing something heatedly in the small fog created by a Binion. Ryuya doesn't realize what's even happening. Suddenly they stopped abruptly. The potion is called Monster Pun. She had prepared one for the purpose of research. From the stench that stirs up monsters, she made a potion. The last time she opened that bottle, that stench began to disperse in all directions and the smell began to lure everyone into the center. Abinion says in other words, right here. The protagonist realizes that he has to overpower them one by one. Guy asks how many roughly can be lured with this bottle. Noam says that it will cover the entire guild area of this city. Such a strong potion opens without any backward thought. They opened the potion. It started to stink horribly here, but the monsters would immediately come running here. An army of creatures was closing in on them. Abinion likes it. Beast-like half-humans, with an indeterminate slime-like form. Among them, the Devilist senses even the undead. Noam makes a quality potion. Ryuya asks how many monsters are there exactly. About 200, Abinion replies. That's the effect Noam wanted. She is very happy that the transformation has succeeded. The protagonist wonders what will happen to the city now because there are so many of them. The girl says that everything will be fine because the guy will defeat them all. They have gathered them here just for that. So if he loses even one, there'll be disaster in the city. Abinion says he won't make that mistake. But even if anything does happen, it is the city in which he has been insulted. Let it be wiped off the face of the earth, so says Abinion. Ryuya starts attacking the fast monsters first. The problem lies only in quantity. His arm length is limited. If he had some sort of plan, it would be easier. The guy's got some new technique. He twisted his arms very quickly and a small vortex was formed, demolishing the monsters. Noam called it a wall of compressed air. It works great with weak monsters. Abinion says, correcting the information. The effect was stronger than they thought, so monsters from the wider area are gradually approaching here. Ryuya asks to put it more simply. Their number reaches already under 1,000. The guy keeps killing them. And the next day, the protagonist wiped out all of them. Now everyone. The Devilist reports that there are over 5,000 of them. The guild master was already bald. He asked what had happened here and why there were so many monsters. He started looking at the corpses of monsters and was shocked to see who wasn't here. The guy defeated even all the monsters they extract useful materials from. What about his city's special product? How did this happen? A man's interest. Noam asks him what he means to say he slept through everything. The girl says that it is not Ryuya's fault, but the man himself, for it was he who did not want to believe in his abilities that caused him to agree to such a thing. Because the protagonist killed so many monsters at once, they might not be around for the next few years. But that's good, now no one in town will be in danger. But he doesn't know what will happen to the adventurers whose job it was to destroy the monsters. Noam tells the man to think hard. Could a D or C rank adventurer do this? We need to begin the formalities of recognizing Ryukun as worthy of the A rank. The girl threatens the man, saying she still has potion left. Should we continue hunting monsters? The guildmaster of this town says he'll take care of all the formalities. Noam said smilingly, that was the way it should have been said from the beginning. Rue was approached by. It turned out that Noam and Abinion had finished collecting materials from 5,000 monsters and had talked to the local head of the artisans on the way. She had left the job to them, she didn't even have to do anything. The protagonist sipping a cocktail. This was the beginning of chapter 11. The exam would take place in a few days. What should they do in the meantime? They want to get the A rank more than anything else. Ryu thinks that they need to plan everything carefully, and Noam has in her mind finding how the previous exams went. Success only comes to those who don't do stupid things. Ryuya has only one rival, and that is himself. Abinion said if a guy asked what they should do now, her answer would be to go swimming in the sea. Ryuya and Noam looked at her in surprise. The Devilis explains that the boy and girl stink horribly. It seems to be the effect of the Monstroboon. The boys start sniffing their bodies, they don't realize anything. Perhaps they are used to each other's odors. Abinion reports that people passing by them say something like, "What's that unbearable stench?" Ryuya thought it was because of the Devilis, for in such turmoil she did not even conceal her presence. The guys are wondering what they should do to wash their bodies. But the answer is right in front of their noses. We are shown the seaside resort of the kingdom of Rubrum. The boys grew up in the interior of the mainland and didn't know that swimming in the sea was so good. And the uniform the guy is wearing is called a swimsuit. It looks like it's designed specifically for a vacation at sea. Noam put their clothes in a powerful detergent she had invented. She should have used it right away since she had it. He bought swim trunks and got ready, but he doesn't understand why Noam is delayed. The girl apologizes for keeping him waiting. We are shown Noam in her bathing clothes. Ryuya starts looking her over, thinking she's in regular underwear. He even tells her that she wants to feel like a young girl before she gets married. But actually, Noam was shy. The salesman told her it was the most ordinary swimsuit. He doesn't believe it, and in that moment realizes that all the other girls are here in bathing suits too. He starts looking at the girls on the beach. Noam closes his eyes, telling him he's not allowed to look at it, but the guy doesn't understand why. Abinion says he needs to understand the girl's heart, because the girl has worked so hard and he's looking at someone else. Noam bought a swimsuit to show off in front of Rua. It was a big challenge for the girl. He needs to praise her well. The protagonist tells her that if he tells her that it looks good on her, will she take it as praise? She doesn't know how to react, but thanks the guy. The girl is wearing a swimsuit for the first time, and there are so many different kinds. But at that moment she herself has changed into a swimsuit. She has made it out of half spiritual, half physical ectoplasm, and it can change its shape quietly. She has one receiver that allows her to change it at will. Ryuya asks to cover the Devilis with something, but she slides around a lot. The woman says to the girl about seeing their master panicked. Abinion says if she seduces Ryu as boldly, he will surely be hers, but if she continues to behave so ineptly, it will not work out in the end. Noam understood her, but asked her not to seduce the guy in such public places. The girls decided that since they were on a sea beach, they should have a good time. The girls took the protagonist to the beach, discussing what they would do there. Ryu got angry and asked, did they come to this country to have fun? There's an exam coming up and they have a lot to do now. But they ended up having fun on the beach. Here was the day of the exam, the central arena established by the king. It was called Martial Paradise 2. The exam was about to begin and the boys were worried. Noam tells the guy why he's worried. She thinks he will pass it without any problem. She's the one who should be worried since she doesn't have any fighting ability. So this structure was built for the ceremonies of the Rubrum Kingdom. Bloody battles used to be fought here. Now it has so quietly turned into a place of national importance, where an exam for adventurer rank advancement is held every few years. Many countries around the world continue to help each other for the sake of holding it. At least he heard it from the uncle in short pants. Ryuya tells the girl that together they should show the best of what they can do. Noam gives a favorable answer. Oh, and besides, a guy has a better chance of failing the exam than a girl. Noam says that just can't be. After all, they don't know when that pattern about the weirdo with no ability is going to come out again. Leaving the country, he once again acutely felt the societal stereotype called without ability. It probably won't be a long wait. At that very second, he is treated like a person without skill. Ryuya thinks he's misheard. The huge men say that once again there is a weirdo who doesn't know his place. They laugh that Ryuya without ability is going to become an adventurer rank. The egoists say that a rank is not for him. They think that the guy must have been spoiled a lot by the class that he was hoping to advance without abilities. They ask him if he's ready to die, and he should be. The world isn't so simple that Rui can get a rank so easily without an ability. The guy stays calm, and Gnome starts to panic. The protagonist says that he really doesn't have the ability, but that's no reason to give up. No matter what happens, be what happens. The men tell him that he is very brave, but there should not be those among the orang who hope to somehow solve the problem on enthusiasm alone. Evil Uncle says that if Rui still thinks that enthusiasm will help him sort things out, then it means that he is still a chicken. He knows to get the rank 1 plan consisting of his iron will won't be enough. He doesn't grasp the logic of how he's going to accomplish his goal. It's just horrible. All three keep telling him that he's not ready yet, but Rui doesn't care about that. They ask him about what the guy thinks he can endure everything without a single potion. He's going to share 10 potions with them. The protagonist looks at the men aggressively, the girl with incomprehension. The evil men can't calm down. They say the rank exam isn't so easy to relax with just potions. He still needs an antidote to help with the paralysis. They give him a stamina drink, an eye medicine, a vigor potion, a cooling potion, a petrification resistance potion, and a throat candy. Now the lad's hands are crammed with nothing but potions. As they continue to taunt him, they say that even with them, it's not a given that he'll be able to pass the rank exam as it's very strict. The men see another little boy, and thinking they are senpai, they think they need to guide him to the right path. Noam realizes they have just as many potions as she does. She liked the throat candy. Ruya thanks the men. Pretty soon the greeting before the exams begins. At the same moment, a loud voice announces that the exam participants need to gather in front of the stage. A very large number of people kept making their way towards the stage. A fog and a tense atmosphere appeared all around. Someone said it was time, and it was time to start. To begin, they were presented with the place for the examination, as well as assistants and all amenities. We are shown the adventurer Orang, the curator in charge of the rank advancement exam, a direct member of the guild council, nicknamed the Invincible Shield. Souds, such a curator is now on the screen. An orang adventurer nicknamed the Iron Fork, by the name of Grindo, so he would like to thank the Kingdom of Rubrum as a representative of the Adventurers Guild. The curator and adventurer Orang is shown again, nicknamed a labyrinth guide by the name of Sentence, as we also see a saber-toothed girl named Shiger. A full scene is shown with the already heard greeting of the curators. Now all the curators are on the screen, you can read more about them. Gathered here, ladies and gentlemen, the future of the adventurer Orang, as well as the narcissists who think they have the right to do so. Mentor's job to distinguish who is who, including the man speaking. Behind the podium now stand 4 of the people that people are trying to become. He has high hopes that among the newcomers standing here today, as many people as possible will become their equals. Rua realizes that he will be looked upon in the same way as the current orang adventurers. Shiger informs him that it may turn out that none of them will turn themselves in. Another handler gags her, calling her a toothy girl. The exam's starting. That's what we thought, but the guy says he has one more thing to say before he does. A guest was invited to this exam who said that this experience might help in some way in becoming king in the future. It was the first prince of the Centakilian kingdom, Zemnanto-sama. Ryuya was surprised. He tells people not to make such a distressed look. After all, according to him, the guy is really the #1 candidate to be the next king of the Centakilian kingdom. Many members of the Rubrum kingdom might have a question as to why a prince of a foreign country is here. However, they wouldn't even need to wonder. The guy has very strong ties to this country. After all, his second mom is the fiancée of the king, the Centakilian kingdom of Kyrian, and she was the former queen of the Rubrum kingdom. In other words, the king of the kingdom of Rubrum was his uncle, and he let the lad look at them and learn. Ryuya recalls where he heard about this kingdom from. Now Zemnanto definitely thinks nothing good awaits him. The curator says there's nothing wrong with it. In other words, since the prince of the 2 kingdoms is here, with his good grade if he gets a rank, it will be much easier for him to conduct his future activities. The guy agreed. But the most important thing is that those who have a low grade from the beginning will not be able to step a foot and change anything. Rula got angry. Conversations continued on the stage. Zemnanto tells the curator that he wants only one thing, and that is for those connected with Lesledza to be sure to get screwed. If they get a decent amount of financial help from the prince, they'll have no problem helping with that. The guy keeps bribing and promising a good future to the handler, but Ruya hears everything perfectly well because he has 80 million level. And now the protagonist is definitely convinced that this exam will not pass quietly. The first prince thinks why Ruya came, realizing about such a hopeless situation. The boy thinks he is now hated. Noam says that's not true and no one hates him. As he said, apparently got here by mistake by the guildmaster of the region, and the other is counting on him. This was whispered about by the prince and the curator. Some say that once it comes to battle, they will personally attack him. If he lets his guard down for a moment, there will be nothing left of the guy. Ruya says if he's going to do it, he might as well try Schemer. Noam doesn't realize who her master is talking to. Zemnanto tells someone not to betray his expectations. Everyone is told whoever is called needs to come forward. Ruya doesn't want to give in to the provocation and give up. Noam thinks about how our protagonist is kind and a little inscrutable. The curators begin to announce the list of participants. Ruya doesn't understand, what is this about checking absentees? At that moment, Noam is called. Guy wishes her luck, saying that he too will be named soon. The girl smiled and went forward, but the list ended and Ruya was not named. The curator says they have to understand why they weren't named. Ruya says the others have no abilities and the adventurer agrees with him. They've been branded with the stigma of not giving up since birth. Poor wanderers abandoned by God. They come here every time, despite the fact that there are so few of them. They don't have any ability and somehow got B rank, but don't think that's why you're allowed to sit for the exam. But the rules say they are allowed to participate. The audience supports the guy. The curator says all he has to do is eliminate those whose logic doesn't work. He tells me that ever since the Adventurers Guild began to exist, no one who didn't possess the ability has ever received a rank. Even now, before, and in the future, there will be 0, so says the rank holder. But apparently, even the people who have not passed, who are not capable of anything, want to look at those who in the future will have superiority over them due to their powerful abilities. And that could benefit the entire Adventurers Guild. So, why don't you get out of here before their bodies get bloody? In that case, the curators will dignify them as people worthy of their lack of any talents. The boy asks, how will they do? Ruga realizes that he will pass the exam. The protagonist says that he's not going to give up and originally came here to get the A rank. The adventurer's sole demands to challenge the impossible. The audience continues to support the boy. What? The curator tells them they are annoying. He doesn't understand why there is a constant odor of trouble coming from such idiots. But the labyrinth's guide, named Sentence, says he'll give them a special exam. What kind of special exam are we talking about? Ryuya thought. The main character sensed something was coming and told everyone to watch their step. Sentence reports that there seems to be a man with a good sense among them. However, like a man giving an examination, he orders them. Anyone who moves even one step will be instantly disqualified. The highest ranked ability called the Gen Spot is activated. Ryuya looked questioningly at the floor. People flew somewhere. The curator says not to worry them, for falling into the hole is not the only danger that awaits them. He'll just guide them to the proper, trashy exam site. The special exam has begun. The moment the protagonist was calmly and cold-bloodedly sent to the pit, using a shared glance with Albion, he was convinced. The screen shows the characterization of Sentence. The guy fell head down. Everyone started asking what was going on. He threw about 20-30 people here, and it seems that they are now in the dungeon of Rubrum Kingdom. Some adventurers with no abilities said so. Yep, most cities are built over dungeons from which they gather resources, but I didn't think they'd set a trap here on purpose. Some adventurer with no abilities also said so. The protagonist says no, it was his ability that opened the hole in space. It's a degen spot. The other people are shocked at what they hear. The enemy praises Rue for realizing everything at once. For them, the incapable people, the guy has a backup exam. It consists of escaping from the dungeon. If they can pass it, he will recognize that at the very minimum the guys without abilities are still capable. Their time is unlimited, but if they don't hurry, the exam is over. Still, Sentanza is in charge of this exam, and if they want to give up, they can ask for his help at any time. He can still let people live, even those who have not done their work. The main character stood up and told everyone to go forward. People listened to him and ran. They are ready to do it. Their hearts united. Not only the hatred for the higher-ranked adventurers with a sense of superiority who had humiliated them so much, but also the results with which they had come here, hoping to become Orang adventurers. And so also the pride of those without ability. The crowd saw someone in the front. They were the men who met us and gave us potions. They want to continue like this, because if they all unite, these difficulties will be nothing. Ryuya got angry, for they didn't turn out to have powers either, but the men say that they never said they had them. It turns out that this is their 7th Orang exam. They want to all take it together. That's how, from the looks of it, they seemed like simple bullies, but in reality, they endured hardship and suffering more than anyone else and still made it this far. That's what Ryuya thinks. The men think they will endure even without the blessing of ability, because they have been doing it for 20 years. They are sustained by an unbreakable spirit. To begin with, they were asked to laugh so annoyingly. They agreed to it. The protagonist realized everything, namely that everyone here, even without abilities, were very strong individuals. Ryuya asks Abinian if she can hear him. She replies that she can hear him, and it seems they have been sent to a very strange place. The Devilis awaits orders. She asks if she needs to destroy the culprit who sent Rui to that trash heap and then rescue him. The protagonist replies that it's neither. He will try to deal with it on his own, and she must continue to support Noam. It wouldn't be surprising if something were to happen to her. Abinion reports that Ruya is being overly cautious as usual, and Noam seems to be showing herself quite well. She suggests using the joint view and seeing it in person. The guy agrees to the suggestion. The guy sees the girl standing around the corpses. One of the handlers laughingly kills people. The other one also flips them off with his skill. The protagonist wonders what this setting is all about. He realized that it was a simple screening of candidates. Apparently, the point of the exam was to withstand the onslaught of the examiners. Apparently, at this rate, they want to keep only 10% of the candidates. Doesn't that seem a bit too coarse a selection? Abinion thinks that with Ryu's spirit power, the two of them will easily handle everything. Is their spirits really that strong? Someone meows and says that the cute prey has been discovered. Ruya thinks Noam is in trouble, but the Devilist suggests they keep watching. So much trouble from the girl, says Shiger with the ability to turn into a panther. She thinks she's very cute, so she wants to pet her. She shows her ability to her and she feels sorry that today's assignment was to make a loud noise. Shiger activates the transformation into a beast by 50%. She tells the main character's fiancé that she has no chance of even a casual victory. Depending on how long she resists depends on passing her exam. Noam is pissed off by her endless chatter that doesn't end and she directly asks about it. Is Shiger going to defeat her? So the girl will do it first. Noam thinks they're the worst because she says not to evaluate people just by the presence or absence of an ability. Ryuya-san is an order of magnitude stronger than everyone else, but they blatantly ignore and bypass him. And they dare to call themselves examiners. What are they doing? The girl called them heretics. Shiger doesn't know what she's talking about. Is she getting stupider because of her state of obduracy? Noam says she's small, but she's no match for Ryuya-san. The protagonist is about to show the difference between her and the curator. Shiger is shocked. She realizes her and moves to attack. The panther girl thinks the girl is brave for daring to defy a rang, for she has challenged her. The man shouts to the girl not to approach her mindlessly, for she has the very ability of the alchemy king. She stepped back. Noam poured out some kind of potion. Shiger's mouth foamed and she felt sick. It felt like her nose had been stabbed with some kind of knife. Ryuya assumes it was a mixture of multiple odors. When one turns into a beast, the senses of her eyes, ears, and nose are proportionately heightened. In other words, and the reaction to potions would be amplified. The curator is still not feeling well. Wildcats, after all, react radically when someone marks their territory with another master. And since Shiger is adopting the trait of a cat, that instinct is among them. Which means that many of Noam's potions are just fine. The girl wants to douse an orang representative with the potion. That'll be damn interesting. Shiger thinks Noam is thinking like a devil and she asks her to stop. But the girl is not deterred by her words. She pours her potion on her. The stimulating odor grows stronger and stronger. The repeated potion flies toward Shiger. One of the handlers yells at her to try to develop her transformation into a beast so she won't react so strongly to the odors and they will no longer be dangerous to her. But she doesn't listen to the guy and relies on her animal reflexes. The men discuss the fact that the girl instinctively got into a game of dodging potions and fell into a trap. She completely underestimated her opponent, for Noam's ability is orders of magnitude stronger. What's in the bottle they're showing us? There was a small explosion. Shiger is holding her eyes. She's probably stopped seeing anything. Noam asks her if her vision has been enhanced by the ability. Through an alchemical transformation she made a light potion, so Noam is wearing black goggles. Taking out another preparation, she starts pouring it on Shiger. The curator of the orang literally melts from the potions. Abinion thinks Noam is ruthless because she really did finish her off. The heroine pulls out a club with nails and is asked about the fact that the club is also alchemical. But Noam replies that she just bought it at the store. Shiger rejoices, but the men realize that this is too bad, for the girl does not understand the situation she is in. Noam tells her not to worry, for afterwards she will scrape her off with an alchemical spell. Shiger doesn't know what she's talking about. As a result of the alchemical effect, the girl will become 10 times harder at the moment of contact. And it looks like the mass will increase by about 300 times. And now she's going to kill her. The picture looks terrible after the girl's actions. Shiger sobs in pain and helplessness. Noam fires a punch, but she missed, perhaps because of her black glasses. Next time she won't miss for sure. Orang is in a panic. Shiger begs not to kill her, she doesn't want Noam to flatten her like a pomegranate. Abinion is pleased with her girl. Grindo gets angry watching this situation. After all, the ability to turn into a beast has conditions and even a rank. Naturally, it does not compare to the ability of the SSS rank. A man approaches Noam and tells her that she has passed the first part of the exam. He is very happy that such a talented girl with a wonderful ability is passing the exam. The guy offers to fight her in honor of her passing the exam and becoming an orang adventurer. Is the ability so important? Everyone looked at her in bewilderment. The curator interjected what the girl had said. She says that she hates the ability with all her soul. Noam begins to tell her that she lived wonderful days before she got the ability, but she ruined it all. Because of her ability, life consisted of nothing but abuse until one day one man changed everything literally with his own hands. Noam goes on about meeting that man and begins to cry. That meeting brought her far more happiness than the Alchemy King's ability. The man doesn't know what she's talking about. The girl replies to him that there are many things that are more important than ability, and since he happens to be one of those who didn't notice, he will be destroyed. Ryuya can't stop watching Noam grow up. Abinion sees that her master has made sure that he has nothing to worry about for a while. Well, even if something happens, she will forcefully make her enemies realize how impure a world they live in. The protagonist agreed with her and decided to concentrate on his own exam. The guy rejoined the ranks of adventurers with no ability and they moved forward. Big Uncle tells them to slow their pace, for without good stamina the adventurers will quickly tire. Their goal is to get everyone out of here. A man will run last, lest he receive an unexpected stab in the back at the end. Ryuya was surprised that those men turned out to be reliable. Since the start, not one more had been hurt or injured, all thanks to the perfect defense of those big men. The protagonist directly asks one of them why they took command and don't try to act rudely, but the man answers him that the handlers were dismissive of those without abilities. The examiners have arbitrarily decided that they are weaklings and so constantly cling to them. The home front defender became quite sick with hatred for them. The man asks Rui if he realizes how strict this world is on people without abilities. The life of adventurers is full of bitterness. They are constantly underestimated, trampled on, and kicked out of everything. How are they able to continue on despite these torments? All because they can't give up on their goal. Surely this man will not stray from his path. Even without ability, they will definitely achieve a rank. Because they all lack abilities, the protagonist ended up with these guys, who can't be broken by any hardship. They survived and became true veterans, constantly refusing to fall into despair. No matter how bad the situation was, they did not lose hope and continued to go forward to their cherished goal. Rua is defeated. The men began to laugh annoyingly again, joking that if one wanted to become an orang adventurer, one had to become a complete idiot. This year they definitely want to become orang adventurers. They all ran too fast. Worried, one told the other that he drank too much water. In a dungeon, water must be drunk at regular intervals. But it can't be helped, he's going to share his flask. They're all allies now, so they'll have each other's backs with all their efforts. Ryuya spotted the enemy ahead of him. The protagonist thought about the words about them being allies now. With one blow he killed the enemy in front of him, continuing to think that all this was certainly not a bad thing. The men are pleased that their brother has defeated almost everyone single-handedly, much less with one blow, so they move at a fast pace and can take it easy on the way forward. But the protagonist is only concerned about one thing, and that is their laughter. Up ahead they met a sort of exit. But was it a way out? Doesn't that seem strange to you? There should normally be a light at the exit. He asks you to wait because there's something wrong. But the man doesn't care and moves forward. Glad that he's finally found a way out, he's swallowed into some black hole. The adventurers panic, for he has disappeared. Rua remembers that it seems to be a didnt spot ability, so the passage leading to the exit is unilaterally closed. They don't have time to think about it, so they decide to go through it. But something stops them. One of their comrades has already been consumed by it. If they don't team up with him soon, then he may be surrounded by a whole house of monsters, and then he can't be saved. He's right about that. The most terrifying dungeon is to split up with your comrades. Ryuya agrees with the boys. They all move together into the passage through the black hole. He would do anything to save his comrades, even go to a deadly place. Only fools of the adventurous sort would do such a thing. He had heard something like this somewhere before. The examiner laughs at them and calls them idiots. This can't be. Where did they end up? What was this place in which the adventurers found themselves? It was the same as where they had been thrown the first time. Is this an endless loop using another dimension's ability? It looked like that smiling man wasn't going to let them pass the exam. But it's not. In fact, he believed in them, because even without ability, on just effort and enthusiasm alone, they would achieve excellent results and pass it. And if they don't have the courage to do so, then they shouldn't even be allowed to take the A rank exam. And just in case, he wants to say that he is ready to accept anyone who wants to surrender. It is obvious what he wants, namely to eliminate them by giving them an absolutely impenetrable task. They look down on people without abilities, and now they're saying everything straight. Rua thinks maybe it's because of him. No doubt Prince Simnanto's target is the protagonist and has implicated the others in the plan. The big man is about to give up, but Rua interrupts him. They think it takes courage to retreat too. They'll get out of here first, and then they'll appeal and tell the guild council about such an unfair exam. Right now, this is the best plan in their opinion. Suddenly Abinion appeared and wanted to say something. She says that he will enjoy hearing what she has to say, but first, he'll have to listen to a lecture. It's the second round, and already there are turncoats who have run out of steam. They were adventurous precisely because they are here now despite their weakness. In this situation, they are put within their limits, so they need to consider this a training session and get to the surface first. Abinion gave him a lecture and Ruya understood everything. The protagonist announces that he is going to go down. Everyone was puzzled. What is he saying? Allegedly, the guy got weird after he realized he was cornered. Swimming against the tide isn't a good thing after 10 years, is it? There's a way out at the top. There's nothing but the bottom of the dungeon. But Ruya needs something. At the bottom is the core of the dungeon, and he's just going to destroy it. The dungeon is just a warped space. It's born and sustained by the core. If the core is destroyed, the dungeon will disintegrate. The space will change drastically, which means its ability will be instantly blown away. And in such turmoil, they will escape with greatness. The boys thought and looked at him. Abruptly they said it was too reckless. Does he even realize how difficult it is to destroy the core of the dungeon? The core is in the deepest part of the dungeon. We don't know how deep it is, but it's at least 20 stories deep. It's full of monsters. Even for an adventurer Rang, it's impossible. Are they all worried about him? Since they are such people, he wants to take the exam with them. Ruya had a good idea. He hit the floor. They saw the lower level. If the protagonist keeps hitting the floor at the same pace, he will reach the lowest floor very quickly. A good idea equals hard work in this situation. Ruya asks them to move back to the exit and wait for him there. The man asks who he really is, and if the guy destroys the core while at the deepest depths, the destruction will most likely hit him. On the main character says their line that in order to reach a rank without abilities, you have to be an idiot. The three men were shocked by this phrase. They began to laugh. All the adventurers support him. He has a fine bully spirit and they all want to get together all in the same company afterward. Now one of the men also sees a way out of the situation. Ruya moved to the bottom of the dungeon. With each stroke he continued to descend lower and lower. The guy didn't stop at all. When he got to the bottom, he saw something that looked like a crystal. It was a nucleus. He hit the core and heard a sound. Apparently, it was the signal before the destruction. The guy hurries back upstairs. As he flew out, the guys were happy to see him back. Ruya asks them if everyone made it out safely. Some didn't like it. This man was the owner of the dungeon. He tells them that they do not understand the things that have been done. But the protagonist doesn't care because they put in all the effort to pass the exam. But the examiner says that they have destroyed the dungeon. It was the property of the country of Rubrum. It turns out that countries use dungeons to mine all sorts of materials. But nobody cares about that. Now the economy of an entire city will grind to a halt and it will lead to a huge catastrophe. With the dungeon gone, a lot of jobs are gone and all the local adventurers lose their assignments. The curator asks the boys how they will take responsibility to the hundreds of ordinary people affected by their actions. But the boys still don't care. In that case, the protagonist is going to answer seriously. Why should they take responsibility? A certain adventurer calls the examiner the Joker in this situation specifically. In response, the guy answers them that they are the ones who destroyed the dungeon. Ruya reports that he was indeed the one who destroyed the core, but the examiner forced him to resort to this plan. He threw them into the dungeon, made it the purpose of the examiner to escape from it. And so they did escape, guided only by his instructions. Quotes the curator's phrase that without ability they found a way to do it. Guy is furious. He doesn't understand the connection between his words and the destruction of the dungeon. But then he remembers saying those words to them. Who, then, will pay for this enormous damage? The adventurers amicably point their fingers at him, saying that he will pay. Ruya says that since this guy is the exam supervisor, he prepared an example of how to solve his assignment. After all, he closed the exit of the dungeon with the space warp ability, which means the only way to get out of the dungeon is to break it, right? But if he had given a task that was impossible to complete, then he was worthless as an exam supervisor. The boy is depressed by what he's heard. Doesn't he think that now is the time to behave according to his rank and show them all how to take responsibility? The adventurers began to mock him, saying that he made him take an exam with absurd conditions, and as soon as it came down to it, to run away. There was also talk of where to do the honor of a rank holder, but the curator says he doesn't give a damn. He was originally against it himself. The guy didn't want to be their handler either, so it's pushed him into it, so it's his fault. After all, according to the guy, he's the chief examiner and so the responsibility is on him. He tells him to report the whole thing to him, adding that it's all the guild's fault for organizing such a stupid exam. Lastly, he says that nothing is his fault. The adventurers are wondering what to do next. The boys recall that the examiner told them to go to someone more knowledgeable and ask him. Adventurers without skill are not to blame for the destruction of the dungeon. We are shown the other two examiners. After recognizing them, they think that the boys have failed the exam. They go on to say that this year's exam takers have turned out to be such cowards and that out of everyone, they are confident in only one person. Ryuya interrupts them and says that they passed the exam. The tutors looked at him in surprise. The protagonist continued to tell them about passing the supplementary exam. Now they are asking for the main one. The men think it's a joke. Do they think that people without skills have fought them? Ryuya said that the person conducting their extra quest left in a hurry. The guy looked at the others without understanding. The protagonist says that he destroyed the dungeon while taking the exam, and apparently Santance himself was also destroyed by it. Ryuya delivers the message that as chief administrator, the man opposite will take full responsibility. He does not believe his words. The fact that Ryuya was able to destroy the dungeon is impossible for him. One of the curators ran to check if it was really destroyed or not. The remaining orang wielder informs Ryuya that if indeed he has destroyed the dungeon, he will hit him in such a way that he will fly into the air completely naked. But if it turns out to be a mere throw-in, good on the guy. When the man returns, he reports that it's been destroyed. The handlers discuss what happened. Ryuya tells him that if it's okay with him, then the good-for-nothing can explain to them what happened. There is a recounting of what happened. The man thinks it's a lie because he doesn't recognize the fact that someone without abilities is capable of such a thing. They are going to arrest the protagonist. Ryuya tells him that he is contradicting himself, for first to talk about not recognizing and then about arresting him. But the man does not listen to him. Interrupting, he explains to him about how he must realize the importance of the dungeon, which is the property of the kingdom of Rubrum, which Ryuya destroyed. The Adventurer Guild will be asked to reimburse a huge amount of money, and in the future they will not be able to locate the arena for the examination, because the entire responsibility will be on them. But it was the examiners who allowed this to happen. The man gags the guy. He takes the protagonist by the neck and says that since this happened, the best solution is to put all the blame on him and get rid of the boy. If everything works out, the head of the exam will be able to make amends with the life of one useless man. In that case, he won't be useless anymore. As he gathers his thoughts, he recalls his conversation with Abinion. She tells him that powerful spirits like her can give birth to what humans call the core of the dungeon. Their fateful meeting happened in a castle, which in a broad sense was also a dungeon. Moreover, if Ryuya wanted, the Deviless could spawn a new dungeon core after he destroyed it, for she was ready to fulfill absolutely any wish of Ryuya. When the protagonist is shown this attitude, he understands why everyone starts to worry about him when he says not to worry and leave everything on him. The guy tells the examiners that they are the ones who created the absurd exam conditions in order to prevent people who don't have the ability from passing. And the fact that they met this unrealistic condition is not an offense. He has a superior ability, so he can solve this problem instead of his runaway comrade. Sodes calls the guy a freak and screams. Grindo informs him to leave it to him. After all, they need to shift all the responsibility to him, so he's going to deal with cleaning up these people. Suddenly, the swords of adventurers without ability flew towards the examiners. The man activated his steel exoskeleton ability. It decomposes metal into fibers and creates armor from them. That's why it's called an iron beam. He tells Ryu that the lad can be proud to die at the hand of Orang. The protagonist hits the man with a blow called a stroke of justice. His armor flew apart. The man began to scream. He doesn't understand why his armor broke. His ability collects all the metal in the neighborhood, and since his fist is as hard as metal, there's only one thing that can stand up to it. Due to his strong senses, Ryuya has trained his body so much. After a short pause, the protagonist struck his opponent again. The man flew backwards at a very fast speed. He kept flying and even lost his trousers. Grindo was defeated, and his partner doesn't believe it. Ryuya says that it seems that the condition for passing the first part of the exam was to defeat one of them, and it turns out he passed it. Or does the protagonist need to officially whack him as the strongest of them all? Then he officially passes the Orang Adventurer exam. The examiner is angry. Admiring his strength, he doesn't think Ryuya can overpower him even though he doesn't have the ability. The protagonist asks if the man is the strongest among all these little brats. He was angered by the guy's expression. Suddenly someone tells them to stop it. We are shown a member of the Adventurers Guild Council named by Stemerio. She asks if this is the place where the rank exam is officially held. It's not a place of carnage, is it? Ryuya asks who is that. There's a kid standing in front of him. The examiner says that the kid should be afraid because he's facing a council member. It's that great girl, the councilwoman, the one who controls all the Adventurers Guilds in the world. Ryu doesn't realize whether she's powerful or not, but decides to bow to her. Stemerio says that it is not necessary to bow before her. After all, they are just parasites who formally lead them, but in reality simply spoil their lives. Ryu is surprised by her so-called modesty. He thinks that maybe she is nice. The girl asks Sodes why has he been looking kind of bad for the last few minutes. Has he been in some very bad situation? His face is even sweating. Destroying the dungeon was absolutely not part of his plans. and he realizes that the council will no longer be able to avoid trouble. Since it has already come to this, he will say that this crime was personally committed by this man without ability, so the man immediately decided to make him apologize to the Rubrum Kingdom. The girl hesitated. Soides continues his speech, saying that he was truly sorry that Councilman Bistamario personally had to come here. The girl says that it is not good. She asks if the man is the supervisor of the exam. In that case, he is the one responsible for everything that happened in the exam. She goes on to talk about the impossible condition that can't be fulfilled unless the dungeon is destroyed. Ruya looks on with surprise as she listens to her speech. As she continues, she talks about it being a man's personal mistake. Just in case, Bistamario asks Rui about whether the person who destroyed the dungeon is really him. The boy agrees that he is. The girl asks how he managed to do it. The protagonist tells her that he went down to the lowest part and then bang on the core. The councilman asks him again about bang on the core. Ruya says if she doesn't believe it, then don't, but the girl says she just wanted to make sure and he got it right. All responsibility lies with the supervisor of the exam. This exam was conducted without the permission of the board members and it is their initiative. The adventurers without ability were in absolute shock and stood in a stupor. Bistamario had heard nothing about holding an additional exam for those without abilities. She tells Sodes to answer for his deed. Bistamario explained that everyone differed in the presence and absence of kingdom ability, gender, and ideology. Therefore, one should set aside prejudice and choose new rank adventurers, and the criteria should only be ability and merit. But Bistamario also recalled that Sodes had obeyed a direct order from the elder and secretly started deciding for himself what was right and what was wrong. In the end, Bistamario stated that she was actually very disappointed in Sodes and therefore it would be best for him to give up the path of becoming S-rank. Sodes exclaimed that he didn't need to do that, because it wasn't like that at all. But Bistamario explained that she wasn't going to put all the blame on him anyway. If his claim that the other person should also be held responsible was true, then she would personally apologize to the Kingdom of Rubrum. And in case she couldn't manage to throw out such an appeal, then she would have to muster up the courage to simply cry in front of them, even if she didn't feel like it. Ryu thought at this moment that it was a very strange wish that was best suited for a 3-year-old child. Bistamario then decided to address all the participants and stated that she had to sincerely apologize to everyone for all the effort she had to put in during the difficult ordeal. The young lady reiterated her deepest apologies, but then Ryu stated that things hadn't really been trying all that hard and so it was best to get to the main issue at hand. Bistamario explained that all participants who had not heard that they had failed this exam would be able to continue performing without any problems. But at this point, the exam will be temporarily suspended and then it will of course continue. Many people took this statement with great misunderstanding, but Bistamario turned to Sodes at this point. The girl said that before the adventurer went to apologize to the Kingdom of Rubrum, she wanted to know all the details of what had happened, because it was necessary to understand why Sodes did not do what the High Council demanded. Ryu thought at that moment that it looked like this guy was going to have a hard time and it would be great to finish this exam as soon as possible. Noam suddenly appeared and said that she was glad that Ryu was alright. The guy himself was happy to see the beautiful girl again. The good friends then decided to leave for the inn as soon as possible, much to the annoyance of Sodes and many other adventurers. The 3 formidable adventurers decided that they too had not yet dropped out of the exam and it was thanks to Ryu. The boys thanked them for their help and said goodbye, that they had fun traveling with Ryu. Noam was surprised at the reaction of the formidable adventurers and Ryu explained that they were actually good people despite their appearance. The guy then inquired if there was a proper inn to stay and rest in. Ryu also said that he could bring the dungeon back, though let the others worry about it some more. At that, Ryu called Bistamario not a bad person and thought she needed to explain the situation quietly. Ryu then noticed some Nato nearby, who didn't look quite right and perhaps even felt terror and anger. Eventually, the companions all made it to the inn called God of Romance and Noam immediately said she would be the first to take a bath since she was sweating a lot. Ryu didn't mind and decided to wait. As it turned out, the hotel room was a rather large common room with a bed for 2. Ryu figured he didn't have that in his plans and Noam would have to understand that. Ryu had originally wanted to take separate rooms, but Noam herself had decided to still settle for a room for 2 in order to save money. Therefore, one can't think that there is any secret intention in this decision. The girl then apologized for not inquiring right away and asked if Ryu wanted to take a bath first. But Ryu replied that he could wait and there was no problem with that. Ryu started to feel a slight headache and then he heard a familiar voice advising him to take a bath with Noam as it was more pleasant and would save time. Ryu was not particularly surprised by the appearance of Abinion, who stated that her suggestion was quite logical. Also, the girl spirit suggested that Noam secretly wished to be closer to Ryu. Abinion explained that it would be very pleasant to rub each other's backs and follow the very natural instincts that are designed to bring the opposite sexes closer together. Ryu exclaimed that they would be washing alone and that was the rule of the house. Abinion only smiled in response and did not argue with her host. Abinion then stated that in that case she would join the beautiful Noam herself, for she too wanted to freshen up. Ryu reminded Abinion that she was only a ghost and could not sweat. Ryu then asked Abinion to take her time and tell her how things were going. Abinion revealed that she looked at what happened with that annoying idiot. She also did a pretty good job as a secret agent and saw that guy get bullied pretty good. Abinion explained that the small and very important girl was incredibly angry at Sodes for what she had done. It looked like that strong guy was at that moment a little delinquent child being scolded by adults. Abinion reminded Ryu that he is the strongest man, yet he doesn't allow himself to rest. And does he really care so much about his loss that he tries to eliminate every possible factor that could hurt? Ryu was silent and thought that he really didn't want to lose, because then he might start getting bullied again. Abinion then stated that in any case, Sodes would be seriously punished, for because of his actions, the guild would have to pay a huge compensation. Also, this foolish person would probably face being stripped of the adventurer rank. But even if it ends up like that, Sodes can be sure that he got off too easy for his foolish and rash actions. Abinion said that all people who try to harm and make a fool of Ryu should end up regretting it in the end, because that's fair enough. Ryu thought about the recent events and decided that since this was the case, he would have to ask Abinion to create a new dungeon core later. Ryu also decided that it would be impossible to hide his abilities for long, for then there might be unnecessary questions for him, though everything depended on the right moment. Abinion of course suggested leaving the dungeon in a broken position, but Ryu replied that it wasn't right. The adventurer didn't want to create a situation where innocent people could get hurt, and so the best solution had to be to rebuild. Abinion disagreed and stated that Ryu was forced to do so, and it wasn't even that much depending on the idiot who was put under house arrest. The ghost girl then wondered where she would be better off going, and Ryu realized that Abinion was starting to get her weird humor again as usual. The boy thanked Abinion profusely for always helping him with her boundless power. The ghost girl was surprised and asked why Ryu decided to say such words so unexpectedly. Ryu admitted that he was indeed very happy to have such a strong ally like Abinion. The ghost girl was embarrassed by this confession and replied that she was also very happy to have Ryu by her side. Abinion then explained how Sobi's was constantly followed by her clone and now she could easily reproduce everything he saw on the wall. It would be like moving pictures. Ryu thought it was all very funny, though he didn't really understand how it would work. Then Abinion, showing all her acting skills, announced the start of the performance. It all seemed like some kind of nonsense to Ryu, but he still watched it all with interest. Simnato appeared in the pictures, accusing Sodes of being the culprit responsible for the destruction of the dungeon and demanding an immediate explanation. Sodes asked if there would be a problem if everyone knew about their connection. Simnato bellowed back that a huge problem. Simnato started shouting that in such a case all people would decide that he too was involved in a crime, and all this would affect his chances of getting the throne of the kingdom. But Zoses replied that this is nonsense and one should not be so nervous. Sodes reminded his partner that he was the one who gave the idea, and he was the one who suggested killing that guy. And of course in the beginning it was expected that this job would be easy because everyone thought that Ryu didn't have any abilities. And it seemed that this task would be quick, because today it was only necessary to kill one person for a good reward. Sodes shouted that he was now on the verge of losing his rank of a rank adventurer, and the wretched girl by Mario had charged him, and if her threats came true, then Simnato would be affected as well. All of this will happen because of the need to answer for what they have done together. Sodes promised that if he was on the verge of death, he would take Simnato with him. Abinion explained that it would be clear immediately afterward who would inherit the throne of the kingdom. Sodes angrily growled that he would be sure to tell the whole truth. Simnato was frightened and shocked by such a threat and decided to settle things somehow. Simnato offered his partner to take all the blame. This promised to thank him accordingly. The audience in front of the screen had the most negative emotions to such a proposal. Sodes reminded his community that they would have to die together, because in fact they share the same fate. But Simnato began to say that it was the wrong decision, and if they have to die together, it would be better to try to find a way out of this situation. Sodes then admitted that he was going to go to Ryu's place tonight and try to attack him. Ryu thought about such a threat, as the guy on the screen was extremely determined. Sodes said that he would have to kill Ryu and then set fire to the hotel. After all, this way he would not only burn the body of the enemy, but also get rid of all possible witnesses, which will greatly complicate the investigation of the case. Ryu was shocked by the plot that was being prepared against him. Sodes was also well aware that Ryu would be accompanied by an adventurer named Noam, and he needed to get rid of her too, just in case. But Tsunade had a different opinion about that. Tsunade asked that maybe it would be better to keep the girl alive and just take her with him, because she has a very valuable ability of high level. And also Noam is very beautiful and innocent, and after the fire she will be officially among the dead and it will be easy to make her a slave. Ryu was extremely outraged at the criminal scheme of the man who was a prince. Sodes did not support his partner's idea and said that it would be foolish to jeopardize his own safety for the sake of some girl, and it would be better to kill everyone. Tsunade eventually agreed with his partner's idea, but still wanted to enjoy the beauty of young Noam before killing her. Ryu was determined to thwart the crime and asked Abinion to spring into action immediately. Sodes also explained that he had made the necessary preparations, and if anyone tried to escape, they would have to be killed immediately. According to the criminal's plan, all the victims should be restrained with a magic spell. But when Sodes and Tsunade were on their way to the hotel, they suddenly met Abinion. The ghost girl surprised the criminals very much and hoped to look at a pleasant sight as they ran away in panic. Abinion easily apprehended the boys and stated that she would in no way allow them to do bad things against his master, and so they would receive severe punishment. Tsunade immediately realized that the ghost girl was someone's familiars, and just at that moment Ryu appeared nearby and called himself that very master. Sodes immediately realized that Ryu had found out their plans with the help of the ghost girl. Ryu praised his opponent for his high intellectual abilities since he had the brains to understand everything in a fast pace. Abinion immediately explained that the wretched humans would not be able to escape from her magical shackles of consciousness and could leave the criminals in this place until morning. Tsunade began to resent and shout and talk about being the future king of the Centakillian kingdom. Sodes at that moment was only seeking revenge and thinking about how best to proceed. Suddenly Sodes shook off the magical shackles of his consciousness and called the ghost girl a complete mediocrity. Abinion and Ryu couldn't believe that this guy managed to get rid of the strong spell. As it turned out, Sodes had a special ability called Vector Reflector, which helped to change the direction of the force and redirect it to the side, and so he was able to remove the shackles. Ryu was surprised by this ability of his opponent, because it allowed him to control all the laws of physics, and it meant that Sodes would also be able to resist Ryu's telekinesis. Such an ability was quite rare, and even Abinion called it too great an achievement for a mere human. Sodes called Abinion a sneaky ghost who purposely peeks and evaluates other people's abilities. This made the ghost girl angry, but Ryu asked her to calm down and not to be provoked. Sodes then, feeling his power and freedom, promised to immediately demonstrate exactly what his unique Vector Reflector ability was. The Ranka adventurer stated that he would return all attacks directed at him with the same force, and that he had never been injured in battle since receiving this ability. Abinion explained that the stronger the attack against Sodes, the stronger it would return, and since this ability is based on the force applied, it has almost no limitations. Therefore, the thrown stone turned to dust because the throw was too powerful. Sodes immediately rushed to the attack and said that thanks to his ability, he could not only be in active defense, and if anyone thinks so, it is a big mistake. The condition for activating the Vector Reflector ability was that he had to touch something, so Sodes could return blows from people and other objects. At the same time, any knockback Sodes received was doubled. Abinion assumed the opponent's ability to use the pentagram, and Ryu thought that if there was no response to the reactions, then eventually the opponent would not be able to continue acting. But those were just assumptions. Meanwhile, Sodes approached Ryu very quickly and tried to attack him with his blade. But an amazing thing happened. Ryu was effortlessly able to stop the sharp blade of the deadly strike with his bare hands and then threw Sodes aside. The Ranka adventurer roared with anger and shouted that it couldn't be, because he had accumulated so much power through multiple reflection and could cut through even the best armor with his strike. Sodes couldn't believe that Ryu had some kind of ability that allowed him to reflect such powerful blows. But Ryu replied to his opponent that he was very surprised since such a gifted, arrogant man thought that everything in this world was due to ability. But Sodes demanded not to lie to him, because judging by Ryu's statements, one would think that a man who has no abilities, and this is a complete nonsense. But in the end, everyone had their own opinion, and Sodes was eager to destroy his opponent at any cost. Sodes then tried to attack Ryu again and stated that the Vector Reflector ability was ranked SS and it was the best ability, and the fact that he possesses such a skill makes him the best adventurer. Sodes used all the strength he could and growled in Ryu's face that he wouldn't let such a loser cause him to be stripped of his rank. Sodes continued to increase the pressure and smugly said that he had full confidence that because of his ability, he would definitely get out of this story. Sodes was really confident in his ability at this moment and even started shouting that he was destined by fate to kill Ryu who dared to stand in his way. Ryu at this moment thought that this was really the first time he had met an SS rank ability that had the power to ignore almost all effects on its master. Ryu realized that as a person who was not gifted with the ability, he only had to raise his level, physical strength, punching power, and stamina, and that was the only way to become stronger. However, Sode's ability makes all of these efforts completely useless. Vector Reflex was actually a unique ability, and Ryu refused to believe that all his efforts would be useless in front of this vile man's talent. But then Ryu decided that it was impossible to accept his defeat, and he had to keep trying to confront his dangerous opponent. Ryu attempted to take down his opponent, but Sodes stated that it would not be possible, as he did not possess the ability of trainability. Sodes also reminded that he could not only reflect punches and slashing attacks, but due to his ability, he could reflect absolutely any external force. Sodes restrained Ryu, shouted that he had no weaknesses and fighting him was a futile endeavor. But Ryu thought otherwise, because Abinian's telekinesis had been working well on Sodes since the beginning. In other words, the Vector Reflector ability doesn't work automatically, and a person with this ability should always be conscious. Ryu hoped so, even though he knew it was just a guess, and decided to find out what would happen if he tried to grab Sodes by the shoulders. But Sodes only laughed in his opponent's face, deciding that Ryu had no strength, and was already starting to get short of breath. Sodes explained that he had met similar fools before who had tried to defeat him, but they had all failed crushingly, and now it was Ryu's turn. Sodes then tried to attack his opponent with his blade, but was surprised when he couldn't cut Ryu's young body. Sodes regretfully bellowed that Ryu was a damned monster. After that, the enraged Sodes tried to inflict the maximum number of blade strikes on Ryu while continuing to call him a loser and a complete mediocrity. While Noam was sleeping peacefully in her room, a battle was going on that she didn't even realize was happening. Eventually, after numerous attempts to kill Ryu, Sodes' arms grew tired and stiff and he began cursing his opponent. Sodes couldn't believe his own powerlessness, as the speed and power of his blows was unbelievable. But Ryu at this moment still grabbed the evil adventurer by the shoulders and pressed them with force. A sharp, unbearable pain pierced Sodes' trained body, and the guy screamed with all his might, because he had never experienced such a sensation before. Sodes continued to scream loudly and eventually fell to his knees. Abinian asked that it was really worth it to squeeze all his bones so hard, for now he could hardly continue being an adventurer. But Ryu reminded his assistant that Sodes had tried to cut him with a sharp blade until a few minutes ago, and so his action was rather fair. After that, Ryu turned his attention to Zimnanto. Ryu explained to the prince that he was an overly vindictive man and was completely unchosen in his pursuit of the throne. Zimnanto, realizing his position, began to say that he had not planned to kill Ryu at all. But Ryu replied that just talking and planning a murder makes the heir to the throne involved in the crime, and if his father found out about it, he would not be able to become the next king, although he could choose to die with dignity right now. Zimnanto shouted that he didn't want to die, and also wasn't going to tell his father anything. In the next moment, the crown prince decided to show resistance after all, and use the king's forest speech skill. Ryu was surprised at such insolence of the prince, and Zimnanto laughed happily and accused Ryu of letting his guard down. The prince then boasted that he didn't have as simple a skill as Lesletza and would be able to defend himself. The crown prince tried to use his unique skill to take over Ryu's mind and subjugate him to his will, for that was the power of his ability. At this moment, Ryu actually felt a strange feeling, as if Zimnanto's voice resounded deep in his chest and caused him to have boundless respect for the prince. The effect of this ability was completely opening Ryu's mind to his opponent. Zimnanto, meanwhile, tried to insinuate to Ryu that he was now his master and it would remain so forever. The prince of course hoped for his opponent's submission and continued to increase the power of his compulsion. But then the unexpected happened. Ryu was still able to throw off the shackles of Zimnanto's compulsion and cut off his voice with a powerful punch to the jaw. Ryu admitted that the prince's voice did resonate deep in his chest, but in the end the voice had no effect on his mind, which meant he wasn't going to follow the stupid orders of a cocky boy. Ryu explained to Zimnanto that his inability makes him someone who can command people, but only his personal qualities and actions, and without them he will never become a true king. Ryu said that only Leslidza had a voice that could touch thousands of hardened hearts, and her heartfelt words made the heart beat harder. Simnanto of course heard Ryu's words, but he was lying on the ground and grunting heavily after being hit in the jaw. Ryu asked Abinion what she was so unhappy about, and did she really think that hitting a man from the royal family was a bad enough idea. The girl admittedly explained that she didn't expect Ryu to be unaffected by the prince's ability at all, and that it only confirmed one thing, that Ryu had incredible willpower. But Ryu replied that it was unlikely that with such a brainless master, this magnificent skill would help Simnanto subdue even someone. But Abinion disagreed and said that against such an ability in the history of mankind almost no one could resist. And so it can only speak of one thing, that Ryu may not really be a human anymore, but has become someone higher. The girl supported her master's action and admitted that she would have hit the prince in the same way. Ryu decided that since they had managed to neutralize the main instigators, now it was only necessary to send Abinion to deal with another little scum. After that, the investigation of the crime in the Rubrum Kingdom would be completed. But at that moment, Sodes was reminded of himself, laughing and tossing the strange jar to the ground. The defeated adventurer then admitted that he now understood absolutely everything that Mr. Ricolis had told him before he left. Ryu wondered who he was talking about and decided that it was probably another member of the High Council. Sodes, meanwhile, began to yell and tell how Ricolis had advised him to use some sort of remedy if, during the exam, he suddenly met someone who was so strong that he couldn't be defeated. Sode's emotions did not resemble the behavior of an adequate person, and it became clear that he was on edge. Sode stated that since Ryu dared to interfere with him, he would now know real pain and would never be able to change the world again. After all, people with unusual abilities have always been stronger than those without any skills, and so Ryu must die. All of this will happen at the hands of a horrible monster in just a few minutes. Sodes explained that he had just broken the seal of the horrible creature, and now this monster was ready to destroy Ryu by tearing him apart. Ryu at that moment noticed something strange starting to appear in a small puddle, and it looked like something translucent with several tentacles. Ryu had never seen something like this before and didn't immediately believe that something small could be a horrible monster. But Sodes kept laughing, expecting something incredible. Abinion was also puzzled by what was happening and moved closer to her master. Then looking closely, the ghost girl exclaimed that it was most likely a jellyfish. Ryu asked Abinion to tell him more since she knew what they were dealing with. Meanwhile, Sodes kept urging the monster to immediately attack Ryu and destroy him, for Mr. Ricolis had told him many times about the incredible power of this creature, and it couldn't all be a hoax. Ryu suddenly thought that perhaps Councilman Riocles had decided to make a joke in this way, and had merely deceived Sodes. But Abinion dispelled these thoughts and said that this is not a trick, and this jellyfish-like creature is the child of Neles. And Neles is the so-called devilish ghost of the seas, and all belong to Oceanese, who is also a devilish ghost. Also, this subspecies of creatures belongs to the same species as Abinion, with its habitat, and the maximum level of development of such creatures can reach unimaginable figures. Abinion explained that the goddess Okanessa treated these Neleses as her own children, and that she could have thousands of such little creatures. And if something happens to a small creature, the goddess Okanessa will immediately go into a rage and immediately appear to save her child. The ghost girl also explained that a special spell had been applied to the glass of the jar, which gave the necessary conditions to the Neleses so that it could exist normally in a confined space. At the same time, the water in this vessel was also unusual, and all this was made possible by great magical efforts. And as long as the little Neles was in the glass jar, the goddess Okanessa couldn't know about its disappearance. But now everything had changed and trouble might soon happen. Just at that moment, Ryu felt a strange trembling of the ground beneath his feet. Abinion also felt the strange natural phenomenon, but explained that it was not the ground at all, but the ocean. The ghost girl explained that apparently the goddess Okanessa had already realized and sensed the disappearance of her child and was now rapidly approaching here. The people who were on the beach were surprised by the strange phenomenon of the sea flowing backwards, and then they were horrified, because in a few minutes a huge tsunami was approaching them. Abinion explained to her master that all this was a manifestation of the anger of the goddess of the seas for daring to harm her child. There were some good things about it, though, because now that Neles was on land, the goddess Okanessa would bring the sea here and they wouldn't have to walk far to it, and the new place would have a real nice beach. Ryu decided that Abinion was probably just joking, because what good could come from such terrible destruction? The frightened boy then asked if there was anything they could do to convince the goddess Okanessa to calm down and not destroy the whole city. Abinion answered that it was almost impossible, because the goddess would hardly listen to an ordinary person. Okanasa belongs to the strongest class of creatures, and it is not customary for such creatures to communicate with ordinary people, and even less to listen to their requests. But even if it was possible to communicate with her, it would be difficult to explain to her the fact that her favorite child was in some small glass jar. Ryu started to get nervous and asked his assistant to think about more important things. Abinion listened to her master's words and immediately explained to Sodes that the person who gave him the glass jar with the magical creature had deceived and framed him well. After all, by his foolish actions, Sodes had summoned a creature from the strongest class of creatures, and now no one would be able to survive the attack of the real goddess Okanasa. Sodes thought about the ghost girl's words and hissed back that he would try to escape somehow. But Abinion replied to the foolish adventurer that it was unlikely that he would be able to escape, unless of course he could cover a distance of many kilometers in a few minutes, and that it was best to hide in the sea. Though it is unlikely that Sodes has the unique ability to breathe underwater, and so he should accept his death. Sodes growled angrily and realized that he was just being used as a bargaining chip and was of no use to anyone. Ryu imagined how unpleasant Sodes felt right now, but still there was no regret for him. After all, even now there had to be some way to solve the problem with the goddess and keep the whole country from going underwater. Ryu wondered why he couldn't just take the little jellyfish out to sea and solve the problem that way. But Abinion explained that it was unlikely that it would help in any way. After all, if they had a fully matured Neles it might work. But unfortunately they only had a small cub on their hands. These creatures live for years in the deepest parts of the seas, and so they can only be on the surface for a short time. And even rising to the top to water with a different concentration of salt, the Nellies will experience serious problems that can lead to death. Therefore, these delicate creatures in the open air quickly weaken, and even if now take the jellyfish to the sea, it is likely that it will still die from 2 negative influences, although it was unlikely that they would even be able to take it to the water in time, because it would die in a few minutes. Ryu replied that if they did not act, the goddess Oceanese would become even more angry and would destroy the entire city. Abinion agreed that it was too terrible to get such a huge problem just because of one jellyfish, but the ghost girl asked her master not to panic. But of course Ryu didn't listen to such stupid words and started to panic very much because he was about to face a deadly threat. But Abinion continued to reassure her master and explained that help was on the way. After a few minutes Noam appeared and said that Abinion had contacted her through telepathy, and so she came running. The girl explained that she had managed to draw water from the sea, and tried to normalize the salt ratio to save the jellyfish, and now the creature was getting better. Ryu was surprised and delighted by Noam's action and then wondered how she was able to do such a thing, since it was the first time they had encountered this kind of danger. But the girl explained that she had shown ingenuity, and was even able to create salt using alchemy. Noam looked tired and could barely open her eyes, but Abinion explained that it was too early to rejoice, for the sea child was still too weak and would need to repeat the conditions of the deep waters to bring her back to normal. Noam began to drink something strange and then explained that it was just a remedy for sleep deprivation, and that she had prepared it herself. Indeed, in just a minute the girl was glowing with energy and began to rejoice at having a jellyfish from the deep seas by her side. Noam exclaimed that she now understood everything and could see every atom of salt and even all the minerals, and would now be able to solve the problem without much effort. Abinion stated that Noam was a bit out of her mind after drinking the energy drink, and Ryu of course agreed with that opinion. But Noam continued to be active and stated that it was now that her alchemy lord ability would play an important role, and everyone would witness her greatness. The girl promised to make absolutely perfect conditions for this jellyfish to exist very quickly. Meanwhile, Abinion explained that there was now one more thing left to do to stop the goddess Okanasa, and it should be realized that such a dangerous enemy moves very quickly and will likely get here much faster than Noam can finish his alchemical experiments. So there is a threat that the city will be completely submerged. Abinion has promised that in the event of a clash she will not hold back, though she is not sure of her strength, and is unlikely to be able to defeat Okanasa. The result of the battle would be disastrous for the city, which would most likely be wiped out. Abinion explained that this was why someone else would have to try to stop Okanasa, someone who had much more strength and who could win with a few precise blows. Ryu decided that he understood and stated that he now needed to get to the beach as quickly as possible. With that, the guy asked the girls to immediately join him after they finished their alchemical conditions. Ryu promised to try to protect the city in the meantime, and Abinion would have to look after Noam. Ryu also didn't forget about Sodes, who he promised to talk to later. On the way to the beach, Ryu thought to himself that how could it be like this, because all they wanted to do was to pass the exam and get the rank of adventurer, and now for some reason he had to save a whole city from an imminent disaster that could kill thousands of people. On the way, Ryu met some people who also felt the imminent disaster coming and felt a real earthquake. Ryu recognized the familiar voices of the formidable adventurers, who were happy to meet him and began to talk about the terrible earthquake that could cause many disasters. Ryu didn't want to waste time talking about it, but he also realized that he couldn't get rid of these guys that easily. Ryu stated that he had a request and explained that a tsunami of gigantic proportions was coming to the city at the moment, and that they should help evacuate all the inhabitants and do it as quickly and as far away as possible. The formidable guys started yelling and screaming that this was terrible news and it was unclear if they would help or not. But Ryu decided not to waste any time and headed further towards the beach, because he had to try to stop the disaster at all costs. Ryu was happy to get some help, but unfortunately he had no confidence in those stupid guys, because they might think it was all a joke. But in the end, the cheerful adventurers decided to help with the evacuation of civilians and promised to cover Ryu while he was dealing with the most important problem and trying to stop the terrible tsunami. The three huge adventurers, using their terrifying appearance, began to quickly chase the locals away from the impact zone of the possible tsunami. This caused Ryu to be genuinely surprised, and he mentally thanked these not too smart guys. Unexpectedly, the rest of the adventurers decided to help as well, who were grateful to Ryu in the dungeon and promised to evacuate the inhabitants to the highest place. As it turned out, there were many interested people who decided to help in a difficult moment, and did not hesitate even a bit despite the personal danger. These were the kind of heroes who should be called true adventurers. After all, they did everything for the well-being of others. Ryu looked at the evacuation process with hope and said that he hoped that the process would be smooth. Finding himself alone on the beach, Ryu was struck by the incredible wall of water that was approaching him at breakneck speed, and it all looked threatening. Ryu realized that all the opponents he had faced up to this point, whether they were criminals or vicious adventurers, did not at all evoke the feelings he felt at this moment watching the huge wall of water. And even standing in front of a Binion, Ryu didn't feel anything like that. It was obvious that this time Ryu had no right to make a mistake, because behind him were several thousand people in their homes. So he had to protect every single person, even if it was a strange stranger, because in this world every life was important and deserved to be protected. Also in this city were familiar and dear to his heart people that Ryu knew well, and so the brave adventurer decided to protect this locality from the goddess Okanissa, or rather from her terrible wrath. At the same time, Ryu wasn't sure if he would have all 8 million levels to do so, although with this great power, he could barely resist his teacher. In the end, what the adventurer feared the most happened. A huge wall of bubbling water caught up with him, and Ryu decided to stop this huge force with his abilities. After a few minutes, a huge passage was formed where Ryu was pushing, and this surprised the adventurer, as it seemed that his efforts were not in vain. But then came the second wave, which moved much faster than the first, and Ryu decided to continue this incredible confrontation. There was no way to retreat, because it was meaningless, and Ryu was brave enough to fight the force of nature and convince the goddess to show leniency to people. While Ryu heroically confronted the enormous water force, the people of the city hurried to escape to the high ground and save their lives. The brave but foolish adventurers tried to scare the ordinary civilians as much as possible so that they would not hesitate to flee the city and save their lives. Ryu was thinking that if even one powerful wave passed by him, the entire city would suffer irreparable losses and innocent people would die. Having successfully repelled the second wave, the brave adventurer silently watched the third wave approaching. The third wave was followed by the fourth, and then the fifth wave came. In the end, Ryu decided to use a series of powerful blows, and maybe it was the pressure of the water element. But then he heard a terrible scream that came from the water itself, and it was something else than just a collision with the waves. Watching the incredible power of the water elemental, Ryu realized that now he would have to face his mother goddess Okanissa, who decided to spare no effort to destroy people. Ryu realized at this point that he would not be able to resist forever such a powerful force, but nevertheless it was impossible to retreat and worth continuing the resistance. Ryu hoped that Gnome would still successfully finish his alchemical experiments and restore the little jellyfish's health, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to continue holding back the goddess of all seas for long. Why, Ryu remembered that he might even have enough strength for 5 months and 23 days, but that sounded overconfident and even ridiculous. Unexpectedly, the adventurer realized that his clothes had become too heavy due to the fact that they had become very wet from the seawater. Then a strange unfamiliar voice was heard, asking why an ordinary man had decided to interfere with the goddess. Ryu realized that it was the same Okanisa who had decided to speak to a mere mortal after all. Okanisa appeared as a terrible demon and stated that she would destroy the man who dared to harm and take away her sweet child and caused him incredible suffering. Ryu now finally understood why his clothes had become so heavy, for he was completely enveloped in water, or rather was underwater at the mercy of the terrible goddess Okanisa. Ryu said that if the goddess thought to kill him by drowning, she was very wrong. After all, through grueling training he could hold his breath for at least 10 years. The adventurer realized that he had not suffered any serious injuries, although he himself had not done any harm to Okanisa. But the goddess continued to demand that the child be returned to her, and Ryu realized that it would be very difficult to negotiate with her, as her maternal feelings were no different from those of a human. Okanisa demanded the child back immediately and threatened to destroy all living things she could get her hands on. Suddenly Noam asked the goddess to stop and listen to her. The girl finally managed her task and showed the goddess her child, who was perfectly safe. At that moment, the voice of the goddess Okanisa changed abruptly and she began to call out to the little jellyfish. Then the water elemental materialized into a female form and immediately grabbed the little child, whom she began to hug and apologize for not being able to save her earlier. Okanisa thanked Noam for saving her child. Ryu tried to realize that the goddess he had fought with was not in front of him, because everything instantly calmed down and the sea looked like normal. Okanisa explained that the waves of this baby were filled with feelings of love and gratitude to the people who saved her, and she always can't hold back her emotions when it comes to the safety of children. The water girl then recognized Abinion, whom they hadn't met in a very long time, for it had been too long since she had risen to the surface. Ryu noticed that the two girls acted like they were best friends. Abinion explained to Okanisa that one of her waves would flood this city and destroy all living things that lived here. Okanisa only laughed in response, confirming Ryu's theory that they were indeed friends. The adventurer then noticed how the sky was already bright in the east, and it appeared that he had been fighting until morning. Noam explained that thanks to her alchemical knowledge, she was able to find the most ideal conditions for the little jellyfish. The three huge adventurers who were busy rescuing people were happy with the result of their work and watched Ryu from the highest place. Noam was happy that everyone was alive and there was no destruction, which meant they had won this time. Ryu agreed with the girl, because initially he didn't even expect such a success. Okanisa once again thanked everyone for saving the little jellyfish, and confessed that she had been too careless lately, and so she accidentally sent one of them missing, and then got too worried from such grief. Abinion there also admitted that everyone was very worried and greatly feared the wrath of Okanisa, especially when they saw the huge waves approaching the city at great speed. But in the end, in an instant, the terrifying and destructive aura of the goddess of all seas disappeared and she turned into a happy mother. Ryu stated that he couldn't believe that such an all-powerful goddess could be tricked, and it would be nice to find out who did such a crime. Okanisa admitted that she didn't understand how it could have happened and would like to know the name of the guilty party. The goddess of all seas stated that she would immediately come to the guilty party and flood his unfortunate body with waves, and after that she will constantly drown in water as long as possible, so that this man would experience real torment. But the most important thing is that the little child remained alive and returned to its mother, and now it will be safe, so everything else can be left to the judgment of time. Then Okanisa promised that next time she would not forgive such a crime to people so easily, and especially not to the main culprit, so it would be very important to find out his true identity. Noam replied that she really didn't know who it could be, and Ryu confirmed the girl's words, trying not to anger the goddess of all seas again. Ryu then explained that the person who had released the little Nellies from the jar was a common adventurer of a rank, but more than that could not be found out. Okanisa thought about these words and demanded to be told more. Ryu realized at this point that he shouldn't have made any assumptions at all. At this point, Abinion intervened in the conversation and asked Okanisa not to compare all people under one definition, and not to blame each person for what a completely different character did. Abinion then reminded her that the people who saved the little jellyfish are also adventurers, and therefore a lot of people are really good. Okanisa eventually admitted she was wrong and apologized for her overreaction. Abinion promised to investigate thoroughly and find out who exactly came up with this dastardly plan while behind the scenes, and after that, they would be sure to catch that person and he would receive the punishment he deserved. So if a few bad people disappeared in the city, it would only benefit the entire population. Okanisa agreed with such a clever plan and decided to stop there, for people could indeed solve their problems among themselves. Then the goddess of all seas asked to be understood correctly and thanked her again for taking care of the little jellyfish. After that, Okanisa took out some object and asked to accept it as a thank you. It turned out to be a vase of a very strange kind. The goddess of the ocean depths said that it was actually a magic vase that she had made herself and that it could give water in unlimited quantities. Noam opened the lid just slightly and a stream of fresh, cool water flowed out of the vase. Okanisa asked her to handle this magical object with care, and in case the water was not needed, it would simply be enough to screw the lid back on. Noam immediately determined that this water was completely unadulterated and would be perfect for her alchemical experiments. The girl thanked the goddess Okanisa for such a wonderful gift that would come in handy in her alchemy. Noam confessed that she was very excited to start experimenting with this amazing magical vase. Ryu only smiled at the girl's enthusiasm and thought it was important that Noam didn't overdo it. Okanisa then explained that she had memorized the energy waves of Ryu and Noam, and if this magic artifact fell into the wrong hands for any reason, it would simply stop working, because such precautions were always necessary. Abinion called the goddess of the seas very prudent, and Okanisa replied that this was quite normal, and that Abinion herself was probably very thoughtless. Then Okanisa promised never to forget the adventurer's deed, for their help meant a great deal to her. But now it was time for them to return to the dark depths of the ocean, and if the good people needed help, they could always count on the responsiveness of the Lord of the Sea. Noam was saddened at this point and asked if it was really time for them to say goodbye. Ryu thought that of course he too would never forget the fury of this Sea Lord. Though if he didn't make Okanisa angry, she seemed to be a kind and reasonable goddess. Okanisa did not forget to pay attention to Abinion. But Abinion explained that she didn't really need any gifts, because she was getting everything she needed from being around people. In fact, even now without doing anything she was able to experience nervousness, shock, overwhelming uncertainty, and then relief and joy. Ryu at this point asked the goddess of the sea who Abinion was in her mind. According to the ruler of the ocean, Abinion was someone who constantly seeks fun and adventure, is the most active of all the devilish ghosts. She also likes to mess with people and never thinks of consequences ahead of time. All of this makes Abinion a unique and one-of-a-kind being. Abinion asked Okanisa to stop saying such words, for she was starting to blush, though Ryu did not consider such definitions complimentary at all. Then the ruler of the world ocean stated to the adventurer, simply put, all devilish ghosts are the personification of true nature, and this is the truest definition. They all exist as a deified element of nature such as water, fire, wind, earth, and time, and yet have their own personalities. But at the same time they all have the same qualities as creatures from other worlds, such as dragons and other creatures from the 4 dimensions, as well as creatures of dark and light matter. And since Abinion has chosen to accompany Ryu on his travels, he is not as simple a person as he seems. Abinion confirmed that her master is truly amazing, as he was chosen by the dragon itself, and his power is not even worth mentioning, as he is much stronger than all the others present. Okanisa stated that she was even a little jealous of Abinion, as she lived a very full life. Ryu did not interfere in the conversation and only thought that the ghost girl also helps him in different ways. Then the ruler of the depths of the sea apologized and explained that it was time for her to go back to the bottom, although she sincerely hopes that this is not their last meeting and she will be happy to see 2 wonderful people. Eventually, the powerful goddess Okanisa returned to the sea and Sode's plan failed. Though this entire city was on the verge of destruction, everything was indeed resolved in the most miraculous way. But as it turned out, while everyone was busy saving the city and talking to the goddess of the sea, Sodes managed to escape unnoticed. A few hours later, Ryu and Noam came to meet the king of Rubrum, Mr. Ashian. The king began by apologizing to the adventurers for his nephew's inappropriate actions. After all, many people's lives were on the brink of death because of it, and the adventurers were forced to save everyone from a terrible disaster. Ryu replied that the king should not blame himself and ask forgiveness from ordinary people, because Ashian was not guilty of anything. In the process of communicating with the king, Ryu decided that this is actually a very unreliable ruler, although he gives the impression of a shrewd and fair man. And even to them commoners, this king doesn't seem arrogant. Then Ashian explained that his nephew Zimnanto, who could inherit the throne, did have the prospect of making a strong kingdom their ally in the future, firmly binding close ties. And dreamy dreams of that future had long lingered in King Ashian's mind. But then unfortunately Zimnanto got involved with a very evil adventurer and decided to murder a man. So the nephew could not fulfill the king's expectations, for he intended to bring grief to every family of this nation. Ashian sincerely did not understand how Zimnanto could have grown up to be such an evil idiot, for his relatives had many wise rulers. Therefore, all his actions had put the kingdom in great danger, and that could not be forgiven in any way. Ocean explained, then if it were up to him, he would certainly give his nephew the ultimate punishment. But since Simnanto is from another royal family, it is his father who must deal with this problem. And knowing the man personally, there is a certainty that he will indeed pass a fair judgment. The king explained that at the moment Simnanto is under house arrest. After all, to put the royal person behind bars is not possible even with all desire. At the moment his nephew was moaning in pain and lying on the bed, so there was no need to worry about his escape, and the process of his repatriation would soon begin. Ryu then inquired as to what they would do with Sodes. King Ocean pondered the question, though I expected him to. The adventurer was the perpetrator of a failed disaster and ended up disappearing to an unknown destination. So many of the circumstances surrounding the arrival of the goddess Okanasa remained unknown for now. The adventurer's escape was strange, for Ryu was certain that Sodes would not be able to move for a long time. At this point, Mario intervened in the conversation and explained that she too owed her apologies regarding this incident. The girl admitted that the Adventurers Association should take responsibility for the incident to truly express their remorse for the disaster that had happened in the Kingdom of Rubrum. Mario explained that it was the decision of the council member who had custody of the adventurer Sodes. Ryu was surprised at this point that even with a council member bowing his head to the king. But unexpectedly, His Majesty Ashin said that he didn't want such an outcome at all, because in that case, the whole point of the Adventurer Association would be lost, and all the people who supported Mario would feel real grief. In the end, Mario agreed and promised to continue working as hard as she could to strengthen the authority of the Adventurers Association, as she had no other choice. Ryu was surprised by the strange communication and wondered about the relationship between the girl and the king. The king also explained that the kingdom had been saved from disaster and thanks to the efforts of the adventurers. The huge destructive waves had not been able to destroy the city and kill many people, so it could be considered a divine rescue. Ryu explained to the king that his strength is actually in his levels, as he has no abilities and can only rely on that. As a result, the king praised the adventurer for a job well done and stated that this was what was to be expected from a glorified hero. Ryu thought about the difficulties he had to face in order to become what he really is, and that's why it feels like he's not being praised at all in these moments, but just stating the facts. The girls immediately praised the king for his insight and knowledge of people. Ashin then stated that he didn't mind saying deserve things to good people, but now Mario had an important conversation to have. The girl thanked the king for his attention and immediately asked the adventurer to listen to her. Mario explained that this conversation would be about the A rank exam, as she was thinking about how to proceed. Ryu immediately asked her not to finish the exam, as his comrades had worked hard to get to this stage. Mario agreed that it would be terrible not to notice the efforts of the adventurers. The young girl then unexpectedly applied her ability to analyze. Ryu immediately inquired about the function of this skill. Mario explained that this ability helped her to see distant things much better, and that it also helped her to see things hidden to the ordinary eye. Mario admitted that thanks to her wonderful skill she can see even the motives of many people's behavior, and in an emergency it is very important to do it. The girl explained that Ryu was able to prevent a terrible disaster thanks to his type of behavior. Ryu thought for a moment, because if Mario could really see absolutely everything, then almost all secrets were open to her. Then the girl explained that there was a special second stage of the exam, which determined the type of unpleasant adventurers, as well as the compatibility of behavior inherent in the A rank. And as it turned out, there were adventurers of different types. Mario explained that some adventurers would run away because of her cuteness, while others would hide in the restroom at any dangerous moment. Noam said that the entire history of the adventurer's actions and motives are carefully recorded and verified, and this was very interesting information. Mario said that in connection with today's case, the actions of adventurers who evacuated people and helped in every way possible to neutralize the danger were recorded, and such adventurers who give the prospect of saving others are awarded extra points. And so the three not-so-smart adventurers Rida, Idu and Bino have a good chance of passing the third stage of the exam. Ryu at this point rejoiced at the strange guys who kept getting in his way. As it turned out, these three ridiculous heroes had courageously overcome adversity for a long time, and now it was certain that real success awaited them. Mario then turned to Noam and stated that she has shown excellent results in overcoming difficult situations, and her motives are noble and her actions graceful. Ryu, who stood in the first line of defense of the city against the steam of destruction, and thanks to his strength was able to hold back the deadly waves without even thinking about his own safety, also deserves the highest praise. After all, his motives were guided by good intentions. Mario also explained that they were able to splendidly fight traitors among the examiners relying on their own observation and courage. It is because of such a fine achievement that Ryu and Noam passed the exam completely, and there is no need for them to show their abilities further. Therefore, they acquire the ranks of a rank adventurers ahead of schedule, and are also recommended for promotion to S rank status. Ryu and Noam were in a stupor from such wonderful news. Although mentally, the adventurer was happy about this success, because now he didn't have to pass the third stage of the exam. Mario also explained that in different kingdoms there are only a dozen adventurers of a rank, and S rank even less. Therefore, only a few people from all over the world get the privilege of having such a rank. And also only adventurers who pass the A rank exam without any mistakes can get the opportunity to become a candidate for the rarest rank. In the end, Ryu and Noam admitted that they certainly understood the privileges granted to them, but whether Mario had really thought about it well or not, they could jump an entire rank. But as it turns out, the S rank exam simply doesn't exist, and the Adventurers Association keeps track of the adventurer's achievement, and then awards the S rank by voting among the members of the High Council. And in Ryu's case, it should be understood that no S rank adventurer had ever saved an entire kingdom alone before, so he would have no problem voting. Ryu immediately reminded that saving the kingdom wasn't just his own doing. After all, besides Abinion and Noam, there were many other adventurers who helped him, and all of them deserve privileges as well. Mario agreed with this comment, but explained that Ryu and Noam were the biggest contributors to the rescue from the catastrophe, and this should not be questioned in any way. Had it not been for their actions, other adventurers might have been hurt or even killed. But nevertheless, a convocation of council members was still needed, and Mario had promised to petition for it as soon as she arrived. King Ashian also promised to put in a good word for Ryu, and that surprised the adventurer. The king then explained that in addition to his recommendations, he would like to reward the heroes financially for their incredible feat, and if they had any wishes, they could voice them right now. Ryu said without much thought that he actually had 2 requests for his majesty. King Ashian promised to fulfill this request and explained that there would be no problem with this, as his nephew no longer had royal patronage, as he was no longer a member of the Rubrum royal family. And without that patronage, it would be impossible to interfere with the punishment process. Secondly, Ryu asked for any possible help to promote the future Queen Lesledza, who has no supporters because of her position in the family, to the royal throne. Ashian now understood who Lesledza was, for she was a bastard child yet had a generous heart and great physical strength. The king promised to help with the matter, though he had no right to meddle in the affairs of another kingdom. Though if it came to the coronation, Lesledza would definitely get support. Ryu then thanked the king and decided to return home. But then he promised to fix the dungeon he broke. This surprised the king very much. After talking to his majesty, Ryu and Noam received their rank adventurer certificates, and were happy at this moment to congratulate each other on their success. Ryu was also happy that in addition to the A rank, other good results were also achieved in the form of the Okanishi magic base, as well as Lesledza's support and recommendation for the S rank. After reading both documents, Ryu was surprised that Noam was already at the 38th level, though that was not what was important right now. It was also revealed that when the adventurers received their ranks, their guild cards began to glow. Abinion, in her usual manner, began to explain this with some ancient wisdom, but Ryu didn't pay attention to her words and decided that the ghost girl was talking nonsense again. But anyway, Ryu and Noam were happy and hoped to reach S rank in the near future, and most likely the next card would glow differently. Ryu then heard congratulations from the adventurers, who all gathered together to say goodbye. Everything looked very kind and cheerful. As it turned out, the adventurers had one last exam left, and they all thanked Ryu for this opportunity. After all, Ryu was able to achieve it with his deed. As a result, celebrating the victory, each adventurer felt an invisible but pleasant feeling of unity in the air. Ryu admitted that he would certainly miss all these adventurers and would definitely remember them. As it turned out, the adventurers who didn't have any skills were able to continue the exam, and it seems that they were all allowed to continue to the next stage thanks to that attack. And there were rumors that the discount adventurers had completely failed. Ryu realized that it was just as Mario had said, because not a single skill adventurer had not helped in the Okanisa attack, and that was why they were expelled from the exam. The jolly and rough guys were excited to get a rank in the future and decided not to miss this chance. Ryu was happy for these guys and then explained that it was time to say goodbye. The adventurers continued to have fun and decided to show the examiners that skinless guys and girls can accomplish a lot, and Ryu is a prime example of that. The sunny day ended very quickly and dusk came, which meant it was a good time to say goodbye to the good people. Gnome laughed at Ryu's words and the boy was immediately embarrassed. But Gnome didn't stop joking and advised Ryu to change his hair to a mohawk. Soon Ryu and Gnome returned to the capital of the Centicleana Kingdom and came to the local adventurers guild, where they were immediately congratulated on their excellent result in the exam. For the sake of this, they even organized a real celebration and everyone wanted to personally congratulate the main winners of the exam. As it turned out, everyone knew about the result of the exam long before Ryu and Gnome returned, and it was all thanks to Mario, who quickly sent a message. Blondite admitted that she was surprised that the two adventurers were able to get the A rank prematurely and also the recommendation for the S rank. After all, it had been a long time since she had taken the exam herself. Ryu was just now thinking that if Blondite and Mario were longtime friends, then there was a possibility that there was a behind-the-scenes game going on during the exam. Ryu even imagined that Blondite had specifically sent a letter to Mario indicating that he and Gnome were really strong contestants, though perhaps it was all just speculation. Then Blondite stated that every new A rank adventurer increases the influence of her branch. Until now, she was the only one who possessed that rank, and it was sad. Ryu realized that all the other adventurers were below him in status. Blondite also admitted that she knew how they had fought bravely to save the kingdom, and for that, they had been recommended for S rank. And Ryu shouldn't give up such developmental prospects. Blondite explained that she couldn't wait to see an S rank adventurer in her guild because then she would immediately get a monthly pay raise, and the thought of it made her hot. Then Blondite completely lost control of herself and offered the young man to get closer to each other, because it would be an important step. Ryu was shocked by such a proposal of his boss and did not want to become a spouse or lover of Blondite at all. That's why the adventurer grabbed Gnome and decided to go with a report to the king as soon as possible. Soon Ryu was already in the royal castle waiting to be received by the king. But even so, the adventurer could not be appeased by his superior's suggestion. Ryu reimagined how he was being pursued by Blondite, who actually liked not himself but his future S rank. Soon the king himself appeared and was glad to see the return of the adventurer he was already tired of waiting for. It was obvious that the king was in a good mood. The summer was beautiful. His Majesty then congratulated the two adventurers on their outstanding achievements, for they had really acted very coolly, and the news of their promotion had already quickly reached his palace. And such a rapid advancement to the S rank, many people were shocked. But at the same time, the king admitted that he had never doubted Ryu's abilities. The adventurer only replied that it was a common display of His Majesty's wisdom. This immediately amused the king. King Leonard was really happy at such words of an adventurer who would soon receive the S rank, and such a rank is the highest achievement for any adventurer. The king also stated that it had already been too many years since the last A rank adventurer descended in his kingdom. Ryu immediately thought that he had heard such a thing before from another person. Leonard continued to marvel at Ryu and Gnome's accomplishments and admitted that this was the most pleasant news for the entire kingdom in years. Ryu was truly surprised at how quickly news of their success had spread. The adventurer then asked King Leonard where Lesledza was now. The king was surprised by such a question and asked if Ryu missed his future wife. The adventurer immediately became worried and embarrassed, then explained that he was just curious to know. Leonard asked that doesn't Ryu feel lonely now after a long separation from his beloved. Ryu answered this tricky question and was not happy that he had started this conversation. His Majesty then explained that there was no need to worry and Lesledza had already been informed and was probably on her way here. And indeed, after a few minutes, the beautiful girl who was excited showed up. Ryu was pleased at this unexpected encounter and noticed Lesledza's racy appearance. The girl congratulated the adventurers on their promotion, although such an achievement was expected, and now wanted to know more about it. Lesledza first asked if Ryu had been molested by any girl during his long journey. After all, Ryu-san is a very attractive and strong young man, and in the future her duties will be to punish girls who pay too much attention to him. Ryu was embarrassed after saying that, and Gnome immediately tensed up and began to worry. Gnome then stated that while traveling, Ryu got very close to people who wear mohawks, and Ryu wanted to explain that they were just guys. Lesledza immediately thought that such an unusual hairstyle was currently in fashion in the kingdom of Rubrum, proving once again that she was a very naive person. King Leonard then decided to discuss the upcoming wedding and first officially congratulated Ryu on achieving the necessary condition for him to marry Lesletsa. In addition, he had good prospects of becoming an S-rank adventurer, and that would give even more power to his daughter in the future. And even if someone suddenly shows up who says that he is giving too much power to Lesletsa, it won't be a hindrance to the queen in the future. In fact, queens should have as much power as they can hold in their hands. Ryu thought at this point that Leonard was dreaming too much, though it was allowed for a king. Ryu asked the king if he was looking too far into the future, because the fact that he would become an S-rank adventurer was not certain, and the possibility that it might not happen at all could not be ruled out. But King Leonard asked the adventurer not to worry about it, because he had already taken care of everything personally. Leonardo explained that he had personally promised that if they could become S-rank adventurers, he would increase the annual donation to the Adventurers Association by 5 times. Ryu was surprised at the king's generosity as it was really a huge amount of money. Leonard asked not to be surprised and explained that since there was nothing more to give to the church, he just decided to benefit from elsewhere. In this way, the Syntaclean Kingdom's relationship with the Adventurers Association would become much stronger, and thus it would be a justified investment in the future. On top of that, for Ryu and Gnome going the Rubrum Kingdom, their king should also provide assistance, so there is no reason to worry. Ryu thought that it was really a great decision on Leonardo's part, although there was no certainty that everything would go so smoothly in the future. King Leonardo then suggested that the conversation about Ryu's adventures should end, and suggested that the conversation should focus on more pleasant things, such as discussing love affairs. Lesletsa was momentarily embarrassed and blushed, but her father explained that there was nothing wrong with getting close to the man she loved, and if she is worried about possible rumors about her chastity before the wedding, then all this is nonsense that should not be paid attention to. After all, the most important thing for the royal family is to leave good offspring, and to do it the sooner the better. Lesletsa asked her father to stop this frank conversation, and then hearing Ryu's laughter she quickly slapped him. King Leonard was indeed an outspoken man and advised Ryu not to forget about Noam in any way. After all, in that case, initiative as a man and divide his love equally among the girls. Ryu decided not to argue with such a wise man and promised to heed Leonard's advice. Just at that moment, Isabella appeared and said in an indignant voice that she had been looking for her father for a long time. Leonard explained to Isabella that he was busy having a very pleasant conversation, and then inquired what his daughter wanted. She looked very displeased and said that she knew what was being talked about. Isabella exclaimed that she had found a pile of papers in her chambers and wanted an explanation. There are many requests for marriage from the crown princes, and it's unclear what it all means. Leonard explained that it was logical for him as a father to marry his daughter to a man of suitable status, but Isabella exclaimed that this was her father's way of getting rid of her and kicking her out of the kingdom. And she forgot to exclaim that she is the first princess, the rightful heir to the throne of the Syntaclean Kingdom. And once she is given away as the crown prince of a foreign kingdom, she will be forced to live in her husband's kingdom. King Leonard reminded that there can only be one heir to the throne, and that is Lesletsa, and he has already said this many times, so he doesn't want to revisit the issue. But Isabella did not want to calm down and continued to claim her rights to the throne. Leonardo explained that when he removed Isabella from the list of possible heirs to the throne, he did not give up on her as his daughter, and he still wants a happy and good life for her, and that is why he has selected the best options for her marriage. And since the issue of an heir is already finalized, it would make sense to give Isabella in marriage to a potential king of another kingdom. But Isabella asked why Lesletsa should inherit the throne, since they are both identical princesses. King Leonard explained that he had decided that Lesletsa would be better suited to the role of heir to the throne, and that she already had lovers. In general, he wanted both daughters to be happy, for that was his most cherished dream. Isabella continued to ask to marry the Duke of their own kingdom, for she does not want to leave her home and go to a completely foreign kingdom. But King Leonard knew his daughter too well and asked that Isabella not take the opportunity to continue to annoy her sister in the future. Isabella did not even deny it, which showed her honesty. Ryu admired Leonard's wisdom and realized that he would find the best solution to the problem. His Majesty explained that this was why he did not want to leave Isabella in this kingdom. He did not want to give his daughter away to a man of lower social status. Leonard explained that everyone he chose for Isabella would become strong rulers in the future, and would be able to provide her with a luxurious life, so Isabella should not argue and accept her fate. So now the conversation could be considered finished and Isabella could go about her business. The king then turned his attention to Abinion, for she was the one who had suggested that Lesletsa be married to Ryu, and so he was ready to show his gratitude. Abinion praised King Leonardo for ruthlessly making it clear to the other candidates for the throne that they had no chance. But in doing so, he gave the place of king to a commoner, and all this makes Leonard an extraordinary man and a great ruler. Leonard explained that he actually chose the best possible solution, and there is nothing surprising about it. After all, he is well aware that his youth is long gone and will never return. And if one could see what he was like much earlier, one could hardly envy his position. At this moment he remembered his worthless son Zimnanto, whom he had never asked about, and so let his name disappear forever from the pages of history, unless of course he was no longer in the way. Isabella then suddenly approached Ryu and asked him if he really didn't know what it was like to date royalty. Ryu was embarrassed by the intimacy with Isabella, who began to offer her attention and clearly wanted to gain privileges for herself. Lesledza instantly intervened in the situation and explained to her sister Isabella that flirting with other people's suitors was a display of bad manners. But Isabella replied that she only wanted to take what she liked. But Lesledza said that her job as a knight dedicated to the kingdom was to do her father's bidding and become a true queen, and Isabella could marry any other worthy man. Then everyone turned their attention to Noam and asked what she wanted to do with the strange bottle she was holding. The girl explained that it was a male-attracting perfume that would last for 5 years. King Leonard was once again convinced that his daughters were horribly selfish. But at that moment Ruselch appeared and asked for permission to make a few suggestions. Leonard asked if it would be a good idea if Ruselch did not oppose the order of succession to the throne, because his position would not change under any circumstances. Ryu remembered that this guy was really unhappy with his father's decision, but nevertheless ended up agreeing with him. Although Ruselch at the same time was the person who put forward the most problematic proposal. But the guy explained that he had come for a completely different matter and explained that there was a certain person who wanted to urgently meet with Leonard as well as Ryu-san. At that moment it was good that the sisters were busy for a while with the proceedings among themselves, and Ruselch explained that he should not miss such an opportunity, because in the future he did not know when he would be able to talk to his father again. Ryu realized at this point that this cunning fellow was deliberately belittling his own position so as not to fall in his father's eyes. It was obvious that Lesledza and Isabella weren't going to stop fighting anytime soon, so this was the perfect opportunity to avoid their persistent attention. Eventually, the counselor of the Adventurers Guild, Ricolis Marcoms, appeared in the room and immediately thanked him for the time he had been given to talk. Ricolis explained who he really was, which didn't make Leonard very emotional. Ryu wondered if Ricolis was the same advisor as Bistamario, but the bald man asked the adventurer to be quiet and promised to deal with him later. Ryu realized that this man wasn't too eager to talk to him, and in general he looked very nasty. Meanwhile, King Leonard asked the guest what business brought him to this hall. If he remembered correctly, the Adventurers Guild Council was currently busy preparing for the election of a new chairman, and for that reason, no one but Bistamario had shown up for the rank promotion exam. Leonard then asked Ruselch why he had brought this man to his palace in the first place. The young prince explained that it looked like this man was a close friend of his mother's sister's husband and he wanted to appeal, so he had taken great pains to contact him for this important conversation. If they did meet, it would be good to hear from this guest. Besides, right now the council was discussing the promotion of Ryu and Noam to S rank, and now was the time to hear what those decisions might lead to. Counselor Ricolis had a most unpleasant look of fear and contempt, which he did not even try to hide. Ricolis agreed with Leonard and confirmed that right now, at the initiative of Bistamario, they are on the topics voiced by His Majesty, though it wasn't quite right to do so before the election. King Leonard was clearly not happy about this meeting and told his guest that he was speaking too quietly and could barely be heard. Ricolis then muttered that the whole thing was ridiculous and a terrible offense. Leonardo instantly changed his face and asked for the last sentence to be repeated. The king said that such a meeting was held every few years and he did not remember when the last one was, so there was nothing funny about it. Ricolis confirmed that the last meeting was 2 years ago, but this time the reason is absolutely insane, because it is only about the promotion of 2 adventurers at once, except that one of them doesn't even have a unique skill. Ryu now finally realized why this vile and cunning man had shown up, and he only wanted to prevent him from being promoted. Ricolis exclaimed that in the history of the guild, there was not a single adventurer of rank S who did not possess the skill, and this was unacceptable. King Leonard reminded that the main criterion in this promotion is that Ryu was able to save the nation from total destruction can be called a hero. Therefore, it made no difference whether he possessed a unique skill or not. Ryu mentally agreed with the king because if they hadn't intervened, the kingdom of Rubrum would have been completely flooded and destroyed by the goddess of the seas. Noam had found out the reason for this, and so this girl could also be rightfully called the savior of the nation. But it was Bystemerio who nominated him, pointing out the enormous power with which he could fight Okanissa. Racoles agreed that ordinary people are also capable of great feats, but he does not believe that any man without special skill could do something incredible, and needs solid proof. Although the honorable warriors from the kingdom of Rubrum being in the meeting hall and the main office of the guild have repeatedly confirmed Ryu's heroic deed, the two girls Tuatl and Moitl were members of the special diplomatic mission of the Rubrum kingdom and took an active part in the discussion. The girls explained in great detail what had happened in the kingdom and repeatedly pointed out the extent of the danger Ryu was able to stop. They also recalled that Mrs. Bystemerio herself had witnessed everything that had happened and could confirm the adventurer's exploits. In the end, the girls were so angry and annoyed by the mistrust that they declared that they would not return home empty-handed and would not tolerate such an attitude to their words. Racoles explained that they couldn't continue to challenge the diplomatic mission's approval, and so made the decision to upgrade Ryu to S rank. King Leonard rejoiced at this news and promised to be sure to thank sisters Tuatl and Moitl for their persistence. But then Counselor Racoles demanded that the king stop the rank promotion process for Ryu, which caused everyone present to be genuinely surprised. Leonard, not expecting such insolence, demanded that he repeat his demand and try to justify it. Racoles began to explain that in truth they were in a very difficult situation and therefore had to ask for it. But King Leonard purposely closed his ears, not wanting to hear such nonsense. Racoles nevertheless began to tell that not a few incidents had happened in Rubrum during the exam. And in the end, the responsibility for the destruction of the dungeon had fallen on the shoulders of the council, which was the instructor's exam. And at the moment, the Vile Sisters were investigating the incident. Ryu thought that this was all very strange since the dungeon had been completely rebuilt before he returned home. Furthermore, it was decided to keep quiet about the incident so as not to cause political uproar. Leonard agreed that the captured dungeons were indeed the property of the kingdom, and he feels bad when he thinks about what the king of Rubrum had to endure. But Racoles said that the problem was more than that. According to the cunning counselor, they were blamed for the flood and tried to order the angry sisters that it was absurd. But the representatives of the kingdom of Rubrum did not want to hear about it. Racoles explained that the Veil Sisters continued to stand their ground and demanded that they be compensated as soon as possible. King Leonard was distrustful of such words and offered to listen to Ryu, who had spoken to them personally. The adventurer explained that the flooding that had occurred in the kingdom of Rubrum was caused by the goddess Okanissa. Racoles immediately stated that in that case the accusations against them were baseless. However, it was because the spirit that Okanissa considers her daughter had been kidnapped and all she wanted was to bring the child back home. And the one who kidnapped his daughter was Sodes, an adventurer of a rank and part-time instructor of the exam. That's why the responsibility really lies with the council or the adventurers. King Leonard stated that as a loving parent he perfectly understands the anger of the goddess Okanissa who almost lost her child, for it is all very sad. Isabella thought at this point that she was the one the king had in mind when he spoke of his favorite children, but Leonard pretended not to know what they were talking about. But anyway, the representatives of the kingdom of Rubrum were furious and demanded a large compensation. King Leonard, who is a very fair man, said that the problems are very fair indeed. But Counselor Racoles said that as compensation, the kingdom of Rubrum would not demand money or any privileges, but the promotion of Ryu-san and alchemist Noam to the S rank. Ryu only now realized that this was a cunning plan of King Ashian, who decided to help him in this way. Leonard replied that he had nothing against it because the representatives of the Rubrum kingdom consider these adventurers to be the true saviors of their nation, and this is a worthy reward to justly thank the heroes. Racoles agreed with the king and explained that during the meeting some people had also come to the same conclusion, and they could not be stopped or change their minds. Therefore, there was only one way to calm them down, and that was for Ryu-san to voluntarily give up such a high reward. And it is now that he must go to the main office of the Adventurers Guild and announce his complete refusal. Ryu of course realized that the advisor wanted to use him to solve his problem and would be foolish to refuse his reward. King Leonard at this point laughed, looking at the counselor's tense face. In the end, Leonardo said that he thought that the guild council was made up of only honorable people, and Racoles dared to neglect his duties like that. Ryu immediately realized that this whole situation was taking on a bad aura. As it was at this moment, King Leonard stopped speaking as usual, and the whole matter even reached the magic circles. Hercules tried to explain himself and asked to be heard. The cunning counselor said that this world lives according to certain conditions, and it is to a certain extent beneficial to both strong and weak people. And if one maintains these conditions, one can effectively rule this world. And the main idea of this world of order is that the strongest person is the one who has a unique skill. After all, people who possess a skill are very strong, and those who possess a strong skill are even stronger, while there are people without weak skills. Therefore, an S-rank adventurer should definitely possess a skill that far surpasses all others. After all, this is not a title that should be awarded to someone with no skills at all. Hercules exclaimed that this was the truth of this world. And if a person with no skill rises to S skill, then the balance of the world will be broken and everyone will fall into darkness. Therefore, if Ryu really loves this world, he should definitely give up his rank, and it will be the wisest decision. Ryu began to worry, but at that moment, the king intervened in the conversation. Leonard has stated the position of Counselor Hercules and cannot say for sure if it is right or wrong. But hadn't he thought of the reparations that would be caused by Ryu's refusal? Hercules did not expect such a question and thought about the possible damage. Leonardo explained that he meant the responsibility that would fall on them for not fulfilling the terms of the Kingdom of Rubrum. Hercules replied that he was willing to discuss the situation and find a solution. Hercules asked Leonardo to talk to the King of Rubrum, and if the king himself would take care of the matter, it would be possible to solve the problem without pain, and also a more favorable reward for their beloved kingdom could be achieved. Leonard thought about such a suggestion and asked that he should apologize for the counselor's mistakes and in doing so, suspend Ryu from receiving the S rank. Hercules meant exactly that and began to praise Leonardo for his insight and wisdom. Ryu of course noticed how angry the king was getting and couldn't believe that the advisor was such an idiot. Leonard meanwhile decided to enlighten Hercules on something. Leonard reminded the advisor that he had always supported Ryu on his path to becoming an adventurer of S rank, and that was why he had decided to increase the donation to the Adventurers Guild. But if Ryu didn't get the promotion he deserved, then all the donated money would have to be returned immediately. Hercules was a very greedy person and immediately asked him not to do that. And Ryu realized at that moment what the advisor's weakness was. Hercules explained that the world of adventurers was too harsh, and the guild would always be short of money no matter how much there was. Therefore, monetary support would help make this world a great place. But the king replied that his funding would only continue if Ryu got the S rank. As a result, Hercules was in a predicament in the end. They were going to completely cancel the ongoing meeting. After all, in the end they also need to decide the fate of Noam, who has the skill of an alchemy king. This girl with such a skill is bound to become an S-rank adventurer, and he as an advisor will personally demand her promotion. But Noam said that if Ryu doesn't get a well-deserved promotion to S-rank, she will give it up and stop being an adventurer altogether. The girl then called the counselor an old fool who was going senile. Ryu was surprised by Noam's reaction like that, and the girl at that moment advised Hercules to take a medicine that she could prepare for him. But the counselor tried to dissuade Noam from such a decision, because she has wonderful skills and as no one else is worthy to get the S rank. But the young adventuress exclaimed that if anyone is worthy of receiving the highest rank, it is certainly Ryu, and so one cannot deny his merits that far surpass even such a high status. And if he doesn't get the award he deserves, she is ready to give up the foundations of this world forever, which are contrary to common sense. Hercules asked the girl to calm down immediately and reminded her of how he had given up his future and decided to become a mentor for her. After all, that was Noam's destiny as the possessor of an incredible skill. But Noam replied to the counselor that her refusal to obtain a high rank was Hercules' fault. These words angered the counselor, who did not expect to hear such a thing from the young lady. But at that moment, Ryu quickly calmed the angry counselor down and laid him on the floor, saying that he was acting like a hurt child who had not been bought candy. Then King Leonard said that his patience had run out and he too had something to say about what was going on. A powerful blow sent the bald counselor far away, and Leonard advised him to stop looking down on people forever. The king's anger was truly terrible, even despite his cheerful demeanor just a few minutes ago. Leonard stated that he had been on that throne for decades, and it was not the first time he had seen a man try to trick him like that. Hercules, squirming in pain and rolling on the floor, tried to explain himself to the king, but he failed. Leonard said that the counselor was trying to deceive not only him, but King Rubrum as well. And is he really so stupid as to allow himself to mock the wisdom of such a great man? Not to mention the blatant disrespect towards the hero Ryu. The enraged Leonard then ordered the counselor to get out of the capital immediately, and if he resisted, he would certainly lose his foolish head. but Rikolis recalled his request and asked what exactly was unclear in it. But the king replied that he did not want to understand the request of a man who was a madman. At this point, Noam offered to give the counselor a drink of a fine bug poison. But the bald counselor began to ask to be allowed to state another suggestion. Ryu realized that this idiot didn't understand when to stop, and Leonard was surprised at such insolence. Rikolis stated that he knows that the kingdom has a very strained relationship with the church, and the king must realize how disadvantageous it is, considering that the only hero able to resist the demons is sincerely loyal to the church. But luckily he knows a few bishops and cardinals, and so he can help restore relations with the church. But he'll only do so if the king is agreeable to him. But Leonard replied that he wasn't interested. Then the king explained to the foolish counselor that it was his own initiative, because the church did not help him when his country was attacked by demons. And because of these petty and soulless people, his soldiers and subjects were in mortal danger. Rikolis was shocked by this answer, for his plan was ruined. Leonard said that the counselor was completely unaware of what had happened, and then demanded that the guards immediately remove the bald bastard from his castle. Ryu realized that if the advisor had good friends in the church, that was why he disliked him so much. It was the church that promoted the idea of superior skills in the name of God. The church always seeks to rule the world with its ideology, and awkwardly take advantage of the ferocity of monsters and demons and subjugate powerful people like kings and guild leaders. But then Ryu decided to find out something about the counselor before he was led away. And Rikolis at that moment asked that whether the adventurer had decided to give up the rank promotion after all. But Ryu asked about how Rikolis had mentioned Sodes as the man who had kidnapped and hidden the child of the goddess Okanissa. And if that was indeed the case, it meant that Rikolis himself was behind all the crimes. The bald counselor immediately began to make excuses and became very worried. Ryu replied that he had no proof, and so he made an assumption and now guessed the name of the guilty party. Rikolis exclaimed that he would not tolerate accusations of a crime from a passerby. After all, he was a guild counselor. But Ryu said that if he didn't get an S rank, Rikolis would lose his position, so he could talk to him any way he wanted. King Leonard said that he originally wanted to revoke the right of the counselor to enter his country, but if Ryu wanted to, he could be thrown into prison, where he would immediately regret all his crimes. Rikolis began to hurry and run away, trying to tell him that he had very important things waiting for him. Ryu was now sure that he had finally found the main criminal, although there were still some unclear points. After all, it was unlikely that this stupid bald idiot could have outsmarted the goddess Okanissa, and even if he had enlisted the help of A and S-rank adventurers, it wouldn't help him in any way. And it's very interesting to find out who could do all this. But at that moment, Abinion appeared and stopped the counselor from escaping by shrouding him with magical shackles. The ghost girl said that it was likely that someone even more powerful was behind this treacherous counselor. Ryu agreed with this assumption, though it was unbelievable, because in that case it was much more complicated. Rikolis continued to plead for help, but the king paid no attention to these pleas. Abinion advised the bald prisoner not to resist, for she was using a very powerful spell. Abinion then explained that she was willing to spare even a lizard's tail if it turned out to be something useful, but otherwise she would dispose of the unwanted material without any regret. Ryu was once again convinced that to the higher spirits ordinary people meant absolutely nothing and most often looked like ordinary insects. The adventurer explained to the counselor that interrogating Abinion is very bad for people's psyche and perception of reality, and therefore Rikolis will experience real hell if he doesn't tell everything he knows about. Abinion demanded to tell immediately about how he managed to steal a child from the goddess Okanissa. But then Ryu offered another option to solve the problem and asked if Noam had any interesting potion for such an occasion, and the girl cheerfully replied that she had anything. Noam boasted of having a truth serum flavored brain swim. It sounded very horrible, although it was an effective remedy for the problem. After drinking it, a person would become intoxicated and begin to answer honestly all the questions he was asked. And after the effect was over, the person had memories of the experience and could be questioned again. Ryu appreciated the usefulness of such a remedy, and the girl alchemist warned who when using this serum the human brain ages by 10 years and it is completely a reversible process. Ryu pondered over which option he should choose in use on the counselor, and Rikolis kept asking to be released and not tortured. But Abinion immediately advised to use both two methods at once, because then they would definitely achieve the desired result. Rikolis joked animal fear and began to ask for help, because he was one of the counselors of the Guild of Adventurers. But suddenly there were shouts that announced an invasion. As it turned out, an intruder had broken into the castle and even the guards could not stop her. King Leonard immediately ordered Leslidza to take strict command and find out what was wrong. Leonard then asked Ryu to protect him, Isabella, and Ruselsh. The adventurer of course agreed to help even though he didn't know who he would be facing. But then a strange dark silhouette appeared and everyone began to actively defend the king. A huge shaggy beast was rushing at full speed towards the royal throne and it surprised everyone present. But suddenly, Noam started to defend the beast and asked them not to shoot at it. The alchemist girl stated that it was actually her friend and she would not harm anyone. After that it was so time for hugs and greetings. Ryu realized that it was Shigen, the same rank adventurer who was in the exam. Noam was happy to see her friend even though it had only been a few days since their last meeting. The girls started chatting completely oblivious to the sheer number of guards and the tense atmosphere around them. Ryu wondered when they had managed to become such great friends in the first place. Noam reminded him that it happened during the duel at the exam and that was when they decided to be not only friends, but sisters as well. Noam had given Shigen a potion at that moment, though she was still a bit out of sorts after that fight. But at the same time she was struck by Noam's boundless kindness. As it turned out, Shiger had also helped Noam during the incident with the goddess Okanissa, and it was only thanks to her speed that the alchemist girl had made it to the beach in time. This was all very strange to Ryu's understanding, but it was all fine with everyone. Noam asked Shigen why she had come to the king's palace, as it was a huge crime to come here uninvited. Shigen apologized for her action and explained that she had forgotten the purpose of her visit when she saw her sister. She had actually come here as a representative of the Adventurers Guild with a very important message for the king. Leonard greeted the cat girl and introduced himself as the ruler of the Sectalian kingdom. Shigen immediately began sniffing the king and stated that she was extremely honored to meet him. Leonard then asked what business had brought Shigen to his palace, and if it was really important news, he would forgive her for such a brazen intrusion. Shigen explained that she had a very urgent message from the guild council, and so she ran as fast as she could to report the terrible trouble. The cat girl exclaimed that the Adventurers Guild had been attacked by horrible demons and they needed urgent help. This news was thunderous and frightened even the king himself. Meanwhile, in the main office of the guild, a huge demon was deciding how best to kill all the prisoners and enjoying his superiority. Everyone was shocked by the news of the demon attack on the Adventurers Guild, and King Leonard asked that did they attack the guild so unexpectedly. Shigen very emotionally began to talk about how the attack happened. But Ryu did not understand anything and asked the girl to calm down and clarify all the details. As it turned out, the Bistamario had organized an unscheduled meeting of the guild's advisors to promote Ryu and Noam to the S rank, which was also attended by the examiners. Shigen complained that the representatives from Rubrum Kingdom started yelling at her and accusing her of being stupid. And then there was a surprise demon attack that no one expected. The demons always warned when they were about to attack. Ryu didn't even believe it and questioned how it could be. But it was really true, and demons always called their title claiming their power, and thus showing that people for them just toys. They like to let down the guard of their opponents, and thanks to this they use to repel their attacks. Abinion confirmed that the demons consider humans no more than insects, although she herself possessing incredible power sincerely loves the human race. Therefore, it is impossible to judge all magical creatures equally. Demons attack people in an attempt to have fun, because otherwise these creatures possessing enormous power would simply destroy the entire population of the kingdom. But this time these terrible creatures appeared without warning, and therefore no one could not give them a decent fight back. Although there were gathered a lot of the strongest adventurers, among which should have been people with rank B, and theoretically they could resist the attack of demons. But apparently the demons were very strong and all those adventurers were unable to show their qualities and somehow stop the attack. Shigen explained that the adventurers had actually fought and risked their lives, but defeat was only a matter of time, as they were attacked by at least 3 demons. This was unpleasant news for everyone, because the demons that only unite in the case of an attack on the country once decided to attack the Guild of Adventurers together, so they must have had some serious purpose. Although it was possible that the demons had some new way to have fun. That being said, Ryu remembered the demon Benny, who had indeed appeared alone. Shigen explained that it was indeed an emergency, and so the guild asked for help from each of the neighboring countries, and she was sent to King Leonardo. Leonard replied that he certainly understood the danger of what was happening, but he needed to think about his actions. But Ryu immediately shouted that this was no time to hesitate, and they should send help immediately, and try to exorcise the demons. Ryu then asked the cat girl what had happened to Counselor Bistamario. Shigen explained that before she left the guild she had seen the counselor being protected by the Rubrum sisters at the cost of her life. and it is said that she was the one who asked for the deportation of all the counselors, as Bistamario was resolute about the gathering. Ryu thought that Bistamario was a really good person, because not only did she respect almost everyone, but she also helped them find their place. And now the person who had helped them so much during the difficult exam was alone with the horrible demons. Ryu exclaimed that he didn't want to leave the counselor Bistamario in mortal danger, and therefore she must be helped urgently. King Leonard called Bistamario an old witch who has been running the council for a very long time and is also known by the nickname of the Eternal Reed. He hasn't seen this girl in a long time and would hate to lose such a single person with a conscience. Leonard then admitted that it was unlikely that the adventurers of the guild's main branch would last long against 3 demons, and it was likely that his troops would not be able to arrive in time. Although if nothing is done, the demons will start killing people just out of boredom. Ryu stated that this could not be allowed to happen. Shigen then explained that they had only recently merged, and she had been sent here by Sentence. Ryu immediately remembered one of the examiners who possessed a rank. Sentence was an adventurer who possessed space-time magic, and thanks to him, Shigen was able to slip away and be undetected by the demons. Then after teleporting, Shigen used her animal form to run to the palace as fast as possible. As it turned out, the cat girl was running for help without sparing her strength, and it was happening so fast that scratches started to appear on her legs. So it was probably not very easy for her to move with such wounds, and Shigen had lost a lot of strength. Leonard said that in that case they might be able to help in time, but there was a very small chance of that. Ryu didn't want to waste time and stated that he would go alone and help with his powers. And if he went alone he wouldn't have to form a rescue party and it would be much faster. King Leonard replied that it made sense and it might even be the right thing to do. Ryu explained that he didn't want to waste time talking and reasoning, because he had to prevent Bistamario's death. Together with the adventurer decided to go and Abinion, who said that she could not leave her master in such a difficult moment. All the more she would be able to see a very interesting sight. At that moment, Shigen saw Counselor Ricali's not in the best position and asked why he was here and not in the guild, because as far as she remembered she had seen him there. Catgirl explained that during the general meeting, Counselor Ricali suddenly asked to go to the bathroom and then disappeared without a trace, so he had cheated and left the guild. Ryu realized that when the bald advisor decided that the circumstances were not in his favor, he wanted to just run away to force him away from the rank promotion. Shigen exclaimed, remembering something else. After all, before she escaped from the guild's main branch she had heard something, namely the voice of a demon that demanded to bring Sodes and Ricolis to him. Ryu was very surprised because it meant that something serious had happened since the demons were looking for Sodes and Ricolis and maybe they had attacked the guild just for that. Ryu thanked Shigen for the useful information and decided that they should take the bald advisor back to the guild as soon as possible. If they didn't hear the news, he would still be lying there. Ricolis started to drink that he didn't want to return to the guild, because going instead of the guild that was overrun by demons was like signing his own death warrant. But no one wanted to listen to the counselor, as he had no choice in the situation. King Leonard then stated that he was ordering Ryu to go to the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible and stop the demonic outrage and free the hostages. Leonard sincerely thought that with a royal order, the adventurer would have a much easier job. But Ryu did not want to comment on this assumption and only thanked the king for his words. Shigen also decided to keep Ryu company, even though she was in her own condition. The cat girl explained that she was a Ranka adventurer and thus must fight to the last man. But Ryu asked the brave Shigen to stay in the castle and rest properly, because she had already done a great job, and he would try to deal with the demons himself. Then Shigen apologized to Ryu for being wrong and mocked him for his lack of skill, because it was Ryu who ended up heroically saving the kingdom from the terrible flood. Shigen admits that this is a dangerous moment, she's just been lazing around town. And now Ryu is once again going to save the people who bullied him, and it's the ultimate display of heroism. Shigen admitted that she was willing to apologize for everyone and asked that Ryu try to save all the adventurers and the guild. The cat girl cried and explained that her only friends were left there and she didn't want them to die at the hands of the horrible demons. Ryu understood Shigen's condition and promised that he would do his best to save the adventurers who were in trouble. Ryu then asked Lesledze to send reinforcements to the guild if he was delayed, because no one knew how the situation might develop and might need the help of experienced warriors. Lesledze of course promised to do as Ryu asked and reminded him that it was her job as a knight to protect the weak. Meanwhile, the bald counselor continued to shout annoying loud noises in an attempt to avoid returning to the guild. Abinion stated that bald people are either silent or shouting, and Ryu wondered where she got her experience with bald people from. The ghost girl then explained that Noam had decided to prepare something and promised to return soon. As it turned out, the young alchemist had managed to create a super fast glider that she called Lightning Shell, and promised to get it to the right place quickly. Noam explained that since they had to hurry, she decided to prepare this magnificent machine, which was created with the help of advanced alchemical technologies, and it is even lighter than air itself. This machine uses a mixture of rare ingredients as fuel, and with the help of this ingenious invention, they will be able to reach the guild in no time. Noam confessed that she was able to synthesize a jet fuel that would allow them to get off the ground faster than the speed of sound. Ryu was impressed by what he saw and said that the name for the machine was perfect. Ryu didn't really know much about alchemy and only hoped that Noam would be able to surprise them with her unique inventions. Ryu admitted that he was going to run on his own 2 feet, but if this strange machine was so fast it would be wise to use it. Noam explained that she had managed to find out how far the guild was from the castle, and so they could reach it in only 10 seconds. That said, the bald luggage would have to be remembered. Ricalius kept resenting and complaining that he was scared, but no one wanted to listen to the usual baggage. Varyu then marveled at the strange position he was going to have to take this flight in, but Noam replied that there was no need to worry and everything would be fine. The girl explained that Ryu hardly knew how to operate this machine, so he should just lie there and not resent it, and she would take care of the rest. Noam began to say that she was an inventor and therefore she should drive the car, which meant that they would get to the place very quickly and in complete safety. Ryu, being in a very constrained position, asked the girl to try to do her best. Noam was very serious and decided to start the alchemical engine. Noam, as a real ship commander, began to gradually activate her unique machine and check all the necessary indicators, and then proceeded to start it, and this was the moment when Ryu started to worry the most. Abinian admitted that she was surprised by this way of traveling, because no one had ever used something like this before. Ryu asked why the ghost girl wasn't going to land. Abinian explained that she would get to her destination just fine using teleportation magic, that I wouldn't want to crash in this strange and tested machine. Ryu was still worried about her fate, though Noam's cheerful face inspired hope for a successful end to the flight. In the end, what the alchemist girl had been waiting for happened, and the magnificent machine roared with its alchemical engine. A second later, the huge shining metal body burst into the sky, leaving a trail of fire behind it. Lesledza watched the bright trace left in the sky with interest and admitted that she would probably wet her pants with fear if she decided to fly this machine. The travel speed of the unique machine was incredibly fast, and Ryu felt the delights of the overload. And Noam at this moment was delighted and tried to remember how exactly to stop the machine. Then the young inventor said that it looked like she wouldn't be able to stop the car, so it would be a hard landing. Noam asked Ryu to grab her and jump out of the car just before it hit. It all turned out to be crazy, but there was no other option. The adventurer did the right thing and managed to jump out of the car just in time, which stopped with a terrifying explosion. Noam admitted that her prototype was far from perfect, but with the experience she gained, she will definitely be able to create a working sample of the machine, and then the flight will be safe. In the meantime, Ryu and Noam had already managed to reach the guild house, from which a thick dark smoke was rising. Though everything was quiet and the entire structure had been destroyed by demons, Ryu wondered if they were too late, but at that moment Abinian appeared and asked why it had taken them so long to get there. The ghost girl explained that she had nothing to do while she waited, so she decided to do some quick recon. Ryu was surprised that she was able to do so in just a few seconds. Ryu wondered what had happened to the people inside and if they were all dead. Abinian reassured the adventurer and explained that of course the demons had defeated the council, but the people were in no danger. At the moment these all are alive, you are just in a bound state. Ryu and Noam were surprised by this and rejoiced that no one had died, though it was unclear why the demons spared their victims. Abinian agreed that it was unusual behavior for such creatures, since usually demons have no reason to let ordinary humans live. It all seemed very suspicious, and Ryu asked if there was any clue about it. Abinian didn't know the answer to that question and said that compared to her, demons were just small insects and it would be easier to ask them than to just stand there and speculate about their behavior. Heading down the road leading to the guild's main building, Ryu scrutinized the destruction and decided that the main office was a small city, though not a single person was found along the way, and that meant they were all alive. Abinian explained that so far the residential neighborhoods were patrolled with monsters and they wouldn't let any humans living there leave. Ryu wondered and asked where all these monsters were now, since they hadn't met anyone. The ghost girl explained that all the monsters had been destroyed and she had personally melted them down, so there was no need to fear a sudden attack from them. After a while, the adventurers reached the place where the main demons that attacked the adventurers guild were hiding. Noam then found the living people, among whom there were many wounded, and as they explained, they tried to fight back against the monsters, but they failed miserably. Ryu expected something like this and was not surprised to see wounded people and asked Noam to fulfill his request. The alchemist girl promised to help all the wounded, and Abinion was to protect Noam and help with the transportation of things. Ryu decided in the meantime, along with his bald luggage, to go into the main building and find out why the demons had made this attack in the first place. But in the main guild building, there were some bound adventurers who were surprised by Ryu's sudden appearance. The main demon was glad that finally someone came, because he was tired of waiting and doing nothing and even wanted to start killing adventurers. Then the demon explained that he left everyone alive only because he did not want to get dirty, but this languid waiting almost forced him to do otherwise. The demon called himself the Duke of Seniatans and explained that he was the second most powerful demon lord. Ryu decided that this was not true and the demon only wanted to increase his status. Seniatansa was surprised at the adventurer's audacity and boldness, and Ryu wondered where another demon was, since the guild was attacked by 3 vile creatures. Just at that moment, his assistant demon named Debedriza appeared and decided to tell him something. Debedriza explained that there was no Sodes or Ricolis anywhere nearby, and he had even searched the sewers but had not found any trace of them. Ryu realized that they were looking for the bald advisor and his accomplice, which meant they could be dealt with. Meanwhile, Debedriza's demon would ask his master to allow some adventurer in at night, though his presence was already causing agony from the horrible stench that came from him. The demon was eager to kill someone and explained that if they started killing all humans, that way sooner or later they would surely find the 2 fugitives they were looking for. But Seniatansa replied that they must not massacre, for then they would have absolutely no way of knowing who had died where and when. They would not be able to get the information they needed, because the dead can't talk. Ryu was horrified by the insidious plan of the demon, who did not value human life at all. Then the adventurer showed the bald counselor and asked if he was the one the demons were looking for, who were already fed up with their presence. Ricolis was terrified and accused the adventurer of complete betrayal. But Ryu did not worry about it, because the fate of the bald counselor did not bother him at all. Demons decided that this dirty, sweaty, and bald man really is Ricolis, because he completely fits the description. Demon Debedriza most of all interested in the large body of the advisor, and admitted that for the first time sees such an appetizing man. Ricolis immediately decided to try to negotiate with the demons and offered to discuss some issues. Ryu was once again surprised by the bald man's stupidity, for he clearly did not understand the situation he found himself in. All this amused the main demon, and he admitted that he could not believe that the man gave his kin to the demons. Seniatansa then called Ryu a true villain who was able to please the demons. Ryu replied that if the demons want Ricolis and Sodes, then will they leave this place when they get these people? After all, no one wants to. Other people continued to suffer. Seniatansa laughed again and praised the adventurer for his courage. The chief demon confirmed that he only wanted these 2 people, and in gratitude for their help, they were willing to kill all the adventurers without causing any suffering. Ryu replied that he had fully expected such a response from the demons, for such creatures could not do otherwise. Seniatansa explained to the adventurer that demons only exist to kill people, and one would have to be a very naive or crazy person to decide to change that somehow. Ryu asked why the demons were looking for Ricolis and Sodes. Seniatansa replied that this information would be unnecessary for Ryu, but the adventurer immediately suggested that it most likely had to do with the goddess Okanisa. The second demon asked the Duke to let him deal with this insolent adventurer, for there was no need to talk to this insolent person. The horrible demon called himself Baron Gilbert and promised to swat the adventurer like a fly. Apparently, there was no need to know all the details of demon affairs. The demon was confident in his powers and prepared to destroy Ryu. The adventurer expected this turn of events and decided not to retreat in the face of such a threat. Ryu was unwilling to continue this battle for long, and through just one strike, he destroyed the cocky demon Baron Gilbert. The adventurer thought long and hard about how he would fight demons, and as a result he managed to invent a strike technique that would kill demons while ignoring their regeneration. It was successful, and it came as a shock to the other demons. The main demon roared angrily, and the adventurers felt hopeful that they would be able to stay alive. The Veil sisters watched Ryu's actions carefully and decided to report the incident to the king, because it was amazing. Then the Duke of Seniatansa admitted that he was beginning to recall information about the man who had killed the demon Binny, and if it was Ryu. The adventurer realized that demons quite rarely exchange information with each other and therefore knew little about him. Ryu suggested that the demon check it out and share the fate of his dead kin. But the demon duke said that Benny and Gilbert were just a nuisance and hindered him, so he did not regret that they died. Ryu was surprised and asked that don't demons cooperate with each other, but Senyatansa explained that sympathy is an insignificant emotion, and those who lost are real weaklings and deserve to die. Ryu suggested that the Duke prepare to share this fate, and imagine how the other demons would laugh at him after his defeat. But the horrible demon Senyatans shouted that Ryu he should realize who he was even talking to, for such a lowlife should show more respect to the demonic Duke. The adventurers were shocked by the power the demon displayed and decided that no human could defeat this creature in a fair fight. Though deep down, the terrified sisters hoped for Ryu's abilities. The adventurer asked if he understood correctly that the Duke of Senyatans was second in strength only to the demon lord, and so it could be said that he was one of the strongest demons in his world. From such words, demonic Duke in a rage and began to show all his power that is capable of. It was clear to all the adventurers that Ryu is trying to provoke his opponent and take him out of emotional balance. Senyatansa stated that Ryu can't read himself as the strongest man just because he managed to defeat the weakling Benny and Gilbert. The Duke exclaimed that he was hundreds of times stronger and could kill an adventurer in just a few seconds. But Ryu reminded his opponent of their conversation when they met, and so the Duke had better think again about such an offer. After all, it is more reasonable to just take Ricolis and Sodes and leave this territory. The adventurer explained that this was not a negotiation worth discussing at length, but a real offer to resolve the situation peacefully. Ryu reflected on the fact that he certainly did not know the demon's purpose, but at the moment they were merely tying up the adventurers, and he personally absolutely did not care about Sode's fate considering all his crimes, so it would be ideal to come to a peaceful solution with the demon Duke. But Senyatansa shouted that a peaceful solution is nonsense because it is the destiny of demons and humans to fight to the death, and there can be no other option. The demonic demon also shouted that the lowly humans would never win in this confrontation. Ryu cut off his opponent's monologue with a sharp blow, and Senyatansa was silent without finishing his pathos speech. Ryu once again used his unique strike capable of killing demons and was able to shock the confident Duke, who did not expect to face such a terrible force. The representative of the demonic world realized that he had barely been carried away and would have disappeared forever. Ryu calmly observed the actions of his opponent and also appreciated the strength of the Duke. After all, he was a high-level demon and was able to withstand a single blow. The adventurer then offered to hit the Duke a few more times to prove that he was serious. Senyatansa roared in response and then admitted that unlike other humans, Ryu did indeed possess terrifying strength that made him a worthy opponent. The demonic Duke inquired about the name of this magnificent skill, but Ryu didn't bother to answer and only suggested that perhaps it wasn't about the skill. The adventurer wanted to piss Senyatans off even more and see his reaction. Why would the demonic Duke laugh and say that demons had long surpassed human skills and had never heard of anomalies at all without Ryu? The adventurer only now remembered then that having killed the previous demon did not check its characteristics and it was stupid. It was of course obvious to Ryu that the terrifying demonic Duke wanted him dead. And then analyzing it, he found out that this terrifying creature possessed the 718th level and possessed the anomalies of flight, demon control, S-rank magic, instant regeneration, demonic light wave, acid fog, and complete freezing. As the demon Duke prepared to confront the unexpectedly powerful man, and his aide kept complaining of terrible hunger and begged to be allowed to devour at least one adventurer, Senyatansa ordered his aide to shut up and stand by, watching him display his full power and prove the superiority of demons over humans. Ryu meanwhile reasoned that when they got to this guild it was completely destroyed, so that should help him. Ryu exclaimed that if that was the case, he would be willing to show the demon Duke how dangerous and scary ordinary humans could be and change his opinion of adventurers forever. The Veil sisters were excited about the upcoming show, for such a confrontation was far superior to anything they had seen before. The girls regretted that they weren't strong enough to confront such a demon as well. But at that moment, the unexpected happened. Sodes appeared and said that he was a rank adventurer and only he could defeat the evil demon, and the weakling Ryu should stand aside and not interfere. The Veil sisters of course recognized the man who had almost destroyed their beloved country, and were furious at such insolence. The girls shouted that the entire kingdom of Rubrum was after Sodes and that he should surrender immediately, and receive the punishment he deserved. But Sodes exclaimed that if he defeats the demons, he will receive a monetary reward of tens of thousands of gold coins, and thanks to this he will be able to pay the king of Rubrum for the damage caused. As it turned out, soon after the incident in the kingdom of Rubrum, Sodes asked for help from Racoles, and the bald counselor promised to help the fugitive adventurer. Racoles used healing magic and then hid Sodes in a secret room so he wouldn't be captured and imprisoned. But now the fugitive adventurer had no one to rely on, and Sodes decided to save all the other people with his power and bring a beautiful light of hope to everyone, and at the same time atone for his crime. Everyone immediately thought that this guy was crazy because he spoke as if he didn't realize the danger he was facing. But at the same time, Sodes considered himself a victim of the situation and pretended as if he was taking a mortal risk to save other adventurers. But Sodes was impressed by the Gilbert demons' one-hit kill, and for some reason decided that these creatures were actually weak. Sodes had also watched the Duke of Seniatans barely survive Ryu's crushing blow, and the third demon was just a nasty, crawling and smelly pile of garbage. Sodes exclaimed that it was foolish to be afraid of such weak demons, especially since he himself had the strongest skill, and therefore would never lose in a confrontation with the Duke. Ryu was shocked by Sodes' carelessness and thought that he didn't know and how much he could be hurt if he continued to provoke the demonic Duke, and it all looked very stupid and useless from the outside. But Sodes was not going to retreat and rushed forward towards the terrible demon. Of course, everyone realized that this foolish adventurer is trying to change the opinion of himself, because now he is for all kingdoms a common criminal who will be imprisoned or executed. But the Duke of Seniatansa replied that he could hardly contain his laughter at the sight of such foolish people, for did some common adventurer think that he could actually defeat the great demon? Sodes continued to insult his opponent and demanded that the filthy demon get away, for otherwise he would experience the strongest skill of an rank great adventurer. Sodes explained that his shoulders were fully restored and so no one would be able to defeat him, not even a foul demon like that cocky Duke. Sodes truly believed in his invulnerability and didn't even feel the danger that was approaching him. The demonic Duke promised to use all his power to immediately destroy the insolent adventurer who dared to insult him, and so Sodes should be grateful that he was lucky enough to die at the hands of a great demon. Then Seniatansa used the air slash skill. Sodes of course expected such an attack and repelled it with his vector change skill. This act even made the demon Duke think twice. Sodes rejoiced at his success and exclaimed that his vector change skill allowed him to repel any attack. Therefore, he can't be hit by any physical attack, and even magic effects he can neutralize. Ryu just silently watched another pathos of Sodes, who was very fond of boasting. Sodes was confident of his invulnerability, as he considered himself the owner of the world's strongest skill, continued to insult the demonic Duke, calling him a pathetic laughingstock from the netherworld. But then Sodes abruptly felt bad, and Ryu tried to figure out exactly how the demonic Duke was affecting the foolish adventurer. Seniatansa laughed and said that Sodes indeed had an excellent skill, for it allowed him to defend himself against all physical attacks without worrying about damage at all. But nevertheless, it is unlikely that this defenses will reflect the magic that affects the human psyche, because he is a great Duke like all demons has the skill of madness, which makes people obedient puppets. Adventurer's psyche really at this moment was under a serious blow, and Sodes lost touch with reality, and imagined himself next to his favorite bride, whom he offered to marry him. But in the next minute the beautiful picture of a sunny day and a beautiful girl was replaced by a horrible image of a dead woman who cursed and tormented Sodes, causing him unbearable suffering. Sodes, under the influence of the psychic attack, reflected on how his wife had left him, and how they had not been able to live a decent life together, which was the tragedy of his life. The adventurer also remembered how he had injured his beloved wife with the reflection skill, and that guilt had constantly haunted him and tormented him, and now it had intensified many times and caused him real suffering. Ryu, watching Sodes' behavior, realized that the demonic Duke's anomaly affecting the mind of living beings most likely makes the target see illusions that drive it crazy. It's a wonderful ability that emphasizes the insidiousness of demons. Sodes could not cope with the effect on his mind and continued to scream while trapped in his own illusions. Seniatansa, meanwhile, rejoiced at his success and reminded him that he had not struck a single blow to win. The demonic Duke then admitted that he had another way to render human skills useless, and if humans still continue to think demons are powerless creatures, they are deeply mistaken. But then Sodes was still able to break out of his mental captivity for a while, and started talking again about how he had the strongest skill, and would never lose. Ryu felt like he was getting tired of all this idle chatter and hoped it would be over soon. But then suddenly it started to get cold, and it turned out that the demonic Duke was somehow emitting a terrible cold. Seniatansa continued to laugh and said that it was hard for people to understand how the world around them worked, so he would be happy to explain everything. It was getting colder by the second, and the lightly clothed Veil sisters felt numbness in their limbs. Demonic Duke explained that the heat is a phenomenon arising in the movement of molecules, and the faster the molecules move, the higher the temperature. But this principle works in the opposite direction. In other words, that cold is the slow movement of air molecules or bodies. Sekai has stated that he purposely decreases the speed of the molecules until they stop completely, and thus he can affect any space around him. All of this is a manifestation called complete freezing. Ryu listened attentively to the Demonic Duke's speech, but he still didn't understand anything. In the end, the adventurer decided that in any case there was a chance to defeat the self-confident demon. Ryu nevertheless realized that Sode's skill requires the enemy to use force, but if the low temperature is due to the slow motion of molecules, then no force is used. The Demonic Duke explained that the enemy would not be able to determine the direction of the attack, and Sodes would not be able to use his unique skill. We would simply perish in the horrible cold, cursing his ignorance. Sodes really began to feel the terrible cold and could not move his body. All this was to the delight and amusement of the Duke, who continued to turn the adventurer into a piece of ice. Sekai exclaimed that when all the molecules stop moving, the temperature of this place will reach absolute zero and people will turn into ice statues. And such is the power of the full freezing ability that only a demon of the highest rank can possess. Ryu noticed that the adventurer's body was rapidly becoming covered in ice, and at this rate, he would really die of cold soon. All of this indicated that in this position, Sodes was unable to affect his body with his unique skill. At this moment, Sodes, who was freezing to death, wanted to drink the hot soup that his dead wife had prepared so often. It would help him warm up from the terrible cold. But the dying adventurer's mind began to mock him again and created a scene where his beloved wife simply poured the hot soup on the ground, explaining that her food was unpalatable and impossible to eat. But Sodes apologized and promised never to call his wife's food unpalatable again. Sode's terrible state of mind was causing him considerable agony, but then suddenly he began to feel a kind of warmth that was like that of his long-dead wife. But it was just the heat of Ryu's fists who decided to warm up Sode's freezing body in this way and knock off the ice crust. The Demonic Duke was shocked by Ryu's action, because he didn't expect that it was possible to warm up a freezing body with ordinary punches. But Ryu advised the Duke to treat people better because they can surprise. But the angry demon started yelling that his power can stop the movement of molecules of any object, and this is his absolute ability as a demon of the highest rank. Ryu only laughed at the answer and asked if Sekai had displayed his strongest ability. Ryu reminded the demon that he was able to resist him even without using skills he didn't have at all. The Demonic Duke didn't believe the adventurer's words and decided that he was just being tricked. Sekai began to shout that it can't be, because Ryu is not only a lowly man but also does not have any skill, and how he was able to stop the demonic freeze with his bare hands. Ryu then asked the Wild Sisters to look after Sodes, who was semi-conscious. The girls were happy about this and asked for permission to tie up the adventurer, since he was going to prison anyway. Ryu allowed the girls to do whatever they wanted. He didn't care what would happen to this foolish adventurer. Meanwhile, the Demonic Duke accused Ryu of hurting his pride and therefore would not be forgiven. Sekai decided to wipe the adventurer into powder, because for him to be defeated by a man with no skill was a real disgrace. Ryu replied that the demon could say whatever he wanted, but he had to realize that no one took him seriously. Ryu explained that if someone needed his help, he would do anything, especially for the sake of someone who was in trouble. The Demonic Duke was furious and said that he would invest all his power by applying a full freeze in the final stage. Therefore, no adventurer would be able to dispel such a horrible cold, especially not with his bare hands. Ryu really began to feel a dense stream of cold that enveloped his body, and it was obvious that any living being in this situation would turn into an ice statue in the blink of an eye. Ryu also realized that he was a living being, so it was unlikely that he would be able to survive in such an extreme situation, because every creature has its own limit of cold, and so there is a possibility that not only he will die, but all the people who are around. As a result, the adventurer decided to use the heat of his senses to survive any cold temperatures and defeat the Demonic Duke. In the end, Ryu was able to dispel all the effects of the demon's freezing and joked that he was only slightly frozen. Sekai was shocked and began to shout that this couldn't be. After all, how could a lowly human be able to survive the effects of such a terrible skill? Resisting the heat of the senses seemed like complete nonsense to the demon, for such a technique could not resist his magnificent freezing. But Ryu asked Duke to stop talking and advised him to use more serious things if he wanted to win this fight. At this point, Noam and Abinion appeared and immediately stated that the demon's actions made no sense and he was only making a pathetic laughing stock of himself. Tansa did not notice the presence of the ghost girl and did not immediately realize who she was. Meanwhile, Noam announced that she had finished helping the locals and was now ready to join Ryu. Tansa realized that in front of him was the vengeful spirit Abinion who far outnumbered the great demons, and this caused the Duke to fear. Abinion laughed in the Duke's face and called him a pathetic insect. Abinion also reminded the demon of how he himself considers humans to be pathetic insects, for she knows everything about everyone, as she is a vengeful spirit that towers over all living things. At the same time, she remembered that she herself had been like this demon. But Tansa did not believe what she had heard and said that there was no one stronger than the demon lord in the world. But Abinion advised the Duke to rethink everything and look at Ryu, because this man is so strong that he was able to reach the 8 millionth level of development. And such a strong person would definitely be able to survive any cold with the heat of his senses. Therefore, Duke could no longer praise with his unique skill. Tansa continued to refuse to believe what he heard. And Ryu at this moment decided that it was the best chance to finally defeat his opponent, for the demons no longer had anything to oppose him. Crushing Blow Adventurer was a complete surprise for the demonic Duke, who only managed to scream one last time, feeling terrible pain. Falling to the ground, Tansa did not understand why his body did not regenerate, and why the instant regeneration did not work. Abinion explained that it was all due to the difference between the levels, and in simple words, the adventurer's fists had the power to kill demons, and it far surpassed any of the Duke's abilities. Tansa, slowly dying, continued to disbelieve, but it no longer had any effect on what was happening. Ryu then explained to the demon Duke that at this point they could kill him once and for all or imprison him to keep as a pet. Tansa wheezed and asked to be killed, because there was no way he would let humans tarnish the honor of the demon race, and if he had a choice, he would rather die than suffer humiliation at the hands of pathetic humans. Then Tansa asked why a vengeful spirit, who is the strongest creature in the world, would help a pitiful human. But Abinion explained that she was not helping anyone at all, and the Duke was unable to understand this because of his ignorance. Abinion stated that she is her master's favorite servant, and is willing to follow the world's strongest man anywhere. Then asked the demonic Duke why he really needed Sodes and Racolis and what goals the demons had in general by appearing and destroying the Adventurers Guild.